First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
Worthy of all his praise, that still ain't enough. Yeah, you don't know how hard I prayed, and he looked in my grave and he told me get up. Yeah, at times I wanted to give up, told me trust him, even with faith the same size as the mustard seed. Yeah, that was enough to me right where I'm at. Free me from places that I can't go back. Reckless to righteous when Christ is in that. Called on his name cause his power's unmatched. Had me in shackles, said he broke the chain. Killing my flesh, he's my license for that. Renew my mind, so my mindset for that. When it's set up, I got can't be set back. Ready, set, go. Yeah, he made me ready, he set me up, then told me go.
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont, we back. Another show. Man, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today, man. A lot of stuff to talk about today. And I haven't really touched on this Ja Morant situation in a lot of detail right now. What I like to do is I like to sit back. I like to look at what the media is saying, because the media is not the end all be all to the information that we receive. Right? If you understand the media, they're only going to report a certain narrative based on what can potentially generate the most viewership, or can cater to their base, whatever their base is. I mean, we see that with CNN. We see that with Fox News. We see it with MSNBC. Right? So, and we even see it with Fox Sports and ESPN. How they report the news is different. Their narratives are different. And so I think you have to, and I think I did a community post about this, and I talked about integrity when you report on things, especially when you're reporting on players. And then even more importantly, when you're reporting on players that haven't been convicted or charged with a potential crime. I think we have to All right, there we go. My bad, y'all. I actually clicked the wrong button and kicked myself out the studio. But yeah, look, y'all, there's a level of responsibility you got to have. And so when I'm looking at all of the channels that are reporting on this, when I'm looking at the things that everybody's saying about Ja Morant, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can slam Ja Morant the way a lot of the media is slamming him right now. And now it's starting to look like a campaign where everybody's trying to. Now we're getting to the point where people are trying to get attached to his money. They're trying to find ways to become victims in this situation when they're not necessarily victims. And we can see that with the most recent incident that was reported It was reported, some photos got released of Ja Morant when he was in the strip club, right? And we are all grown adults. I think we all know exactly what goes on in strip clubs, what the purpose of strip clubs are for. And my thing is, why are we surprised about what the images look like when images get leaked of what someone in the strip club is actually doing? Why are you surprised? We all know exactly what happens in strip clubs. Now people are acting surprised. But now, on top of the strip club trying to clout chase Ja Morant and attach themselves to that, now what they're doing is, now you see the actual strippers trying to come forward. And I think some of the things that they're saying sounds like they are potentially looking to file some type of lawsuit against them, because now they're saying, oh, when we saw the gun, we were in fear of our lives. I don't know if I can work the same anymore. Right now they're trying to act in. Remember, we're talking about a strip club. I don't know if the strip club was in Memphis or in Colorado. I can't remember. Either way, it's not. It should not be foreign to see a gun in a strip club, especially with athletes. Athletes carry guns all the time. So the one thing I think that was overblown when we talk about this situation is the fact that he had a gun. Why is everybody so surprised that he had a gun? An athlete, where athletes and rappers get robbed all the time by this thug and gang culture that we promote in our music and movies. So athletes and rappers are carrying guns to protect themselves, for the most part, from a culture that we generally tend to promote. Why do we act surprised when one of these athletes or rappers gets caught carrying a gun? And no one said that the gun was not licensed. The Colorado police already came out and said there's nothing here for us to charge him with a crime. Right? We saw how the media tried to word that. The media tried to word these things about Ja Morant as if he committed a crime, but the cops just didn't have enough evidence to convict him. No, that's not what the Colorado police said. They said we didn't find any evidence of a crime. But if you go read what the media reported they didn't have enough evidence to convict him of a crime, making it seem like a crime was committed. They just couldn't get all the details, or trying to allude to not enough cooperation from the people that the police were trying to talk to. But so when we hear that, now we see how the media is trying to finesse things, right? The police have come out and said it's not an issue. But now you have the strip club and now the strippers. The strippers saw the gun. I want y'all to really think about that. Y'all truly believe these strippers saw a gun and felt traumatized? I want y'all to really think about that, because now it just sounds like they're potentially going to be filing some type of lawsuit, and we're going to have a Deshaun Watson situation, because people want to now attach themselves to this Ja Morant situation because of all the negative media coverage on Ja Morant. That's really the only thing that's going on. Negative media coverage on Ja Morant has led us here. And people who see this media coverage are simply using the negative media coverage as kind of a cover, so that they can kind of attach themselves to this Ja Morant situation, maybe walk away with some settlements, money, extra money in their pocket, some stories to tell where they can get paid. But that's all it seems like. I mean, what we see, everybody reporting any negative aspect of the Ja Morant situation that comes out gets heavily reported, from YouTubers to mainstream media. But when the Colorado, I want y'all to, and this is where y'all can tell that there's just a narrative with Ja Morant. When the information came out that the Colorado police were not going to charge Ja Morant because they said there was no evidence of a crime, when that information came out, ESPN and even YouTubers did exactly what I thought they would do. They very vaguely mentioned it in a community post, or like ESPN did, they just run it on the bottom ticker. But not one person, Stephen A. Smith from First Take, none of the people on Fox News, nobody actually talked about that aspect of it. Right? If you're going to cover Ja Morant, why don't you cover everything? Right? When the news leaked out that Ja Morant might potentially be checking into a rehab center to address some of his alcohol concerns, in doing that probably could have lent a bit of sympathy towards all the slander that didn't really get publicized or talked about as much. But in turn, people demonized it and turned it into memes and jokes. The few people that did talk about it turned it into memes and jokes as if that's not a serious thing. So we're talking about a player who the media and the public, they've all come to some weird conclusion about who he is as a person. They all say he acts like a thug, but everybody that says he acts like a thug, not one person has actually spoken to him in real life. And the only thing that you guys have seen from Ja Morant is what you see on a basketball court or persona that he uses to be great on a basketball court. So everybody thinks he's this big, bad, tough guy because he has to play with an edge on the basketball court. People are walking around saying all this crazy stuff about him. Every time something negative can be said about him. I literally just saw a video title, Powerade took Ja Morant off the are y'all surprised that Powerade removed Ja Morant from their labeling? Look at all the negative media coverage. Are y'all really surprised? Are y'all look, and Nike's doing exactly what I thought Nike would do. What did I think Nike would do? I said Nike's gonna sit back quietly and they're gonna watch how this unfolds. And Nike's decision on Ja Morant is gonna be based on public perception and media. It's not gonna be based on what's right or wrong. This is why Nike's sitting back just evaluating. But see, we have all of these YouTubers. We have all of these people that claim that the media be tearing down black athletes and the media is messing up their contracts. We heard what Kwame Brown and them saying. But it seems like all the people that say these things are actively participating and doing the same thing to Ja Morant without even sitting back, giving him a fair breakdown of what's going on. You might not. There might be some people in here that might not be cool with him going to strip clubs. I understand that, but it's not illegal. Might not be ethical in your mind. Not be the smartest thing to do as a famous NBA player. Who cares? It happens all the time. NBA players live in strip clubs. It happens. Does it surprise me that an image got like, they put a statue up for a James Harden in a strip club because he's there so much? Didn't we see Lou Williams leave the bubble to go to a strip club? That don't bother me. So now we see what the strip club is doing. PMG says, if you give me 200 M's, I'm going to do some crazy-ish. Yeah, I mean, PMG, there's people in this chat right now that if you gave them $200, they would go do some crazy-ish. People are just overreacting to this Ja Morant thing. People are overreacting. People are acting like they've been the saviors of the black community, like they've been pushing and promoting. Like I can swear not too long ago when I did a video on the YSL stuff, everybody was coming in here promoting this no snitch culture, this thug mentality, this street mentality. I can swear when I did that live stream on Young Thug, a lot of people was calling me crazy because I said Gunna was right for taking the plea. See, and that's where people try to have it both ways. In basketball is a form of entertainment, just like music and movies. What, not one person holding Gunna to the same standard as Ja Morant, even though they both entertainers. And everybody admittedly said that Gunna was not a street guy. Just like y'all admitted it, but y'all were holding him to street standards. I didn't hear that. Who cares if he posed? Who cares? If I could get a couple million out of people posing as a street guy, I would too. That's called acting. It's entertainment. It's acting. It's music. It's for your listening pleasure. It's not for you to walk around thinking it's real. Now, see what I'm saying? Now, we can't have it both ways. We can't walk around calling Gunna a rat and promoting that aspect of the street culture, but in the same time crying about Ja Morant, presenting himself as what we promote. I should be the one upset at Ja Morant for portraying himself that way. It's a lot of y'all in the chat that was really, really mad. Y'all was really standing behind this street culture. You can't snitch, all this stuff. I don't care about it. And the one thing I know for a fact is that 99% of the people in this chat would snitch if they backs was up against the wall and they was faced in 99 years too. I know y'all would. I know this snitching code and this street culture. I know it's all fake. And in Brock's Nation, I don't believe Ja Morant is a clown. I think Ja Morant is just a product of the community. He's a product of what we promote. He's a product of the culture. And I can't call him a clown because he's done nothing wrong. He's not been charged with any crimes. The only thing that's happened is that the media has chosen narrative. The media has selected a direction to go with Ja Morant, which is to attack him, to attack his credibility as a person. That's the narrative that the media decided to push. And it seems like this is what most smaller YouTubers and smaller media members have decided to go with as well. You said Josh self-snitched. How did he self-snitch and he's not charged with a crime? Since did y'all see the image circulating on Twitter where the woman in California, I think she's like one of the senators, U.S. senator for California, something like that, had a Twitter post. All of her kids had assault rifles in their hands. Is she portraying a thug mentality? Is she portraying herself as a street thug? I'm gonna find it because I don't remember anybody saying that she was portraying herself as a street thug. She had the same guns that the street thugs carry. They all looked like they was ready to shoot something. They were parading it around social media. If that's what it takes to be considered or to be portraying yourself as hood, then that's exactly what she was doing. The reason why y'all don't say she was portraying herself as street is because she was white. And the reason why you say Ja Morant is portraying himself as a street dude is because he's black. If this was Chandler Parsons in a club, y'all wouldn't care. Nor would you guys say he was portraying himself as a street dude. So is it truly about the gun? Or do you guys only care because he's black? You said no one bringing a gun to defend themselves is flaunting a gun. I see plenty of people who flaunt legal guns on social media. I see plenty of people flaunting legal guns on social media. Here in Arizona, people are proud of their guns and will flaunt it, talk about it, will show it. If they in the bar, they pulling them out, comparing them. You see, it's not a big, in certain places in America, it's not that big of a deal. See, you can't selectively choose when showing a gun is a good thing or a bad thing. Ja Morant shows his gun, happens to be in a strip club, and now he's trying to be a thug. Anybody else shows a gun, white person run around showing guns. Oh, they're just law-abiding citizens, legal gun holders, teaching their kids how to carry guns. He says Ja Morant was on IG flashing a gun. This after reports involving a gun. That's crazy. Yeah, the reports involving the gun were months and months and months ago. That's why. That's why I said, was it the smartest thing to do? Probably not. I mean, if there was a criminal court for being stupid, yeah, he did something stupid. Everybody does stupid stuff. Does making one dumb mistake call for all this? For nonstop criticism, people rehashing this same talking point over and over. Now you got people seeking out images of him while he was in the strip club. Now you got the strippers making up stories talking about they were mentally traumatized because they saw the gun, looking and sounding like they're going to be the next ones to file a lawsuit. Now you have some kid running around who might have got into a fight with Ja Morant. Now you have some kid who's now added to his story that Ja Morant went into the house and pulled a gun. See, it wasn't until, remember, the story came out that there was a potential incident between Ja Morant and this kid, the 17-year-old. Then it kind of went away. But then all of this noise started from the media about the Grizzlies portraying themselves as thugs. So now the media has set the tone. They've set the tone for the perception of what they think of with Ja Morant. So now this guy who said he was attacked by Ja Morant, beat up by Ja Morant, well, now let's see what I can attach to it. Now that the media has created a perception of Ja Morant, let's see what I can attach to it. So let's see if I can get this old story that already was a fire that got put out. Now he's basically saying, okay, what can I add to it to really go viral? Okay. Now he comes out and says, not only did I get beat up by Ja Morant, he went in the house and he went out and got a gun and threatened me with a gun. So he beat the man up and then went in the house and then came out on the porch with a gun. Oh, okay. Now the media, who's already set the precedence for what they want you to think about Ja Morant and the Memphis Grizzlies, because before that story came out, the media has set the precedence that the Grizzlies were thugs. They were trying to portray themselves as thugs. Now this kid said this is the perfect time for me to say that this thug pulled a gun on me while also beating me up. And then now that story gained new traction. And then now people ran with that story as if it just happened, forgetting that this story had already come out months ago and was a fire that got put out. It's not a pattern of behavior. The only pattern of behavior that's consistent is from the media and from public reaction. That's the only thing that's been consistent. You said pattern of behavior is important. Ja is pulling up too much. First of all, how do you know that's true? All these stories that are coming out now, how do we know any of it's true? What facts, what video evidence do we have that supports any of these things being said? But but Brandon, my question is, how is showing a gun on IG Live portraying yourself as a thug? Charleston White shows guns all the time on IG Live. Not one person in here is going to say he's portraying himself as a thug. He's a self-proclaimed snitch, and he's trying to get as many gang members locked up as possible. This is what he says. So how do we now determine who's trying to portray themselves as a thug simply because they're showing guns? Because we see that the non-street dudes are showing guns. We see that the rappers, who most of them are fake street dudes, are showing guns. And he's not the first NBA player to show a gun. hold on. I mean, if I'm going off, look, guy first. If I'm going off the chat's definition, Charleston White is a thug. Charleston White is a street dude to be feared, right? But hey, Jody LaFlame. As soon as that report came out that Sean Kemp was involved in a potential drive-by, people were killing him. Now, when the information came out and the true story came out that Sean Kemp was just defending his property, he was searching for stolen property. When he tracked it down, the people that he ran into started shooting at him, so he shot back. And then he was released with absolutely no charges. I want you to ask yourself, was that widely reported? Was the full story about what happened widely reported? And see, and then you can look at, okay, the media is quick to put that nasty information about you out. But then when you get vindicated, they give you a little ticker along the bottom of the screen. Or they just go silent and stop talking about it because it is a non-issue. We're going to drop the link, man. We got to talk about it. But I believe that this situation with Ja Morant is completely getting overblown. And it's our reaction. It's our reaction being part of the media, being part of these fan bases. It's our reaction that's going to lend to either this situation going away or it's going to lend to this situation completely tearing Ja Morant down, taking away all his sponsorships, removing his ability to bring in general wealth. I want to know, what direction are we going to go? That's what I want to know. I want to know, what direction are we going to choose? Because I'm really starting to see a lot of content creators' true colors, media alike. This is why I can't take it credible no more. All these people that be going after Stephen A. Smith, you no longer are credible to me. I can't. These people, all these people pushing this stuff about Ja Morant, you can no longer talk about Stephen A. Smith. You can no longer talk about Jason Whitlock. All the people pushing this negative, and there's only a handful of people that even have the right to even be talking about this Ja Morant in that light. And those are the Memphis Grizzlies fan bases and channels, the people that have been covering them this whole time. But all these, so many content creators just jumping on the negative side of it just because it's negative information, and it's your way of sounding right. A lot of misinformation here. Hold on, we got. Hey, Renegade, can you block the spammer in the chat, man, please? Oh, actually, no, that's on Facebook. My bad. I'll handle it. It's on Facebook. That's not even on YouTube. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to stop spamming over on Facebook, man. Appreciate y'all watching over on Facebook, but Jesus Christ. He said Shannon Sharpe was going in on Ja, but Shannon Sharpe already had a beef with the Memphis Grizzlies and Ja Morant. He just had an altercation with him. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Shannon Sharpe's part of the media. And he's part of the media that even before these incidents happened, they were labeling Ja Morant as a thug. Just so funny. It's funny to me how a team that plays tough physical basketball in this era gets labeled as thugs, but a team that plays tough physical basketball in other eras just get labeled as a great defensive team. I think you have to understand that teams have to take on certain personas to be great. If your persona needs to be that rough and tough mentality, and that's the mental makeup of your team to have success, that's just the mental makeup of your team. We got one cool P in the chat. She says a lot of talk behind the scene that don't get talked about. You think facts. I think there's a lot that's being discussed right here. We got obviously the coach who talked about the Ja Morant situation. Obviously, he was very reserved in some of the things he was saying. He didn't really let too much out publicly. He just basically said, okay, we're going through the process of potentially getting them back on the court. Prince Legend says Lamont Gilbert took a gun to the locker room, and it says nobody called him a thug, did they? No, they didn't. They called him stupid. Yes, that was stupid. Was he a thug? No. I don't know. I don't get why are we painting this picture of Ja Morant? What's the end goal? Like if you're consistently pushing the negative information on Ja Morant, what's the end goal? What are you ultimately trying to see? When you push this type of media, you have to have some type of goal. What are you trying to disseminate to your audience? What do you want your audience to take away from this? All right. What do you want the audience to do with the information that you're giving them? Like, do y'all think it was a coincidence? Because we see how the players are reacting to this. And I want y'all to ask yourselves this. Do y'all truly think it was a coincidence that Luka and Kyrie Irving just happened to not play versus the Memphis Grizzlies the other day? Was that just a coincidence? Or are stars going to be using Memphis Grizzlies games to load manage a bit more often because of how the Memphis Grizzlies are handling the situation with Ja Morant? I don't believe the players are standing behind this decision to send him home and suspend him, and he's done absolutely nothing wrong. Ja Morant is suspended because of media narratives. Ja Morant is suspended because of the media narratives, not because he did anything, not because he actually beat anybody up and was shown to be guilty of it. He's suspended because of media narratives. Two Yates Catfish and says, I'm so wrong on this. When I drop the link, tell me why I'm wrong on this. My opinion on this is not going to change. Unless Ja Morant gets charged with a crime, I'm standing with Ja Morant on this one. I don't believe the man did anything wrong. Carrying a gun is not wrong, especially in the climate that we live in, especially if you play basketball in Memphis. The end goal should him getting help with his drinking. First of all, none of y'all even knew he had an issue with drinking until that got leaked out. So let's not act like anybody here actually cared about him drinking, because nobody even cared to even look into that. That got leaked out, and now you just attach it to the list of things that you've already labeled him as. Now he's an alcoholic on top of being a thug, on top of being a fake street dude, on top of all the labels that you've already given him. Now he's an alcoholic. That's all it is. Don't act like nobody cared about him getting help. I don't know if Colorado's an open carry state or not, but at the end of the day, Prince Legend, the one thing I know is that the Colorado police said there's no evidence that a crime was committed. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. If the police say that, I'm fine with that. But then when the police say we didn't see any evidence of a crime committed, the media didn't report it that way. The media said there wasn't enough evidence to convict him of a crime. See, you word it a little differently, and you leave the impression in everybody's minds that he committed a crime, but he just got away with it. He committed a crime, but maybe he told his buddies to get out the state and not talk to the police. That's the presumption that they're giving everybody by saying that. The police gave a clear definition and statement. Media flipped that statement so that people still walked away from that situation thinking he committed a crime. The words are powerful, y'all. Words can get tricky the way you use them. And a lot of y'all just got finessed by the media. Y'all finessed by the media and just don't realize it. You said, bro, Ja Morant violated his contract. Adam Silver didn't say that. The Memphis Grizzlies didn't say he violated his contract. And I haven't read his contract. How you know he violated his contract? Let me drop this link, man. We're going to get this link in here. We're going to have y'all pull up. We got to talk about Ja Morant, man. The misinformation campaign on Ja Morant continues. And from the sounds of it, it sounds like a lot of you guys in the panel have been tricked into thinking that Ja Morant is a villain. So the media worked. This media campaign against Ja Morant has worked. Hey, before I drop that link, man, make sure y'all hit that Cash App to support the channel. We got a lot of stuff going on with the channel. A lot of things coming up. If y'all haven't been watching, if you've been watching Newsbreak, I've dropped some interviews over there. So make sure you go follow us on Newsbreak as well. Just go to newsbreak.com, search FYF Sports, man. We got some player interviews over there. I'm sure you guys would love to check those out. Link is going to be in the chat. Oh, y'all. Decorum, no cussing. Let's try to keep it clean today. Let's not over talk, right? A conversation like the conversation that we're going to have today is going to be, we need to make sure that we allow people to talk, get their points out. He said, it's all fun and games until is you people are lying on. I don't know. I don't get what you're saying, man. Y'all gotta get y'all typing skills together, man. All right. Hey, NCAA tournament's coming up. Before I let people in the panel, NCAA tournament is coming up. All right. NCAA tournament's coming up. Not only are you guys going to be doing your brackets, right? But you can also go to different sports books and place your. All right, you guys need to be going to big sports, right? Big time sports. They have the best betting algorithm for your parlays that I've ever seen, man. Right, big time sports. They have the best algorithm. Y'all see what I've done the last couple of days, right? I won on the John Jones bet because of big time sports. I won on my parlay in these conference tournaments with Marquette, Ohio State, Purdue, and Alabama, right? I won on this fight, the fight right before the John Jones fight. I didn't even know who the Grasso lady was, but she won. She was a humongous underdog, right? Big time sports has been giving me some of the best picks I've had. $18 and the 70, like, and look, I'm not giving you like these are just small marginal numbers, but it's just small money. $10 to 100, $50 to 121. Come on, big time sports is giving you the best. They're giving you the best picks, man. Y'all need to click that link, man. If you play these sports books, be smart. They use a Wall Street algorithm to beat the casinos, man. Positive EV betting. Make sure y'all click that link and download your picks today, man. We're going to go ahead and bring people in. We got Sheldon Smith. We got Flight Sports TV. We got Jaden. Let me get to Sheldon Smith, man. Thoughts on Ja Morant. What are your thoughts on the situation, man? Is this media slander campaign too much? Is it fair or unfair?
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, Ja Morant has found himself in a very unfortunate position. Let me tell you why. Now, he's a young guy, right? But for one, his family has somehow decided to me that based on Ja being who he is, they should instantly be given a certain amount of respect. So that anybody disrespect them or anybody tell them anything, they take it as a disrespect. And they call in Ja. And Ja is pulling up. He pull up for his mother in the mall. Then his sister call him because somebody called she a bitch at a game, and she was calling the person a bitch and the person was calling she a bitch. So she called Ja. You understand? So they taking that as a matter of disrespect. not seeing that, hey, here's what. People will look at you, hey, because your brother is Ja, that doesn't make you anything special. Right? That's one part of it. The other part of it is that he surrounds his teammates, people like Dylan Brooks and them, who not very good, but they want to have attitudes, will suck him into places where he don't want to go. So I understand the kind of pressure that the man under. And he had to go somewhere to release the pressure. He go into clubs, he go into wherever, and that taking him down the wrong road. So he in a kind of tailspin based on the people that surrounded him. And he needs to somehow step out of that. That is my opening remarks.
All right. He like I said, you putting the onus on Ja Morant. I think a lot of the stuff that you said, the problem with it is all reported by aggregate media. I don't know how true these reports are of with his mom and his sister. A lot of that seems like it's been finessed because some of those stories aren't really getting pushed by mainstream media. They're getting pushed by aggregate media because they can get away with it, but mainstream media is not running with some of these narratives. It's too risky for them to push those stories. They lack a lot of credibility. But let me get to Flight Sports TV, man. Salute to Flight, man. Make sure y'all check them out, man. On YouTube, Flight Sports TV, man. What you got on this one?
Yeah, appreciate it, FYF. Man, it's an unfortunate situation with the whole Ja thing, but it is what it is. I know you like to keep it basketball. It's an unfortunate situation, man, because now he has put the Memphis Grizzlies in a tough situation leading into the playoffs. One thing's for sure, two things for certain. Ja Morant could be done for the rest of the season. I'm not wishing that on him, but that's just what's in front of us. What's your thoughts on that situation, man? Let's keep it basketball real quick.
I mean, the problem is I don't think Ja Morant did anything to get suspended. I think he's only suspended because of the media reaction to the things that he does. The things that he has done with the gun in the club, Colorado police already came out and said there's nothing criminal there. We can't charge him. Does it look good in the media? No. So the media is taking that and they've pushed it as something so negative that we can't have that on the basketball court. Now you got the images of him in the strip club. That doesn't surprise me that you have a dancer dancing on his lap in a strip club. That's what happens in strip clubs. And then now you have these all other underlining stories that keep getting thrown out there by smaller media outlets that just kind of add to it. And so then you have the public calling this man a thug and he shouldn't be playing basketball. He should lose his sponsorships. He's only suspended because of the fan and media kickback and response. He's not suspended because he's violated any of the NBA's rules. He didn't commit a crime. He wasn't charged with a crime. He's only suspended because of the fans and the media.
So when will he be back? Do you think he'll be back before the playoffs?
Well, right now, the coach just said he's working. There's obviously they've given him a checklist of things that he needs to accomplish. Now, some of the things that have been reported that are true is that prior to these incidents happening, Steven Adams prior to this all happening, a couple of weeks ago, Steven Adams had a team meeting talking to the young guys, more specifically Ja Morant, about their behavior on road trips. He felt like they were not being professionals. And so there's some things that need to be addressed with regards to professionalism, but I don't think there was nothing that needed to that he did that lended to him being suspended. That to me is crazy right there.
Okay.
But this is why you're going to see a lot of stars load managing when they play at Memphis now. Watch. I want y'all to watch. It already started. The players that do not like what's going on. It's no coincidence that Luka and Kyrie sit versus Memphis. That's going to be a trend now. No stars are going to be playing in front of Memphis anymore. Unless you really in a playoff hunt. Nah. Y'all going to pay this money to come see us and we load manage. And that's what's going to happen. The players are going to get their kickback or they're going to get their get back somehow. But let me go ahead and get to Let me get to Jaden. Jaden was in here. Jaden, what you got on this?
I just think that like what you just said about like Steven Adams talking about they need to be professional. Like when you're a player at that level with that type of fandom behind you, you have to know that that like whatever you do, everyone's going to have eyes on you. So you have to kind of keep it professional or keep like when you do stuff like that off camera and looking at it from that aspect, he's messing up all his money. And I just think that he just it's so wrong what the media is saying in terms of portraying him as a thug because I don't think he is a thug. But when people only see so little of you, they're just gonna go with the first thing that comes to their head when they see that and not look at everything because they can't see everything. So him doing this with the gun is just it's stupid, but it's not him really. I don't think. I think you're right with the media talking about how the media is talking about him, but it's not like he didn't kind of does not say I'm not going to say deserve it, but like you have to expect that when something like this happens and he's a star NBA player like that.
I got you. Let me get to Tyler. Tyler, what's good, man? What you got on this?
He in the NBA, so it's a lot of kids that look up to him and stuff. So I don't think he should be promoting guns or going to strip clubs and stuff like that. But I get he's young and stuff like that, but it's too many eyes watching him for him to be moving like that.
I got you. I mean, like I said, I just don't see too many kids looking at him as a role model anyway.
Bro, my little cousin, he's 12-year-old, his name Will Conroy. His favorite player is Ja Morant, and he's ranked. But it's a lot of little kids that love Ja Morant, bro. It's a lot.
Yeah. Now the video. Okay. So and then this is the separate thing. The video on his IG was that generally getting seen by little kids if it wasn't getting pushed by the media and put in front of everybody's faces. If they would have just left it on his IG story or whatever
I feel like
story he
10,
published.
I feel like 10 or 15 years
Universal.
ago, the media didn't have the same power like they do now to push everything in our faces, because I'm sure players were doing similar things to what Ja Morant doing. It just we didn't see it.
I mean, because we know players carry guns, and when you're talking about strip clubs, if you just talk like these Indiana Pacers players talk about that incident with Jamal Tinsley, Steven Jackson, and those guys when they were at the strip club, like all of those guys carried guns to the club, and it wasn't even a thought in their mind. Next thing you know, the Pacers is in a shootout at the club because one of the players is getting attacked, right? But you know, it almost seems like that kind of was swept under the rug. I mean, it was obviously a big deal at the time, but nobody looked at the players having guns as just such a bad thing. I don't think having a gun is really a bad thing.
Nobody on that Indiana Pacers roster was at the level of Ja Morant is right now.
Yeah, but the Pacers were the best team in the NBA at the time.
Yeah, but Ja Morant himself, he's like a top 15 player in the NBA undeniably. Like,
so because you're a top 15 player, you're not allowed to have a gun?
I'm not gonna say that, but it's a certain way you move. And my uncle Jamal Crawford, you would never see him doing no stuff like that, bro. Like never, bro. You just don't see that, bro.
I know, but you can't expect NBA players to move the way another guy does. I'm not Ja Morant. What he was doing was reckless, a bit irresponsible. And it's not. If you have a lot of kids looking up to you, it's probably not the best example to follow. Is it illegal? No. I think that's the main thing. We expect these players to move and act the way we want them to. Do they? That's what I said in the beginning. Going to strip clubs might not be the way to go for most people. Some people,
bro. Chris Paul was at a strip club last year with his wife, bro. I don't think a strip club is that big of a problem, but the gun thing, I know, is they just send the strip club to stop to like.
I know, but the gun thing isn't that big of a deal either. And I think we make the gun thing a big deal. We're making it a big deal because the media is pushing it that way to us. But is it truly that big of a deal? I don't think there's nothing wrong with him having a gun.
It's nothing wrong with him having a gun.
Nor is there. Now, is him showing a gun on IG? Is it ethical? No. Is it wrong? No. You have the right to show your gun on IG if you want to, if it's legal and everything. And according to the Colorado police, there was no evidence of a crime. So I can only presume that he was on the up and up with his gun because they didn't proceed with any charges.
Do you think he deserved to get suspended for that?
No.
I don't think so neither.
No, I mean, I think for you to get suspended, I mean, obviously they have these clauses and how they can suspend players. Like if you're doing things to hurt the integrity of the league, or it could by perception hurt the brand, you can get suspended. So they have those weird terms that can get you suspended. But I think all of this is media perceived.
You think they're trying to push Ja out the league?
No, they're not going to push him out the league. You're not going to push him out the league. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I know the media over the last 6 months, there's been an agenda to label the Memphis Grizzlies as thugs. The media said it multiple times, right? You obviously had the incident with the little kid where the 17-year-old where they say they got in a fight. That all of a sudden went away. The media proceeds to label the Grizzlies as thugs, and then now we have this. So now anything that happens with the Memphis Grizzlies from this point forward, it's going to be multiplied by 10 times. Because the media has labeled them as thugs. All this stuff with Dillon Brooks wouldn't even be a big story with him and Draymond Green. It's only getting pumped up because the media has already labeled them as thugs. And now anytime one of those players, anytime they do anything, they're gonna be pushed in a negative light. Dillon Brooks, a hard-nosed player that defends, plays tough basketball. He's getting labeled as a thug because of his style of play. Like I said, in the past, if you played that way, you were a great defender. Today's game, if you play that way, you're a thug. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Khalil, what you got on
it? Salute to you, Lamont. Can y'all hear me pretty good?
Yeah, we hear you.
Salute to you, but just off topic right quick. I need my subscription, man. Like it's suspended for some reason, bro.
No, I turned them off. I turned them off for. I'll be turning it right back on Monday because I had to turn off monetization because I have to. I'm gonna be doing a little bit of rebranding on that channel with one of the sports books, so I'm gonna have it turned right back on tomorrow. So you should be
all right. Copy that. The Fifth Amendment clearly states you have a right to bear arms, so there's nothing wrong with Ja Morant carrying a gun. But having said that, if you have to carry a gun to go somewhere, you shouldn't be there. Mm-hmm. The thing is I think he need to change who he around, his friends. He need to get real security, instead of the homeboy security staff. Like that's number one. Number two, I think most people, prejudge black youngsters, you know what I'm saying, as thugs and all this stuff, just based off perception, like y'all said, the media perception of him. I think Ja Morant will be fine. Now his youth kind of wrongs him in a way, but then again, he's young, so he has a chance to clean all this stuff up and make it right. So, I mean, people so quick to judge everybody, you know what I'm saying? Just give situations time to really, develop and go from there. But I think he'll be fine. I think the Memphis Grizzlies will be fine. And this was a lesson learned for him. Like, everybody make mistakes. He clearly made a mistake. But like you said, he's not in jail or anything like that. So it wasn't that big of a mistake. He can right this wrong. So he'll learn from it, and it's all about the bounce back. What do you do from here? I think to me it was a blessing in disguise for him. He was smelling his own crap, and he needed this situation. So now he's humbled now. So let's see what he do from here, man. But I mean, I don't really see that big of a deal. I think the media is making it more big of a deal than it needs to be, just based off his reputation and the Memphis Grizzlies' reputation. So I think he'll be fine.
And just to give y'all more context on the story with the gun and the legalities of the gun in Colorado. So according to Colorado law, it is legal for you to brandish your gun on a live video. The only time it's illegal to have possession of that gun in Colorado is if you're under the influence. And so I think what the Colorado police then had to determine if they could determine that the gun was legal, I think the only thing that would make it illegal is if he was under the influence. And so the one thing that supported that he wasn't under the influence is that the club owner actually told the police he was a gentleman when he was here. He was courteous. He wasn't drinking or under the influence of anything. So I think the club owner saved the shit out of Ja Morant because we all know he probably had a drink or two. Like if you just being realistic with it.
Oh, yeah.
So So the club owner really saved them right there and it would have been a misdemeanor. So we're not looking at like anything felony, but it would have been a misdemeanor charge. But then that would have given justification. So I think the club owner did him a huge service right there by telling the police, yeah, he was a gentleman when he was here. He wasn't drinking. He wasn't anything. He enjoyed the company of the women, and then he left.
And I think
Man,
I think Nike taking the best approach. It's a wait and see process for them because I mean I'm not really a big social media guy, but just looking at like my little cousins and all them, it's a lot of people anticipating these shoes that he's supposed to come out with. So I guarantee you them shoes gonna go. They even skyrocketed even more. It's kind of like a rapper that gets shot or something before their album come out. The album do a lot better for the realness behind it. Like people gonna buy the hell out these shoes, man. So I think Nike did the right thing by not dropping them right away. Just kind of wait and see. So yeah.
What if this happened in the NFL, FYI?
Well, we know this happens in the NFL a lot. We hear about players in the NFL getting pulled over for having suspended license and having a gun in the car all the time. And we generally don't hear anything of it after that. I mean, it literally just happened last year in the NFL. I forgot who the player was. Got pulled over, suspended license, gun in the car. It happens. It happens with athletes all the time. These athletes, and I think these athletes are carrying guns because they're just seeing too many incidents where you have entertainers, athletes, and this nature getting robbed. And there's a ton of NBA players that have gotten robbed. It just don't get reported on the news because of our culture, because of how getting robbed looks in our culture. The players just don't report it. But these players get robbed all the time. If you look at Chicago, right, that was a big problem in Chicago because the United Center is right by the hood.
Yes,
right?
it is.
They had to create a tunnel for the players to be able to drive a half a mile away from the United Center, and then you can come out the tunnel somewhere else, so the players could leave in peace without having to worry about some of this stuff. So the shenanigans. So they have become a target, but they've only become a target by the community that we promote. The community that we promote. This when we start saying things like no snitching, and that's all part of that community that we trying to promote it to a certain degree. And players, as opposed to coming forward and talking about these things publicly, this is why I carry a gun. They don't want the perception that they weak.
Hold on, Lamont. Somebody got some feed. Somebody got some noise.
Yeah, I forgot. I can't tell who it is. Let me just mute him. But yeah, I think it's a perception that these players are trying to portray, or at least trying to look a certain way to our community.
You serious with that, Lamont?
What's that?
You mean you trying to say that this ain't a grown man making grown man decisions?
No, I said he made decisions. I'm not saying the decisions he made were the smartest. I tell you right now, the decisions he was making were stupid, but being stupid ain't always illegal. And for me,
what he did was illegal. He just didn't get caught.
The cop said it wasn't illegal.
Number one, you can't carry a gun from Tennessee to Denver on a plane. That's a federal crime. Number one. Number two, if you have a concealed permit with that gun, you better be a resident of Colorado. Otherwise, reciprocity doesn't allow you to bring that gun to Colorado. So I'm just telling you, they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. That is not saying he's not wrong. That there's two different things being said here. Because you have a weapon, you do not have the right just to carry a weapon across another state line. You better make sure that other state you're going to honors your concealed carry permit. And if you don't have a concealed carry permit, it is illegal to take a gun from one state to another.
But no one said if it was his gun or not.
Doesn't matter.
But the only way you can bring it from one state to another is if you prove it's his gun and he brought it from one state to another. That wasn't proven.
I understand. That's why he's getting off. He's getting off on a technicality.
No, the police said the only thing the police said what they were investigating They said, I'm reading it right here. They were investigating if the only thing they were investigating is if he was under the influence while he possessed the gun.
Well, I know
Because that was the crime. That would have been the crime. They said him showing the gun on IG Live wasn't illegal.
No. He can show whatever he wants on IG Live. What's illegal is for him to take that gun from Tennessee to Colorado without having a residence in Colorado. You could look that up. That's against the law.
That's against the law, but they can't even investigate that because first one, there was no reports of a crime that evening. Nobody called in. They only can investigate the information that they're given. Look, he has a gun in the club. They weren't investigating. An airline didn't call in and say, we think Ja Morant carried a gun from this state to another. Yeah, but just because you possess a gun doesn't open the door for the police to investigate if you brought that gun from one state to another. They don't have the evidence to even investigate that.
Hold on, I'll agree with you on this avenue. He's fortunate that he's not going to jail, right? Let's just say he's fortunate. It was a dumb decision, but I do think he should have been suspended. I do think he's the face of that franchise. They have the right to suspend him if they choose to. He worked for somebody. And on top of that, he's been getting called out by his teammates before this even happened for other stuff in private meetings. Steven Adams been calling him out for weeks. He's been turning that team upside down. So while the labels and the media, they're really bad at labeling people and pushing narratives, is he not pushing the stereotype though?
Well, what stereotype?
Of black men.
What's that?
Oh, this gangster, Is he not pushing that stereotype?
No, he's not pushing that.
No, he ain't pushing that, man.
Y'all crazy as hell.
He's not.
That's cap.
Okay. All right.
No horse.
If you understand gang culture, he's not pushing that.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Stop it.
Horse.
No, he's not.
He's not pushing
Gentlemen, hold on. Let me make a point here.
He's like kind of.
Let me make a point here. Gentlemen, let me make a point here. Now, horse, right? When the thing break and the police was called in to investigate, right? One of the things the police said is that there were no reports. No one made any reports of any type, and therefore, the only thing could have been illegal after that was whether or not Ja was drinking. He wasn't under the influence. Now, let me ask you a question. Suppose one of those people who was in the room come forth now and makes a complaint against Ja. Will the police pull him in for investigation for that? Because they now have a complaint. They say they didn't have any complaint, so everything was all right. But if they now have a complaint, what happens? What direction will it take?
A complaint.
I mean, but ain't it complaints from the strippers saying they was traumatized?
The complaints for the strippers sound like they just gonna be on a lawsuit.
Right now, yeah, it sounds like
pain
like
and suffering.
Grab.
Yeah, it's a money grab right now.
So here's my take, Lamont. We do ourselves a disservice when we don't call a spade a spade. When we start trying to look at a situation and try to break it down to say there was Ja Morant didn't do anything wrong. Ja Morant can have whatever gun he wants, where he wants, how he wants. He's a grown man. I ain't gonna tell him what he can and can't do. But where I stop with that is that, you know what? He got a lot of little kids following him, and the image that he is pushing right now and the image that he's portraying right now is not one of something that I would let my child follow.
But OG, ain't I could argue the music industry is pushing more of a narrative than Ja is.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the music industry. We talking
Two
about
separate
Ja.
entities.
But it's all intertwined though. Like it's all the same. It's all the
No.
same thing.
But okay, so let's go to the
You see
music.
Ja Morant courtside with Moneybag Yo and Yo Gotti.
Let me ask you a
what we
question.
saying right now?
Okay, is that a choice?
What you mean is that a choice? Yes, that's a choice.
Okay, let's deal with his choices. We can't deal with everybody's choices. The question here is what I heard when I came on was, should he been suspended? I think he should have been. Number one.
Why should he have been suspended?
I'm
Because
about
he
to
did
tell
something
you.
wrong, or is it because it's a bad look on the team in the league?
I'm about to tell you. You got your young superstar who you're trying to sell. To understand what the Grizzlies are trying to do. They're not only paying him for his talent, they are also paying him for his ability to sell merchandise. And he goes out here and gets on his whatever you want to call it. If that was my team, bro, he'd never play another day for me. Because he tells me that
he's too important to that team.
He's a bad, important or not, bro. If he costs me money going forward, then he's not important.
He made you more money than he ever will cost you.
No, bro. What I'm telling you is this is a business, and things change quick. Your talent doesn't always supersede. If you mess up my money, bro, I don't care how much talent you got.
I don't think this situation is going to stop season ticket holders for the Memphis Grizzlies from going to the games.
How do you
to see Ja Morant?
Come on.
You know?
Because the stadium, because the arenas are still packed and Ja's not there. So you think when Ja come back, the arena's gonna be empty? Like, come on,
they're gonna be behind them even more when he comes back.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about here?
Hey, y'all can say whatever you want, bro. You can call me a plantation owner. You can call me whatever.
We ain't saying none of that, OG.
No, I'm talking about the dude in Famous. What you're not gonna call me is unaccountable. See, you accountable for what you do. And what we do in our community, bro, is we always duck accountability. We duck it all the time. We find a reason or some excuse to why somebody shouldn't be in trouble. Somebody do something stupid.
He shouldn't be suspended.
But hold up though, but like Lamont said, if the people that's in charge of catching people that does wrong didn't charge them with nothing, then what are we talking about?
What I'm talking about is,
some being legally wrong and some being morally wrong is two different things.
The part that you're missing, OG, the part you're missing right here is that Ja is starting to become detrimental to that team. There are veterans on that team already calling him out before this gun video.
There's one veteran on the team, and that's
it doesn't matter how many it is,
you said veteran. You just said veterans with an S, like it's more than one. It's one person. One player on the team did that. One player on the team did that.
What you're doing right now is you're deflecting from the point.
I'm not deflecting anything.
Deal with what I said. Deal with what I said. He's supposed to be the leader of that team. And you guys,
why? Hold on. Why is he supposed to be the leader? Because he's the best. You know that's not how it works in sports. So don't give me that. Don't give me that argument.
All right, bro. So what we gonna say is that it's cool for a 23-year-old man, grown ass man, to do what he's doing. That's what we want. That's what we want our kids to do, right?
He can do what he wants to do, bro. He's a human being.
Hold
on, one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
What did he do as a 23-year-old grown man? He went to a gentleman's club.
I don't care about no going to no club, bro.
Hold on. What you mean you don't care about that? I'm telling you what he did and what we talking about. What are you talking about?
What he did was the dumbest thing that all these kids out here do today. See, they don't got the common sense to put them phones down.
Flashing guns on IG before Ja did what he did, man.
You gotta show all these kids today. Gotta show everything they do. They all about the clout.
They
all
kids
about
been
the
doing
image,
that before
bro.
Ja. Hold on. But kids been doing that before Ja, though. What are you talking about?
Hold on, D. Reed. Hold on 1 second, D. Reed. The one thing I want to say is, I think both of y'all are in the right in a sense. And what I'm saying is, I think everybody on here can agree that some of his actions have been stupid and maybe not the most ethical. Showing a gun on camera is not very ethical. Police already said it's not illegal. All right? It's not ethical. Doesn't look good if you have a following of kids looking up to you, just like B said. He is a role model to some kids, just like Tyler said. We understand that. Probably not the most. He's not doing the most ethical things, but this is why when you're raising kids, this is one of the pitfalls of allowing athletes to be your kids' role models and not your own parents themselves. So again, as a parent, I think there's accountability there. If you're involving the kids, if you're going to put the kids in it, I think the accountability still falls to the parents. I think in this situation, he's guilty of doing stupidity, but I think that this stupidity, his actions are getting pushed by the media, and it's getting magnified so much so by the media that it led the NBA and the Memphis Grizzlies to no choice but to suspend him. Remember, these connotations were coming out a while ago when they said he got into it with the 17-year-old. It wasn't magnified enough then that lended to a suspension because, one, there was no evidence that it happened, and two, the media didn't magnify it. Then they started calling the Memphis Grizzlies thugs when they started getting into it with the Golden State Warriors and because they had this rough and tough mentality with Dylan Brooks. Now that you've labeled them as thugs, now everything that they do after that is magnified. And so then when the kid comes back out and says, oh, he had a gun, that's now magnified, even though it has never been proven to be true. And then him going to the club, magnified because of the perception that he's a thug. So I think the media lent more to his suspension than he did.
Lamont, you're right. We can agree that he can do whatever he wants, right? We can agree on that. But just because you can do something doesn't mean it doesn't come with consequences, especially when you work for somebody else, when you represent someone else. He is not only being paid to play basketball. Can we agree on that?
No, he's being paid to play basketball.
No, see, that's where
it's just other incentives that come along with it.
No, that's where people misunderstand what you sign up for when you sign up for
he's not
NBA.
I mean, I don't think he's being paid $200+ million to be a role model for Memphis kids. So what is he being paid for?
You'd be wrong. You don't pay you don't pay somebody that much money without being able to recoup said money back 10 times, 20 times what they paid him.
But Ja's not recuperating money because he's going to Memphis neighborhoods and talking to kids. He's recuperating money because he's dunking on everybody.
No,
what are we talking about?
He recuperates the money from sales, merchandising, advertising.
And why do people want to buy his jerseys, OG?
Hold on. Whatever happened to the parents being role models? What about these parents being the damn role models? How you gonna make a 23-year-old dude be a role model?
Easy. You accept that when you sign that contract.
Bro, it's the narrative that people spin, bro. At the end of the day, he didn't do nothing wrong. He ain't did nothing wrong. He ain't did nothing wrong.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get to T Streets real quick before we continue on, because I know he's been waiting right there. I want to hear, because he's in Memphis, so he kind of hears what the people out there are saying, and he might know a little bit more about this than we do, just being out there. T Streets, man, what do you got on this, and then we can kind of carry on with it, and then we'll get to Herm as well.
What's good, Lamont, and salute to everybody on the panel. I mean, a lot of y'all definitely make some great points. I know, just as a Grizzlies fan, just as a fan base as a whole, I think we were more disappointed than mad at Ja, just for the simple fact that, you had all these allegations and these stories that's being leaked about you, and after a loss against the number one team in the West, you go out and pull a gun out on IG Live, allegedly, because at the time, I mean, they still haven't confirmed if it was a gun or not. I mean, I've seen some people say it's a lighter or whatever, but I guess we'll get more information later on. But as far as for like the city, I mean, the city embraces Ja. I mean, like the Memphis culture, like the rap scene and the music or business or whatever. I mean, they embrace Ja. I mean, they look at Ja as our own. And I just feel like he just, at this point, he's young, he's making careless mistakes, and he's just infatuated with the hip hop culture. I'm not gonna say he's not really like that or he's not gangster or whatever, because I don't know what he did as growing up. okay, he was in a 2-parent household, but who's to say that he wasn't running the streets with his friends or whatever? But I feel like with the Grizzlies organization, they don't have nobody on that in that organization that can relate to Ja. Um, Coach Taylor Jenkins, he's fairly new. Um, you don't really see him getting on the players as hard as he should, especially with a young team like that. Looks like they kind of like run over him during the games. Uh, the owners new, GMs new, and there's nobody who can really talk to Ja on that level in the lingo. Like I know they tried with Danny Green. They tried to bring Danny Green on in the locker room to have that veteran presence. But even in the interview, I remember Danny Green, he was saying how it's different for him because when he goes in the locker room, they playing guys like Young Boy, and he don't even know who that is. So if you can't relate to the music or just stuff that your superstar on your team does, so how do you expect for him to get to him? How do you expect for him to reach that guy? And I even though that situation didn't work out, but I think Ja, he definitely needs to change his circle, change his surroundings. Um, to me personally, honestly, I don't think he could be that stupid to bring a gun on the team plane. He had his best friend with him. It might have been his best friend gun. Um, but I just feel like the Grizzlies, they shouldn't, because the way they paint it, they're saying that he took a step away from the team. They're not saying that he's suspended. They need to put out that he's suspended, because with you saying that he took a step away from the team, you're handling the job with kid gloves. Right now, it's time for him to take accountability, and it's time for you guys to punish him. Because if you guys remember with that Indiana Pacers incident, allegedly laser beam or whatever, they actually suspended Ja for the next game, but it never got out in the media. Um, the way they did it was it came out as a mysterious wrist injury. And so Ja, he was kind of like pounding on the bench the whole time because he wanted to play. He wasn't interacting in the huddles or nothing. So this is a perfect situation. I feel like the Grizzlies just need to step up, hold a star player accountable, and hopefully Ja learns from this. I think he's gonna come out with a new outlook, probably come back with a ball fade and a whole new look on by themselves. And hopefully this is a wake up call to him that nothing's given to you. I mean, everything can be taken away in a blink of an eye. And I don't think he should get a 50-game suspension. Everybody says he should get. I think a good amount would be a good 10-game suspension, just to kind of teach him and learn him a lesson.
I think with the wording of the suspension, I think this is something that everybody mutually agreed upon, because once they use that word suspension, now you get the CBA involved, and it's the CBA's job to protect the players. And if the CBA finds that this suspension does not coincide with the CBA, then you have a different problem on your hands. So I think it had to be mutually agreed that it was worded this way, because if the CBA gets involved, he's going to be playing immediately. That they're not going to allow him to get suspended over this. I promise you. It's going to be really hard. So it had to be worded like this. In my opinion. Otherwise, they got a bigger problem on their hand.
And another thing, Lamont, I don't want to put anything on Ja, but I mean, this is just from my observation of him. Just follow him on IG, YouTube page, and all that. To me, I don't know. It seems like he might have a drinking problem, because there's videos of him just drinking Casamigos like it's apple juice, and dude, he party hard as a young guy. And to me, I think he was kind of, drunk in that video, even though the club owner said he wasn't. I think you gotta be drunk pulling some stuff like that, or you just a troll. But I think he might have a drinking problem. Maybe he might have went into a rehab or something.
That's what was reported. I mean, again, that was leaked out, and I mean, there's no 100% proof to it, but it was leaked out by somebody that's considered credible. Let me get to Herm. Herm, what you got on this?
But T Streets, he right. I said it, we gonna back him. Either way it go, it didn't even matter if he is guilty. He could do some more dumb stuff. We still would back him. But the thing is, I know the city of Memphis protected him, tried to protect him the best way they could. I know the Memphis Grizzlies tried to protect him the best way they could. And the thing is, like I told T Street straight up though, there's more stuff that go come out. It's not the end yet, unfortunately. He got to take everything that's coming to him. He got to take it on the chin. He probably gonna get that because at the end of the day, Powerade is not gonna pull away just for this. Because everybody's saying it, oh, it's just over the strip. No, there's more to it than that. This man went up to the high school when his sister had some verbal altercation with a female student and the mother. Ja Morant came up there with the crew, came up there with their parents, his daughter, everything at Houston High School. They basically intimidated a woman and a child.
It was a man. It was a boy. It was a boy.
Nah, it was a female because it was at a volleyball game, T Street. That stuff
I know. I know. I read no reports. It was a dude.
Nah, but it was a female because the mother they were asking if the mama wanted to press charge, but they didn't. I guess they settled what they settled behind the scene. But just the crew he ran around for, some cats that he hang around that's from Memphis. I think he need to separate himself from all of them. That's not good for him because those guys they're not gonna tell him, they're not gonna look out for his best interests out at all. I think Bees was right on the money. He got to be accountable for all his actions. He got to take everything that come with it. He was irresponsible. He let down his teammates, especially his teammates been calling him out. You let down your fans. You let down the city of Memphis. You let down your family. All that stuff is just immature. He just immature. And straight up, y'all think this is just the beginning, y'all, because there's a lot of other stuff that will come out soon, and y'all will see. Man, dude was just off the chain, and sometimes when you off the chain, sometimes you need something to make you fall on your ass, so you can bounce back, so you can learn from it, so you can humble yourself, eat that humble pie up, and bounce back from it. We seen Michael Vick, he came back from that dog stuff. He revamped his whole career, ended up getting another $100 million contract. So it's not the end of the world. So even they take everything away from him, he could bounce back from him. He just got to eat that humble pie and humble himself. That's my thoughts on Ja Morant. He got to humble himself, man. But Bees, to me, I think Bees was right on point, though.
So Hearn, you would kick him off the team?
For us, that part with Bees, I probably wouldn't be so quick to kick him off the team because I understand how it hurt our city, T Streets. So I wouldn't per se kick him off the team, but he might have to. They might hit him with a long year suspension in the summertime. We don't know what's gonna happen to T Streets. Because more is gonna come out. This is just a beginning. You think Powerade is gonna pull away just to pull away?
They're not gonna suspend him. They're not gonna suspend him for a year. The CBA will not allow that to happen. The CBA will not allow Ja Morant.
So why the CBA didn't protect Spreewell when he choked out the coach?
I don't. I look right now. I don't care about no Spreewell, but I'm telling you right
now. I'm just saying he choked out a coach.
Ja Morant will not get suspended for the year. If he did, the CBA will put up such a fight like we've ever. It will not.
And guess what? He go get exposed when they do.
Bro, the CBA's job is to protect his players.
Right they ain't or wrong, gonna protect them. If they jump out, they jump out the windows for him. He go get exposed.
Bro, it don't matter what I'm saying.
Hell, it don't matter.
If the NBA
don't come with this cycle. Don't come with this BS. Dude did a lot of these streets.
Hold on, her. Let's stop talking like the NBA's a stupid entity. They're not stupid enough to like this notion that he's going to suspend the rest of the year. That's retard talk. The NBA is not that stupid. And if they did something that stupid, they would have the fight of their life on their hands. The CBA would take that to they would take it to federal court. That's how far we go. Hold on, Herm. One at a time. I'll let you go as soon as I'm done. But like again, don't be ADD. Let me finish.
Man, I'm saying, stop that bullshit.
I know, bro. Herm. I know just how you get down on other platforms. Just let me finish and then you can go. Keep the audio clean.
Stop throwing subliminals, man.
I know, that's not subliminals. I'm telling you directly, you acting like a retard by over talking. That's not subliminal. That's me
Yeah,
telling you, shut the hell
said,
up. There's no but. There's no but. Like, yeah, like there's no back and forth. We having conversation. You don't have to interject. I don't need a side man talking for me. I'm gonna let you go as soon as I finish. It ain't like you complain about me putting you in the backstages. Sometimes you act retarded. Like you grown as hell, but you act like a little 14-year-old sometimes, man. Now, that's not, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's how you be acting, bro. Because you can't control your mouth. All right. Now, what we saying is I don't believe the NBA is stupid enough to suspend Ja Morant for 50 games. They not that stupid. The CBA will not allow it. They've already been smart enough to not even announce this as a suspension. I think they've all come together and they all felt this is the best course of action to go. And this is the best course of action. It's the best way to go. Primarily because I think Ja Morant understands there's a media perception being pushed. He needs to step away. I think the team understands it. And then the NBA, and I think Adam Silver understands it to a certain degree, but they all had to come together and say, how do we address this without other factors getting involved into the equation? And you have to say it the way that they said it. He's stepping away from the team. It's not even a true suspension. And I think that's the smartest way to go. Now Ja Morant can get with his team. He can get with his people. He can address whatever issues. When y'all say he's not being accountable, he's being accountable right now. If he wasn't being accountable for his actions, he wouldn't have accepted this. He would have said, no, y'all going to have to suspend me. I'm going to keep playing. And if y'all suspend me, the CBA is going to get it. The Players Association is going to get involved. And then you're going to have a bigger fight in your hands. I think he did take accountability.
Let me ask this question.
That's
Hold
real.
on. Let me let Herm go. Let me hear him.
Just now.
Hold on.
Before we go.
Hold on. It's on her. It's on her.
Man, bro, if the CBA do that, they gonna hurt that boy even more. And Ja, a lot of stuff that y'all don't know what's going on with Ja, go get exposed and dude go be done. They better not interject. CBA better stand down.
Give me another example of something that's gonna get exposed.
Man, I ain't gonna do all that, but I'm just letting you know straight up, Lamont. I know who we run with in Memphis, and I'm telling you this now.
If
they
you
know, a lot of stuff.
If you know, then you're saying the NBA don't know?
Right.
Yeah, they know.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. They know. More
that means if you know, that means it's already public. It's not. It can't get exposed.
Right. No, what I'm saying, Lamont, more fit come out on dude, man.
Okay, but if you know, then it's already out.
No, it's even more, Lamont. It's more than what y'all just seen. That's why.
This is what Lamont saying. Like, as for everybody that's saying that the NBA is like the FBI, they got private investigators, wouldn't you think that the NBA already knows the stuff that you know, or the stuff that's not been out? Like, wouldn't you think the Nike would have dropped them? I know they said Powerade dropped them or paused them or whatever they're gonna do, but wouldn't you think they would already kick them out the league if that was the case, if it was that harsh?
They looking into even more. Sometimes you got to dig even more. That's what they doing.
Herm, let me ask you a question.
They digging for more info.
Herm, let me ask you a question.
They digging for everything. Come on.
Let me ask you a question. If they would have suspended him, and then the Colorado police came out and said what they said, that they didn't find no wrongdoing, wouldn't he be able to sue him for suspending them?
No, they won't.
Nah.
So what would he get suspended for? He didn't do nothing wrong.
Okay, because none of these teams are dumb enough today to not give these dudes contracts with clauses, morality clauses. He has broken probably who knows how many of them. So you have to understand is if you're looking at it from a legal perspective, you have an argument. But from that contract he signed, ain't nobody handing out these contracts today without outs over different other type of actions. By all means, they could, just from the video, based on how most contracts are written today, and Lamont know this, they could cut them just for the video. They could take their money back.
That'd be stupid if they did that.
What video are you referring to? What video? I want to make sure I'm on the same page.
I'm saying just putting up the, bro, like I said, I've heard a lot of stuff that this dude's been doing, bro. And like I said, Steven Adams has been calling him out in the locker room. Bro, this is what Herm is saying is correct. There's a lot more stuff around Ja Morant than what everybody knows. And if Lamar got a point, if Herm know, if I've heard some stuff, it's public, but it's not on the national scene yet. All that stuff, the Grizzlies been covering up this dude's transgressions for a while now, bro.
I just find it funny that Ja's been in the league for 4 years, and within the last 6 months now, all these stories just popping up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And a lot of these stories putting sauce on it. Like,
yeah, but
come on.
That's how they play, T Street. That's how they play. That's how these sports teams play. I'm gonna tell you right now. To be honest with you, I believe the majority of these stories are coming out of the Grizzlies organization now. Because they're not able, bro. They have brought people in to try to corral him, ex-players. They have exhausted all their options to try to get this dude under control, and they can't corral him. So you know what they're going to start. They've been exposing him is what they're doing now.
So
I agree with everything you said, Bees, like everything, like for real. But all I'm saying to you is, according to you, what did he do that was so wrong where he should be suspended or kicked off the team?
Look,
like according to you,
this is what I'm telling you. I'm gonna give you an analogy. You just saw a white coach for the University of Texas get accused of domestic violence. Wife came out, had video and audio evidence that his wife was lying and she was the aggressor, but Texas still fired him. He was making $5 million a year. So what I'm saying to you is that there's a legal standing, and then there's this new council culture, mob mentality that these corporations have adopted. So whether I feel it's right or you feel it's right is irrelevant. I don't own the team and I didn't put it in his contract. But you'll have a hard time trying to justify some of the things that are rumored that he's done and some of the things that he's put out himself willingly doesn't violate his contract, bro.
I could dig it.
I don't think that head coach, like, I don't think that school is invested in the head coach as much as Ja's been invested in Memphis. I mean, with the team.
I know, but that wasn't the point though. That wasn't the point he was making. I think you missed the whole point.
I saw up here where I live. I seen them. When Sean Kemp came to the end of his days, the Sonics are the ones that put all this information out on him. The drinking, all this. These teams are the ones that start pushing this information. So as more and more information comes out, the team has had it. Who you think put this in? Who you think got this all started on Deshaun Watson?
But can we can't say hand in hand that the team's been one hiding it all and then now the team's all of a sudden putting it all out. What's the point of that?
No, the team has covered it up to an extent, but that's what I'm saying, Lamar. It gets to a point to where they say we can't control this dude.
But why would a company damage their own products and try to sell them to you?
What do you mean?
What I mean is, if they're gonna put all this stuff out on him and make it a bad look on the team, why are you still trying to sell us damaged product? Because you already damaged it. Why are you trying to sell it to us?
To save face.
There you go.
To cut them, just gonna cut them then. If you're gonna save face, what you waiting on?
Well, with this agreed upon suspension, I'm sure there's some hurdles John's gonna have to go through to get back on the court. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
It ain't that he's just away from the team. He's gonna have to do something to get back on the court.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Well, the coach has already said that. The coach said there's some steps they presented him with a plan to come back. He said he just wasn't going to make that plan public. but he said there's certain things he's going to have to meet, certain standards he's going to have to meet before he's able to come back and play. So they've already put that in place. The coach just is not willing to address it and publicize it like the Nets did with Kyrie.
Right.
And we see how that turned out for him.
But understand this. With the video, Ja now gave the team leverage the team didn't have before. So, it's not that I'm saying Ja can't come back from whatever, because it is whatever. But he just needs to understand, bro. If you want to do all that mess, bro, go do it. Just go do it. But if you want to play in the NBA, he is one of the players in the NBA that actually has the ability to be one of the superstars in this league. And if he doesn't change what he's doing, he's killing his brand. And if he kills his brand, he kills the NBA brand. And that's when he becomes expendable, regardless of his talent.
I don't know if he killed the NBA brand. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, to a certain extent he will. Because not
he
to the way he
won't.
will the team, but to a certain
He
extent.
won't. I disagree with that. Nah.
Let me ask you this, Mingo. You tell me right now, you tell me the top 5 American-born NBA players right now.
But what did that have to do with killing the NBA brand?
You just answer the question. I'll let you know.
I mean, I can name you 5 players.
Okay, LeBron, Steph Curry, Jason Tatum,
Kevin Durant, Devin Booker,
Kevin Durant, and there you go.
Okay.
Shot, like it's multiple players.
Nah, Shea is from Canada. Shea is from Canada.
See,
He's
that's
from
the
Canada.
thing. Take out the old guard now. Take out LeBron. Take out Steph. Take out KD. These dudes at the twilight. And who you left with?
Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Shea. Like
Jaylen Brown is not there, bro.
Cut it out. That Jaylen Brown shit. Cut that out.
Shea Gilgeous is from Canada, guy. Why you keep saying his name? He was from Canada.
Look, my point being is there's 3 dudes right now, American, that even have an opportunity to be superstars, and one of them can't push away from the table. Zion Williams, Jason Tatum, and Ja Morant. Everybody else is European or from another country.
Wait a minute. Did he just say can't push away from the table? Okay.
He can't stop eating, man. He can't stop eating. He's a fat boy,
okay.
Man.
I see what's going on now.
No, I'm saying, look at it. Devin Booker ain't in Ja's class, bro. Ja Morant.
You
crazy.
You crazy.
All right,
you crazy. Hold on, we talking about face of the league or skill on the court?
I'm talking
Which
about.
one are you talking about?
I'm talking about everything, bro. Devin Booker is not on Ja Morant's level, bro. Stop it.
That's
he don't have it. He is not Ja Morant.
That's a fact.
I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, then you obviously not looking. Devin Booker does not have any of the swag Ja Morant got.
Any other baggage that
it's not even close.
So what are you talking
it's
about?
Not even close.
But he don't come with none of the baggage y'all saying Ja got. So
but you cannot sell Devin Booker to the masses, bro.
He cannot be the face of the league.
So that's all I'm saying.
We be the face of the league before Ja. So what do we talk? Like Ja was everybody.
From American basketball perspective, yeah, and De'Aaron Fox has got the game, but he can't get any shine. We ignored De'Aaron Fox.
Right, because of where he played.
Well, it's just he ain't gonna get that shine. Ja Morant plays in Memphis, but he gets the shine. Why? Because he pops off the TV, bro. He's energetic. He has it. Devin Booker don't.
I mean, I don't think that makes him better than Devin Booker. As
Hey,
a player,
D-Reed, your mic is messed up, man. You're getting some weird feedback out of your mic.
Well, I'm just trying to explain to you how these NBA stars actually get pushed and it's more than just a basketball game. I'm going to tell you that.
No, it is. I mean, so we get back to the suspension. So according to what I'm seeing here, it says the sole discretion of any suspension is going to be on Adam Silver. And he says really the only rule that could be used to suspend him with, it says is a stipulation that says if he violated either the gun requirement or if it was conduct prejudicial or detrimental to the association. So I think there's grounds to suspend him because of that. That's like a very general clause that allows him to suspend players for anything. But I think Adam Silver's doing as much as possible to avoid a real suspension that's handed down by the NBA. If a suspension gets handed down, I think he wants the team to hand it down and not him. Because if he gets involved, that's really going to bring the CBA and the Players Association into play, and that's going to create a problem. So I think he would be best to allow this to be handled internally with the Grizzlies and Ja Morant, and then just kind of go from there. But I think even after this is all said and done, where do we go from here? Does Ja Morant does he need to change who he is? Like, what does he need to change for people to take this label of him being a thug off of him?
He got to eat humble pie, man. He got to change his surroundings. You got to change the way you move, how you carry himself. He can't be sitting up there when guys be critical of him on Instagram or Twitter. You say, oh, man, see how them hollows feel. He can't be talking like that. You just got to be a professional at all times. You got to be mindful that it's a magnifying glass on you at all times. And you just got to be out the way. Focus on your craft. All the other stuff going to come to you later.
And he also got to remember who and who not to go at. Like going at Shannon Sharpe, that was stupid. That was stupid.
I know, but I think the problem with that is he was labeled a thug before all of that. He was labeled a thug before all this stuff happened. He was labeled this because of his mannerisms on the court. There was nothing off the court where you can really put this label on him, other than the incident where it was alleged with the kid. But they were saying this basically for on the court stuff. So people are taking what they perceive of him on the court, then they're mixing in the off the court stuff. So what I'm saying is, are we asking him to completely change who he is as a player?
No, that what you're saying right there, Lamar, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100% on that, because some of the stuff he does on the court, we seen Steph do it, and nobody ever say nothing like that. So that part, I agree with you. The real issue I got with him is he can do whatever he wants to do in his life, but he needs to be a private person. He needs to realize where he's at, who he is, and act accordingly.
Right. I just really believe that when that stuff happened with Shannon Sharpe, 2 or 3 days later, all this stuff came out.
It was already out before that.
But it got mainstream.
Brought to the light, right?
It got brought to the light.
Well, when you put a video up on IG and TMZ grabs it, then you pretty much done. When you allow some of these social media sites, what's the one called?
Instagram.
The Shade Room. When these people start grabbing this stuff, bro, you done.
That's all I'm saying. You got to know who to fuck with and who not, man.
But doesn't that all come back to what I've been saying the whole time? This is all about how much the media pushes it. If the media didn't talk about any of this, he'd still be playing games. Just like when we first heard about the incident of him getting in a fight with the 17-year-old. It wasn't highly pushed or publicized by the media, so he kept playing because nobody cared. Now that he's being portrayed in a certain light with the rest of the Memphis Grizzlies, and now all of this stuff is coming out because of the media perception, because of how much media gravity he's given to it. Now he's had to take time away from the team.
Well, I don't believe it's the media.
It all comes back to the media.
It is the media. The media is the reason Kyrie got suspended.
I see Kyrie. That's the media. That's a media push narrative.
That wasn't the media.
This is a John Morant induced deal. This is
that's on Ja, man.
This is a social media generated thing that he created. See, the mainstream media didn't push this. Social media pushed this.
I ask you a
But
question again,
Kyrie Irving
OG.
wasn't. But Kyrie Irving wasn't the media though. Kyrie Irving was still side,
But I'm
not the
gonna
media.
ask you, OG. I'm gonna ask you this question. It's the difference between something being legally wrong and morally wrong, right? He did nothing legally wrong.
Yeah, but that's not the debate.
Okay, all right, I got you. So if the debate not something he did legally wrong, what should he get suspended for?
Because
it's how it looks, right? It's the image, it's the optics, right? It's the media pushing it, right?
No,
the media.
No, it's social media, which isn't the old time media that pushed the the Kyrie Irving. The media outlets that push the Kyrie Irving stuff isn't who pushed the Ja Morant stuff. It's not the same.
No, but see, this is my Ja Morant situation though. But this is my thing about the whole Ja Morant situation. First of all, he's doing too much. That's number one. Then secondly, why is he okay, first of all, why is he carrying that gun around everywhere that he go? That's number one. Dude, you're not Frank Lucas or nobody. What you need a gun carrying around for? Like dude said, get you some security, hire security, and then go from there. You don't need to be walking around with no gun on you like that.
Hold on, but Mingo. But
that kills everything that you stand for. You got a brand of like Bees was saying earlier. You got a brand that you got to protect, and with you walking around with a gun, that's not a good look for you.
How? That's called self-protection.
That's protecting my brand.
Lamont, self-protection is you said what is he involved in that he needs self-protection from?
Hold on.
He's
don't need to be involved in anything to carry a gun.
Okay, and even if I give you that, Lamont, okay, he carrying the gun. Okay, even if I give you that, why he got to flash it in front of everybody? Why you got to flash it on IG and all that?
I know, but Mingo Jester, maybe we don't like the fact that he's being flashy with the gun. That's moral and ethical things in your worldview. To you, morally and ethically, you might not like what he was doing with the gun, but legally, I think there's a perception of guns that we need to change. Just because you carry a gun don't mean you got bad intentions or you trying to portray a certain image. And then also, I can either buy a gun or I can pay security $100,000 a year. Even though you rich, $100,000 a year is still a lot of money. And rich people don't stay rich by making dumb financial decisions. And so maybe carrying a gun is just cheaper.
Hey, carrying the gun ain't the issue. No, you don't see people who carry guns, flash guns. It's the flashing of the gun that's the problem. It's not the fact
that's
that
not illegal.
It's stupid, and it got him where he's at. Whether it's illegal or not, he's setting his ass at home right now.
No, now that's the part right there. This is why he's at home. He made a dumb decision. He's paying the penalty for being dumb, and I understand that.
And
but,
so
okay, Lamont.
And it's called a CCW, carrying a concealed weapon. It's not concealed.
I agree with you on carrying the gun. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him to have a firearm. The problem is when you put it up on video and you start flashing it and throwing gang signs. That's where you get into trouble.
Right. But see, Lamont also.
Why did we say they was gang signs? Hold on. What gang sign?
It's immature behavior. You know what? You can try to drill down on me and say this, say that.
No, Bees. I'm not talking to you. Bees,
put
Bees.
The video up, bro. He did
Bees,
this.
The question wasn't for you.
Oh,
the question was for anybody on the panel. The question is, because I've been hearing, because we see players do all types of stuff with their hands and stuff. What gang was he? What gang sign was it? What gang was he repping?
Okay.
I know this is for anybody on the panel. That
whose mic is messed up?
We got Marcus. Marcus, your audio's bad, Marcus. You got to mute your background and you got feed coming out your mic.
nobody can answer that question because don't
Yeah,
nobody know enough
Marcus.
about
You got some feed coming
You
out your mic,
static.
man.
Yeah, you got it static.
Yeah, like stat. Yeah, something going on with your mic, man. It sound crazy. So,
But this is my thing, Lil Lamont. This is my thing, though. I understand what you're saying. I get everything you're saying, but this is my thing. He out here flashing guns at strip clubs and flashing them towards teenagers and all that. This is my thing. What if that gun would have went off? Now we having a totally different conversation. We talk about something totally different now. Right now, as we talking about something totally different.
Well, the good thing about
why is you flashing a gun for if you know you ain't about to use it? That's my point.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, just like the Colorado police said, him showing the gun on IG is not illegal. It might not be the smartest idea to me and you, which I think we all agree it wasn't the smartest idea to be playing with a gun. But at the end of the day, it's not illegal. The Colorado police have said that. They said the only matter of legality we need to address is, was he under the influence when he had the gun? And they said, according to their investigation, he wasn't. The club owner came out and said he was not drinking that night. So whether we think the club owner was covering for him or not, he also had the club owner come out and say, nope, when he was here, he was a gentleman. He wasn't under the influence. He wasn't smoking, wasn't doing anything. He was just here having a good time, tipped all the women beautifully. He said the club owner even doubled down and said, I got NFL players and other athletes that come in here and literally will take quarters, coins, and throw them at the strippers, trying to hurt them. He says Ja Morant was tipping them, gentleman, did everything right and left. No complaints. And it wasn't until after the fact that the women, and this is what trips me out, and I think this is where Ja Morant can get into dicey territory, because it wasn't until after the fact and when the media blew it up. Now it says the girls at the strip clubs said they were terrified when they saw Ja Morant's gun. It says Ja Morant's gun made headlines. Right, first they had to make headlines, and then it said reports then emerged in relationship to the controversy where witnesses who saw Morant on March 4th at Shotgun Willie's in Colorado said he flashed the gun, throwing the strippers into shock and fear. But when we look at that picture, it don't look like it don't look like the stripper was in shock or fear. Looked like she was there to collect a big tip and go home. This is why there were no reports of anything going wrong that night. And so, I don't know, man.
Hey, Lamont,
Hold on, let Bees go.
This a
Go ahead,
question
B.
for you for Mr. Hitman X. Since he 10 minutes behind, he may have caught up now.
Yeah.
Do you believe, in from a basketball sense, that John Devin Booker is the same?
No.
Okay, Iris.
Ja Morant's a much bigger basketball face.
Okay.
He's turned himself. Ja Morant's turned himself into a much more marketable player, bigger face, more impactful for brands. This is why Nike went to him first. When that opening up, when they dropped Kyrie and they needed to get another athlete, I don't know if Devin Booker's just the most marketable. It's going to be hard to make him the face of any league, right now.
So Lamont, skill-wise, are you saying they're not close neither, or are you just talking about face of the
No, it's not about skill, but it's not about – sometimes being the face of the league is not always about skill. It's about how marketable you are.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. I was just – with OG said earlier, he's better in every aspect. And
I haven't watched Devin Booker. I haven't watched Devin Booker a lot lately. Did he get a left hand all of a sudden? Because last time I was watching him, he ain't have no left hand.
Devin Booker is a good player, but he ain't what people try to make him out to be. He's a good player now. Don't get me wrong, but he's not what people say he is. In
my opinion, Devin Booker is a good player, but I don't have him above the kid in Cleveland. That's just my opinion.
The kid in Cleveland, who was that?
What's his name? Came from Utah.
Donovan Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell.
Hold on. Let me get Mahari in. Mahari been waiting. And then after Mahari, we're going to go to Marcus. Hopefully Marcus got his mic fixed. But,
yes, sir.
Mahari,
my mic sound better now?
Yeah, you good.
You good now, Marcus.
Yeah, you good now.
Hold on. Let me speak. I will say like this. I just think that, public perception is what people base their opinions about different players on. And I think that right now, the perception of Ja Morant is that they trying to label him as a street person, and he's not. And I think that some of the mannerisms he does feeds into that perception. Now, We know that Morant did nothing illegally wrong. It's not like he set the gun off on somebody and something like that. He never did nothing morally wrong, and they couldn't prove it. But I believe that, the first thing I have an issue with him is that, first of all, you got to change up some of your mannerisms to not feed into the perception of what people are trying to label you as. And secondly, too, I think that he needs to do a better job of changing the people around him and trying to prevent, a lot of this stuff from happening. Because, when I remember when Jason Kidd was drafted into the league, he immediately changed his inner circle because, he knows that the perception is what people based off from the media and things of that sort. So I think that he needs to do a better job of changing that. I think that the Grizzlies and the Players Association are handling this correctly to try to make sure that, whatever issues that Ja Morant is facing at the moment, that he can try to address that appropriately, so that way nothing else comes out of it. Now, are there other stories out there about Ja Morant? Of course. But you could say that with every other athlete in all the sports. There's so many different stories about different athletes. I mean, it could go on for years or decades or generations. It goes on forever. But the thing that I have an issue with people's perception here is that the thing that I have a problem with the media here is that they take a perception and try to base it off of, oh, that's who he is as a player, instead of actually doing the due diligence of understanding the player and trying to base off about who he is as a person, instead of basing off of what he does on the basketball court. And sadly, unfortunately, people read the media into it a lot more than the actual player themselves, which is one of the reasons why I've kind of stripped away from sports media, because I've learned that sports media, they base off perceptions and they try to base it off of that and try to make it as headline news. We all saw that with Kyrie. Now, this is a different scenario, of course, because a lot of it, Ja Morant kind of self-inflicted on himself. But there are kind of similarities, but they're not basically the same. So that's just my 2 cents about it.
Let me say one thing. I think you're right. I think what happens is when we start to like these players on the court, we expect them to be the way we want them to be off the court, and sometimes it don't jive or pan out that way.
Exactly.
Players all gonna have different personas. Not every player is gonna be off the court be Steph Curry, and then not every player off the court is gonna be LeBron James in some of the endeavors that he does, and then not every player is gonna be Ja Morant off the court. Right? They're all gonna be different off the court, but we all find reasons to love them on the court, and we expect them to be the way we want them to be off the court. And I think that's the wrong perception that's coming from these athletes. We can't expect them all to do things the way we want, because we all got different ethical standards. We all have different morals. Some of us might love the strip club. Some of us might not. Some of us might hold guns and love gun rights and gun laws. Others might be more cautious of them. And I think that's when we start getting more into the off the court stuff. We hold them to a standard that just ain't fair, because now they have to be the way you want them to be.
Exactly. And let me say this real quick thing here too. We have to stop putting these people I'm not going to say these people. We have to stop putting athletes into a higher pedestal, like they're above everybody else. Because at the end of the day, they're all human, just like me and you and everybody else in the chat. Everybody can makes mistakes. But the difference between a lot of these people is that when we make a mistake, most times nothing bad or nothing significant comes out of it unless you commit rape or murder. That's the difference. But when it comes to an athlete, it's like we see them all the time in sports. We see them all the time on our television screens, and we assume that they're basically higher than ground type of people that can get away with anything. And that's not always true. I mean, there are some instances where there are athletes that got away with a lot of the worst of things possible, aka Ben Roethlisberger. But that's basically my point. We have to start looking into these athletes as people instead of just higher value, individuals. That's my point.
Hey, Mike, this question is for you and Bees. Mm-hmm. Was Iverson more self-inflicted, or was it more media frenzy? Was it like Ja Morant and Kyrie? Which one do you feel Iverson was?
Both. It's
basically both, because remember, social media didn't exist during Iverson's time. Most of that reputation first came around with the media because obviously what happened in Virginia. Because remember, he was involved in that bowling brawl, which he had nothing to do with, and served prison time for. That pretty much was ridiculous.
Yeah,
You know
I think Iverson was a bit. Iverson just didn't care what the media thought. But and then
exactly.
again at that time, it wasn't as much media like that could publicize his like misdeeds or questionable deeds as far as ethics and morality. I think the only person that really went at him probably to that degree, I mean, maybe Stephen A. It seems like they're pretty cool now, but there were some media members that went after him in that degree, but it didn't seem like it was on a national scale.
Right.
And don't forget, Tom Brokaw interviewed Allen Iverson when he was still serving his prison sentence for the bowling alley incident that he had nothing to do with. So people had a perception about who Allen Iverson was. They all saw him as a street person, and when actuality he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah, because I just thought it was kind of like that's just what stick in my mind when I look at them two. I think of Allen because he was dragged through the mud so much, bro, and a lot of that stuff was his fault, and a lot of it wasn't.
Yeah, but why do you think he was dragged through the mud? Why do you think they drag these players through the mud like this?
That's a good question, B.
I can answer that easily. One, because they're athletes, and two, because they're black.
Well, I think it's a little more than that. I think,
Right.
I'm not saying you're not right. I'm saying that the other culture, they make sure to highlight that this is not what they want. This is not acceptable to their kids. So they put scarlet letters on these black athletes because at the same time they're selling these athletes to their people. Right?
But Ma said it best when he first started this panel. It was a Congress lady with her husband, and all her kids, some of them under 10, holding AR-15s for a damn Christmas picture.
Yep.
No backlash.
But see, that's acceptable in their culture. And you got to understand, you have two different cultures here, right? You have our culture, and you have their culture. And when they sell our people to their people, they expect our people to uphold their cultural standard. So if Ja Morant had taken a picture with a bunch of AR-15s at his house, there'd have been no drama. And so we need to realize that this different standard exists because it does.
No, you ain't lying there. I mean, I think he's just in a bad situation. When you're NBA, you get held to different standards. That's it. That is fair. When you're in NBA, once you sign on the dotted line, your age, your inexperience, none of that matters once you sign on the dotted line. There's a different level of responsibility you got. That's why you make the big bucks too. And this is why you have to be ready to take any media backlash that comes your way, whether it's from your poor play, not living up to expectations, or you not living up to expectation off the court. I think that's the business of the NBA right there. I think Bees is right in that aspect. Hold on,
Yeah,
let me drop the link.
because what they asking, Lamont, they asked him for a family who makes $60,000 a year or $80,000 a year to buy his shirts, to come to the games. That's what they're asking. So they highlight this in their community because they don't jive with that behavior. We accept it.
So Lamont, can I ask you a question? When do you think Ja is gonna be back on the court? Discussing everything we done talked about for the last 2 hours. When you think Ja gonna see the court again?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's gonna be based on when this dies down in the media. I think that's really when. Right now, it's just getting worse. Now that the stuff with Powerade coming out, or people are magnifying it, and then the stuff with the club pictures getting leaked, and now that's magnified now.
Yeah,
So
like anytime
you
you
know,
bring women in this situation, I feel like that magnetizes like that.
and then what makes it worse is now that the pictures from the club came out. But what makes it worse now is now that the women at the club are saying that they were terrified. So now you have a whole different base of people in on this now. And who's to say that they're not going to say that these women are victims? And
So
then
do
now you're dealing with another level that you got to get through.
so do we know how many women exactly, or was
No,
it
it just says the shotgun girls in the back room were reportedly absolutely terrified of the gun, and it
yeah.
says that's what they said. They said they were in shock and fear. Basically, the way it was described, they were using the exact words that you would see in a lawsuit: shock and fear and mental trauma. And
Yeah, see, that
absolutely
sounds like a
terrified. It
Deshaun Watson
signifies to
situation.
me that they're that's all it sounds like. It sounds like I want to file
And
a
strength
lawsuit,
enough.
and
It sounds like their lawyer wrote that up.
bro, shock and fear. Come on, man. I can't even remember. I don't. Do y'all like? I want y'all to really think back. Like in a
Last
normal
time you used
conversation,
those
when have y'all
words.
ever said shock and fear?
I ain't never.
On Halloween.
But no, that's crazy because that, like, when you bring in the women, that just sounds like another he say, she say, strength in numbers. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like that. Now the women that even though there's nothing being alleged as far as sexual, you know what I'm saying, like harassment or nothing like that. Like once you get a certain amount of people, public perception, like Lamont said, that's gonna be the thing that get them suspended more than anything.
Yeah, because I remember when Nelly was like the hottest shit out here, and he did that tip drill and took
Oh
that
my
credit
God,
card and slid it through old girl. He was
man.
done. After that, he was done. It was over.
Hey
Yeah,
man, I
he
tell
brought that
you
on
what, if
himself
you
though.
see
Nelly
I
some of
know
did.
these
that's what I'm saying.
girls
That's
take
what I'm
off their
saying. Like once the women is all that stuff get involved, bro, it's a whole
It's a whole
different.
different.
It's,
Yeah.
like I
hey,
remember when I was in Marine Corps boot camp, the only people that my drill instructors was afraid of was Mothers of America. They didn't care about us writing the president. They didn't care about us writing our congressman. They didn't give a shit about none of them. But when you talked
hey
about the
bro.
mothers of America, they got scared on some real shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hold on,
I
we got a
bet you if you
question
see
from
some
the
of these
chat.
girls,
We got a
if
question
you
from the
see some of
chat.
these girls take off their
Hold on one
wigs and
second,
their
Wes.
hair weave, you'll
Hold on
be
one second, Wes. Let me get to this question real quick, and I'm gonna come right to you, Wes. And then I gotta go to Kobe Jordan. Jesse says, "Do we see
Man, you
Ja?"
straight skip me, Lamont.
Hold on, I'm gonna get to y'all 1 second. Let me get to the question real quick. Jesse says, "Do we see a Ja trade in the future? He needs to get out of Memphis." To me, no, I don't see a trade. But let me go ahead and we got some new people on the panel. Let me get to Marcus. Then I get to West, and I got to get to Kobe Jordan. But Marcus, what you got on this? You got to unmute yourself, Marcus.
Oh, my bad, my bad. No, but I was just saying, like, you was asking if John was a part of a gang or anything like that, and I was just letting you know that I'm from down here in South Carolina or whatever. John grew up something not too far from where I'm from, and man, they big crippin' and big blood out there in the country, man. That's where he's from, man. He's a big crip, rolling 20s crip to be exact. If you guys know anything about 1800 Vino or ever heard of Black Zach, I know y'all heard of the Baby, but all those dudes, they big crips down here in South Carolina, North Carolina area, man. So he ain't no fluke that he is acting like this, man. He ain't no made up gangster.
All right. Well, like I said, he's not the first player to be associated or to throw up questionable signs in the game or even off the court. I've seen some players do it on the court. Derrick Rose wasn't shy about it.
Facts, but I'm just saying a lot of people think that it's faking, huh? And he ain't faking at all, just to let people know, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, it is. I mean, but he has to be smarter, though.
Facts.
He got to be smart, especially now. It's like all entertainers, all rappers, everybody should be wary of what they do with regards to gang signs on camera after the Young Thug situation. Like just that alone should stop you from doing it. How we see so many people get tied into a RICO case that absolutely have
that
nothing to do
Rico
with
ain't no joke.
Yeah, so
No
you
joke
got to
at
be
all.
careful with it. So it's a tricky situation, but I don't know. Let me get to Wes. Wes, what you got on this?
First I want to comment on your feared and shocked. If you see these girls take off their hair weaves and take out that fake ass, it'll be a lot of fear and shock going around. That's the first thing. The second thing is I hear what he is saying. He come from the same neighborhood, but it looked like he was throwing up a blood sign to me. And flashing guns and throwing up blood signs, that's never going to work out well for you when you got $200 or $300 million contracts in your future, and they're considering you being one of the faces of the league. He's
Yeah,
just
he been
taking
down in
a
that
lot
blood
of.
set. I've seen those videos. He been down in that blood set.
Yeah, he was throwing it down,
He
bro.
was down. Yeah, so that don't make no sense either, because you don't want everybody in the country to know when the way he is, he's going to be out and about. You don't want all that beef from everybody in the country. You don't want to put that target on your back and be that trophy.
And not just you, all your team, anybody you around, you bringing all that pressure right around
Exactly.
them.
Exactly. But when he first came into the league, he was Mr. Humble. He was Mr. Good Guy. He played the role to get the money. Now you got part of the money. Ja could be a potential billionaire. He got part of the money, and he's already acting like this, man. That's
How do
not
you
a
know
good
he
sign
wasn't
for
acting
him,
like
bro.
this when he first came in the league?
Because I seen interviews.
Maybe the media just wasn't talking about it.
Right.
No, I mean I just seen interviews. I seen him in his interviews when he first came to the league, and he's extremely humble.
Interview is
I don't know
different
what he
than
was
what
like
you
behind
actually
the
doing,
scenes.
though.
I don't know what he was like behind the scenes, but it makes no sense to go on social media that everybody can see. You got millions of followers, and start acting stupid and start acting silly. That don't make no sense, bro. The NBA is not going to deal with it.
Oh, they will deal with it.
No, I mean
they deal with a
in the
lot.
long run, they're not going to deal with you going online making a fool of yourself. They're not going to deal with that, bro.
Yeah, they won't deal with it if you're a
they'll
bench player.
move on.
Bro,
Yeah,
you know how
they'll move
many
on.
times
If you're a
LeBron James
superstar, they
threw
will
down
deal
the
with it.
fork? You know how many times he
Who
threw the
name?
fork
Hold
down?
on. Let me ask Lamont this. Name me a player in the
Iverson,
NBA who.
Derrick Rose.
No, you ain't even let me
LeBron
finish my
James.
question. You didn't even let me finish my question.
Mm-hmm.
Name me a player in the NBA who goes online flashing gun signs, who's in the NBA, who they're going to continue to deal with doing that.
We haven't seen it a ton.
Exactly.
But
name me
one
one.
thing I know for certain. No, hold on. So it don't happen a ton. We're talking about an incident that rarely ever happens, and if it does happen, it's with a player that nobody cares about. Like for me to act like this has never happened with an NBA player, I'm sure there has been an NBA player that's flashed a gun on social media. We just didn't care, or that player just wasn't big enough for anybody to pay attention to their IG live. So, but I think with Ja Morant, it's just bad timing. He did it at a time where the media has been labeling the team as not just him, but the team as thugs. And that kid came back out with a reinvented version of his story that after he got beat up, Ja Morant came out and then threatened him with a gun. And so the celebration, the gun celebration, as far as the pat down, that was bad timing. So he's mocking the kid and then showing the gun in the club. Stupid decision, bad timing. And so he's paying the repercussions for that. That's why he's not playing basketball right now. He's at home.
Do you think he'll do it again and be in the NBA?
I don't think he'll do it again.
All right. That's what I'm saying. We're in agreement with that. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying they're not going to continue to deal with that. That's what I'm talking about.
What, as far as showing the guns?
Him being in the club, showing a gun, throwing up gang signs. I don't think the NBA is going to continue to deal with that from him.
I mean, the odds of all of that happening again are extremely low. Like
that's what I'm saying. I don't see them continuing to deal with that. That's what my statement is.
I mean, but the thing is, if a year from now, if he gets back on IG and shows the gun, and he's like in his home, I don't think the NBA does anything.
Yeah, but he's in his home, but he's not at a club. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because he did that in Denver. So hold on. Let me say this. This is what questions come. Because as far as my understanding, when the NBA players go to the private planes, they drive up in their own vehicles or have vehicles drive them up. And then they don't have to go through the same process as someone who's going on a commercial flight. So that brings to question, did he bring this gun from home? Did he travel on the air with this gun? No, it is true.
That's not true, bro. When you fly, when
It
the
is
team,
true.
bro, if you flown with a team, even though they don't fly commercial, you still have to get your baggage. Your bags go through security to get
bro,
checked and everything.
I'm giving you the words that it came from an NBA player. These are not my words. These are words from an NBA player. So you can dispute it, but that's what NBA players have said.
Well, the thing is that Colorado police could not and were not investigating if he brought the gun from one state to another. They could not investigate that, and they were not investigating that. The only thing that they said they were investigating is if he had a license to carry, one, and if he did have a license to carry, was he under the influence when he had the gun, which would have been a misdemeanor. They interviewed the club owner. The club owner said that Ja Morant was not drinking one drink. Therefore, they came to the conclusion that he was not under the influence. And even though he showed it on IG Live, it was perfectly legal. They can only investigate what they can investigate. They were not there to investigate if he brought it from one place to another. That's just, there was no evidence of that. There were no allegations of that. They were not there to even investigate that.
I'm not talking about what the police are investigating. I'm saying
now Silva can investigate that and suspend him.
Right. Exactly.
But that's contractual. That's CBA. That's basketball stuff. But as far as legalities of it, the police can't touch that.
But then you have people in the media going on their shows like Undisputed. You have Skip and Shannon questioning whether or not he brought that gun from Memphis and how did the gun get there. That's not good for the NBA.
I promise you, Adam Silver's going to have that same question for Ja Morant if they behind closed doors like that. Like I know if I'm this, but at the end of the day, that's something that's going to determine his potential suspension if he gets suspended with the NBA. And so Ja Morant's going to have to clean that up. He's going to have a viable answer for that with regards to the NBA side of it. The legal side of it can't really touch that. But let me get to real quick. I got to get to HBCU, Mom. Kobe Jordan wasn't here, but he dropped out. But HBCU, Mom, what you got on this whole situation with Ja Morant?
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How you doing?
I'm all right. I've just been sitting back looking at this stuff. First of all, to answer, I don't know if anybody asked. I thought I heard somebody ask how the people are doing in Memphis. The people here in Memphis, white and black, still support Ja Morant. We know he's young, not making excuses for him, but he's young and he's wet behind the ears. That's number one. Number two, I've been working in the school system for like ever. And one of the things I've always thought to be kind of lacking for some of these students that actually can go all the way, why they do not have money management / even though social media is just not coming in, social media training. A lot of these kids then sit here jumping into $1 million deals, NIL deals. They don't know how to carry themselves. They don't know what to carry themselves. They still out here in the same mentality they had when they're in high school. I mean, I don't understand, not saying they're not doing it, but I don't understand why they are not training these kids and giving them, giving these individuals proper education on how to carry yourself when you become a professional athlete. You cannot do the same things you were doing when you was in high school and in college. A lot of these people don't know it. You got grown people out here that don't know how to carry themselves in public. You're under public scrutiny. That's two. Number three, I'm sitting here listening to everybody pass judgment on what the boy did. Was it stupid? Yes. Who doesn't make stupid decisions? A lot of the athletes, that's one thing I agree with Steven Jackson was, a lot of these athletes have done stupid stuff. They just never got caught. But they did stupid stuff. The thing that behooves me about Shannon Sharpe, non-black woman loving self, and Skip Bayless, y'all sit up there like y'all hands are clean. Shannon Sharpe, did you forget about the stories that you used to tell when you was at Savannah State? It's stuff like that that has me scratching my head like, oh, you sitting behind a desk and you think you done made it and you better than Ja Morant. You made stupid decisions when you was his age. It's a difference in chastising a person and then versus looking down on that damn baby. He made a stupid fucking decision, and he's paying for it. About to lose endorsements and with Powerade and Nike and everything. Hey, my grandma say, pick and choose your battles wisely. You choose the wrong battle, hey, you're gonna pay for it dearly. Bought sense is better than borrowed. But to sit here and pass judgment on that child like he don't throw up, he throwing up games. Do you know how many times these kids? I work with kids, and I ask some of these kids, baby, do you even know what you're throwing up? Now I just see my friends doing. Put your damn hand down. You don't even know what the hell you're doing. Not saying that's Ja Morant, because I don't know if he's in the game. If he is, if he ain't, I'm not his mom. I'm not his daddy. You got people blaming his mom and daddy. I do put a lot of blame on his mom and daddy because y'all know the environment that he's finna step up in. It's not like y'all just, he went to the club. You knew this child was out here doing all this reckless ass shit. You as parents, you know what the hell he doing. I'm pretty sure you living in this house. You just gonna let him rip and run. He grown, but y'all still living up under the same rule, under the same roof. So it's rules and regulations he still got to abide by, even though he's grown. It's like a lot of stuff just don't make sense to me. But like I said, I'm a football person, but I'm just sitting here looking and I'm like, really? Everybody just passing judgment on the man. The man got caught. He ain't the only motherfucker that did some stupid shit like this. He just got caught. Am I wrong? They didn't come down this hard on Kobe Bryant when he was cheating on his damn wife. I'm like, y'all done put that man in the jail
Came down
cell.
harder on Kobe.
I don't think they did. I really
Can I,
I
don't.
think they did.
can I ask
Why?
you a
Why you say
question?
that? I
Because I
don't
was
think.
around and I
Hey,
watched
Lamont,
it
I'm gonna
and I seen what they did to Kobe.
go next,
Hold on,
bro.
let me go to Kobe Jordan real quick. I mean, what's your thoughts on that tape?
Hey man, so I'm gonna be honest. I listened to her. I agree with a lot of what she said. You know, I'm a young dude. I'm in my mid-20s too. So, listen, bro. Ja Morant, he's 23 years old. He's got a lot of money. He got his parents in his life. He understands right and wrong. Again, he's a young dude. His brain isn't even fully developed, bro. Our brains as a young person don't develop until we're in our mid-20s. So he still got a lot of growing to do. As far as his decisions, listen, bro, some people learn through making mistakes. Some people learn through watching other people's mistakes, and some people never learn. So at the end of the day, I think he'll bounce back from it. I think he's a smart dude. I just think he's around, the wrong group of cats. And so, and I think that with him being this young and him being a star in the league, he still can recover from it. It's different if he was, middle of his career or end of his career. It'd be a little easier to kind of get him out of the league per se. So, but yeah, bro, just to be honest, like he's a young dude. He gonna make mistakes. I think with social media now, we're just seeing it on a limelight. Yeah, players did make mistakes before social media era, but you know what I'm saying? They probably just didn't get as much backlash because there wasn't as many cameras around. But at the end of the day, bro, we saw Nike didn't drop him. They're smart not to drop him. They know that he's still a star in this league. He's a future face of the league, and he really is a face of it now. So I think one of the faces. I think that I think that he'll be straight. But for all the people saying that, yeah, man, he's gonna make bad decisions, that's true. But again, when you got that type of money, that type of influence, and you sign them contracts, you're held to an obligation to, hold up a certain image, and that's not just a basketball player. If you're a CEO of a company, if you are a regional manager, wherever you are in the real world of business world, you still have a lot of expectations, and you have to carry yourself a certain way. A lot of these companies, they look at your social media before they even hire you. So again, it's not just NBA players. It's the world that we live in, bro. When you get paid them big bucks, you are held responsible for much is given, much is required. Again, I had to learn through watching other people's mistakes. Again, people talking about how do you know he didn't do this before he got into the league. Listen, I understand. I have gang members in my family, but that don't mean I'm with them or I choose to be in that lifestyle. So people will judge you based on what you look like, but they don't know where you come from. So again, you don't got to prove nothing to nobody, bro. And that's one thing I hate about our community, bro, is that when you don't, be what they want you to be, they'll judge you and criticize you.
I mean, if you win, they'll call you a sellout, and if you lose, and they'll call you a dusty bum. So it's like it's really no win-win. You just got to be you. So I'm gonna just say this to finish it, bro. Ja Morant, he's 23. He's gonna bounce back from it. I got faith and hope in him, but his dad really got to jump in and kind of, you know what I'm saying, be the mediator and get them dudes out of his life. So I'm gonna just leave it at that.
May I ask him a question before he leaves?
Go ahead.
You stated that you're young. I don't know if you said he was around his age.
I'm 26. I'm 26.
Okay, you're right up in there. Do you think, and this is just something that ran through my head, do you think a lot of this was kind of peer pressure from the individuals that he hang with?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of that. Of course, when you got that type of money and you got that influence, I mean, Memphis, for just the state of Memphis, is big in a rap game right now. So they on top with the music. So it's a lot of just the influence around him. You know what I'm saying? The state. But I also just think that he also is looking at them and he feel that he's a part of what this culture is, this Memphis culture. He's one of the stars. They look up to him. So it's like, but you got to be careful with that because again, he's young. So yes, he's easily influenced. But he still but he has a dad in his life to help him, you know what I'm saying, to waver through all of that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these dudes just want to get next to him for clout or you know what I'm saying? Again, influence. You just got to be smart enough to know, and that's where leadership comes in. You can't be a follower, Ja Morant, just because you got the money and all of that. You still have to be a leader in your own way.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, and then I'm going to get off the panel.
Again,
you know how society is. They just want you, in a sense, to grovel. I'm not going to say grovel, but if he was to get up here right now or say next week, I apologize. I know my actions was reckless, yada, 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 whoopty, with a tear falling down his eyes. Do you think everybody's going to forgive him? Because, you know,
Nope.
seem like apologies seem to just wipe away
because
everything.
That's not how society works. I'm gonna say that's why I said in the beginning. You have to be your own man. It don't matter what you do. You could come up here when Kyrie apologized and did all of that. Them people still didn't care what he was talking about. So it's like again, you got to be your own man. People gonna hate you, they gonna love you. But as long as you comfortable in your own skin and who you is, I don't give a fuck what nobody say about me. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not begging for people's, you know what I'm saying, acceptance of me, because everybody ain't gonna accept you.
No, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I just look at how certain things will happen with certain individuals, whether they're athletes or they actors. Seem like when they come up, my thing with Kyrie, I just think he waited too long to apologize. But I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to steer the subject. I just think he waited too long. He held his head, put his foot down, and wouldn't move it, and kind of was forced to apologize. That's what I'm saying with Ja. If he run out here real quick and apologize, because you know, people do some stupid stuff and they quick to say, I'm sorry, I take responsibility. And people be like, okay, and they move on. That's why I was saying, if he came out with one of these deep down, I'm sorry's, do you think it ain't going to wipe away, but people will stop harping on it and they might favor him a little bit to let him back in? Because maybe y'all can help me with this. When you all, okay, they were not playing. So they were done playing. Him being I'm still trying to figure out what's the problem with him being at a strip club and the woman dancing on him. Isn't that what men do? Y'all go to strip clubs?
So why would you put it on IG Live? It ain't no problem with him doing it, but he's putting it out there, throwing up gang signs and flashing guns.
No, I ain't talking about the gang signs. Now that's wrong. That's wrong. Now he gonna have to eat that one because you know better than that one. But I'm talking about the strip club thing. What's wrong with
look
that?
At it as a whole. We can't just separate certain parts at it. We got to look at all of it.
But it's the way it looked, though. It's the fact that he went to a strip club after a loss. That's mainly you know what I'm saying? Just being at the strip club after a loss. That's what.
So if they had a won and they had went to the strip club, it would have been all right.
Hey, D. Reed, you got to fix your mic, man. You got to come back when you fix your mic. And your sound is horrible, man. You got to fix that mic. Tell D. Reed when he come back, you got to fix that mic. I don't know how. But go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry.
I was just trying, like I said, maybe it's just me being a woman, and I can't see it from a man's point of view. That's why I'm asking y'all gentlemen about it. I mean, what is wrong with him going to a strip club? He wasn't like, he didn't miss a game or anything.
So the problem, nothing wrong with going to a strip club. It's just going and putting it on live, flashing gang signs and throwing up guns. That's the only problem.
Yeah, he did this. He put this out for consumption.
Exactly.
See, there's been
Exactly.
athletes, there's people, me, you, everybody's done things that been dumb. All I'm saying is today's generation, they put their dumb decisions out for everybody to consume. And then they act like they shouldn't be criticized for it.
Why we always gotta make excuses in the black community, bro? Like, why we
Hey,
always gotta make excuses?
hold on, but IG Live. So going to a strip club and turning on IG Live is wrong.
I
Yes.
will agree with that other man, what he just said about the kids, because I have a teenager daughter that's in college and they are so hypersensitive. It's like they do some of the stupidest stuff, and the minute you question them, but why can't I mean, so I agree with you on that one when you're saying about the kids, but that's what I'm saying.
Everything about it is wrong. It's a gentleman's club. He has heavy influence. Like, he's showing stuff to kids, stuff that they don't need to be seeing. Everything that he did was totally wrong from the get-go. Doesn't matter about the gun, doesn't matter about what he did. He just doubled down on it and made it worse. Like, his influence is too much. Like, y'all making too many excuses, bro. This man got heavy influence and kids follow him. They're gonna repeat and do the same exact thing or try to do something similar.
Hey, the biggest problem with the black community is we're a crime culture. We promote crime, we endorse crime, gangs, and that's what we promote. And then we also will have grown-ups and adults in the black community making excuses for stuff like this. It's embarrassing. I hate it.
Hey.
But I got to argue against that because I mean, yeah, the kids is looking, but the kids is also in the FedEx Forum when they sitting here playing whoop that trick.
Did
So
you not just
in
make
whoop
another
that trick
excuse?
song,
Are you not? Look, every word
Just
you
made
just
another
rebutted was an
excuse.
excuse.
I'm
Every word
just
you just rebutted was an excuse.
no, I promise. Like I said, I'm asking from. I'm a woman, so I'm getting this insight from y'all men
Look,
to
I'm
make me
gonna
understand
just
it.
give a little quick
Like,
soliloquy, right?
basically, I'm just
I
saying
joined the
one
army at
comment,
20
bro.
years old, right? I joined the army at 20 years old. My thought process when I was 20 to I will say probably about 23 changed rapidly. Being around different cultures, being around Caucasians, just different walks of life, bro. I'm not making excuses for when I was 23, 24. If I would have had a gun on IG Live or whatever, I would have been held accountable. It is what it is. The army would have held me accountable. I'm not making excuses for a young adult. When I was a young adult, come on, man. Let's be real.
Well, see, I wasn't factoring in the gun thing because I
I
thought he
got a
was
question
forgiven.
for the panel. Let me ask the panel a question. Do you guys really think? Don't you guys all know and believe that Ja knew better than what he did because he doesn't do this all the time?
That's a fact.
Let me
exactly. So if he knew what he was
he
doing
do it
was
all the
wrong,
time.
then when he gets held accountable for it, then why make excuses for him?
Hey, can I give you my insight?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. How you doing, Lamont?
I'm good. What's good, Sally?
Everything's lovely. Listen, when Ja Morant, this is identity crisis. Okay? He's not going to be the best basketball player in the NBA, and he knows that. So he's trying to be the best thug in the NBA. And my man down low, you spoke on it correct. I'm not a part of the black community. I'm not black. But this is why every black man that's successful has got a Jew right beside him to control him. And until y'all step up and you all take control of your own damn people, you're going to have a Jewish man sitting right there writing your contracts and taking your money. And this is what Kanye's saying. This is what Kyrie is saying. This is what a lot of people are saying. But the behavior of Ja Morant just continues to support the physical evidence that
Jew man is next to Floyd Mayweather?
What's that?
What Jew man is next to Floyd Mayweather?
Boxing's a little bit different, but I respect that. That's a good point. And you picked one athlete that did it right. Okay. No,
exactly. So we don't need a Jew man next to us.
One
black
man don't need a Jew manager. The rest of them do because you're carrying.
No, we don't need no Jew man next to us. We don't need a Jew man
You
next
don't
to
think
us.
Jews are in boxing? Who do you think owns the fucking casino?
No.
Who do you think?
What do you mean? Jews don't own the casino. I'm in Vegas. Jews don't own the casino. You lost in the sauce, pal.
You think Steve
I'm
Wynn's not
in
a
Vegas.
Jew? Come
He's
on,
not
bro.
he ain't the only casino owner.
Hey, I think y'all missing the message, man. Let him
You're
finish.
missing
I
the
think y'all
message,
missing the
bro.
message.
Until you become
Yeah, let him
adults,
go ahead. Let him go ahead.
I want.
Go ahead.
I don't wish ill on anybody in the black community, bro. I'm not sitting here
Yeah,
wishing
but
ill.
we don't need a Jew to help us as
Hey,
black
West,
people.
See, you're
West,
taking
let
it
him
wrong,
go,
man. See, there
West.
you
Let
go.
him
You all so
finish.
All right,
fucking
go
goddamn
ahead. Let him
sensitive.
go ahead.
You know what, bro? Why don't you all
Shut
just
your
go wear the
sensitive
fucking
ass
guns in
up.
the fucking club and look at
Man,
fat
shut
bitches
your
with
Hold on,
crybaby ass
Sally,
up, man.
Sally,
Coming
Sally.
around a bunch of black
Hold
people telling us what
on,
we need.
Wes, hold on. Hold on. Why? First of all, we didn't have a decent stream. First, Sally, I don't care what you say. I didn't interrupt you at all. Ain't no need to get to going on a cussing tantrum tirade because he disagreed. And Wes, you
fair
can't
enough.
respond like that either. We can still have a conversation without y'all going to these tirades because I'm gonna have to end up kicking y'all both off, and ain't none of y'all gonna be able to talk if y'all just keep that up because
I'm not looking to
it just
argue with
sounds stupid.
nobody. I'm not looking to argue. I'm just giving my take.
I
Ja
don't
Morant.
care.
Hey,
I don't care
I
about your
respect
take.
the.
I don't care what you got to say. I'm saying
Okay.
just don't cuss and go on these
Okay.
weird
Fair.
tirades. Like
Yeah,
I
you're
told
right.
y'all, some of y'all get on here acting like y'all special ed. Y'all got to stop
Because
coming
maybe
on
we
here
are, Lamont.
showing y'all.
Now,
No, maybe no. But I'm
now
saying I
you're
know
making
with your
fun of the
outbursts.
retard community. How
No,
dare?
yes, I am. Yes, Sally. Yes, I am making fun of you and the rest of the retard community that can't control your mouths when y'all come on a live stream. Y'all are retarded. If you come on here, you can't control your language. You are retarded, Sally. Yes, you are retarded, and you show attributes of somebody that's slow. Control your
You
fucking
know what?
mouth. Control your
Hold on.
mouth. No, there's no hold on. Y'all need to control your mouths, have some decorum, and quit acting like fucking idiots.
No,
God, man, y'all.
I'm not disagreeing with you,
Okay.
Lamar. You're right. I'm just saying I was gonna add to that. I mean, you got grown people that come on and say, well, a lot of people can't talk without cussing. That's so stupid. Like you're a
Okay.
grown person, you can't talk without cussing.
I can have a conversation as well. I can have a conversation. That's not a problem.
Yeah, just
Listen,
don't spaz out
I
because he
won't. Hey, listen.
disagreed
I
though.
won't cuss. I won't cuss. I won't cuss.
It
My
ain't.
All
About,
right.
Before
I
you
don't think.
before
I don't
you
Hold
think
go
on.
back
Go
Lamont ain't
ahead.
talking
before
Go ahead.
you
about cussing, bro. He's just
Okay.
talking about being respectful. That's all he's saying. Respectful.
before you go back down that tunnel, would you elaborate a little more on that identity crisis for me? I just want you to identify without going deep down that rabbit hole again. I don't want y'all to get to arguing.
A lot of young people go through this. This is a part of growing up. Some people, they think they're going to be something. They end up becoming something different. This is just him part of being a young man. But the problem is the people that are around him, because he's got the money and the power, they're enabling this behavior. This would not ever be that behavior would never be acceptable in my family. I would have so many people pulling me to the side, it would be unbelievable, right? Like it would never have happened. Where's his dad? Where's his friends? Where's his family that are the most important people in his life before basketball and after basketball? And this is a young man who's just going. Yeah, he has to be responsible, but to sit up here and say that he's any different than another 23-year-old, Susie, no, any different than a regular 23-year-old mentally or 24-year-old. That's not the case. We cannot expect people to be older than their age. But if you want to act like a thug, there's going to be somebody out there to test your thug. And guess what, man? That's how you have horrible stories.
So,
So
so, so are we correlating having a gun with being a thug?
I would say that he presents the image of a stereotypical black man in the club holding a gun. Yeah. And if you don't like to hear that, then get a different haircut.
No. But no, I'm asking is, are we correlating guns with being a thug?
No. We are when gun safety isn't practiced.
So how do we?
If you were to go to a gun
So
range,
how does Ja Morant have a gun without being perceived by you as a thug? How does he need to carry it for you to be okay with it?
well, you would practice gun safety. And the way he was holding that gun was not safe. And I don't even
And
know
can
if
y'all
he was
mute your backgrounds if y'all got stuff going on in your background?
the first thing of it is the way he was holding that pistol, no textbook or proper training, Lamont, would imply that was a responsible gun owner.
I agree.
Responsible. So are we going to say that the qualifications of responsible gun ownership is unbiased to any race, sex, gender, or age?
I
So
don't think that's what
So
Lamont.
hold on. So what I'm saying is, so holding your gun properly
Right.
is the only thing that alleviates you from looking like a thug with your gun.
That's step one. That's
We basically
that's
saying.
step one.
So
The
we
second,
basically so for example,
I could go
when
step two.
So, for example, when I saw the white guy walk into the grocery store with the AR-15, he was definitely practicing gun safety when he walked in.
He might have.
Because he was holding it properly.
Right.
And so because he was holding it properly,
right,
that's why none of the black people in that grocery store should have thought
well,
he was a threat.
He has a different name, Lamont, to describe his behavior.
No, what I'm saying is, how are we correlating guns with being a thug, holding it properly with being a thug, when we see people holding it properly whose actions are bad and ill intent, and then we see people like Ja Morant holding it improperly, but he had no ill
what's
intent.
your point to this? What is your point? You're defending him having a pistol open in a strip club?
Well, it wasn't illegal, so yes, I'm for it.
Then I'm not the lawyer. If it's not illegal, then he's just doing. That's a PR issue.
I don't see the purpose of having a gun. What you got a gun for?
That's
like, what's the purpose of it?
On.
Like, dude, ain't nobody trying to come at you. If they you do that on your own time.
Then Lamont, then everything that we're saying is a public relations issue between his employer and the public. And that's a different conversation. I mean, if you want to have this conversation,
I agree. That's 100% facts right there.
If you want to have this, listen, and for you to understand me, you got to hear me. I can have a high level conversation if you're willing to hear me out. The reality of this is a public. Then, if we're not talking about the image of one man, then this is a public relations issue between his employer, the city of Memphis, and the gun owner who owned that gun.
Are they thugs?
Yeah,
no, what's wrong?
So Ja Morant would have had to sit down with his family
put a
like
black
this.
Family up there and made it
No. Do they need a bunch of Jewish people to help them?
No, white people.
Hold on, y'all missing the point.
White people bailed out the Jews.
Y'all missing the whole point. This was a politician.
Yeah. What's wrong with that picture?
This is a politician who posted it on social media.
What's wrong with that picture?
Sally, hold on, Sally. Hold on, Sally. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with the picture. Okay, I don't have a problem with the picture. I don't have a problem with guns. All I'm saying is, this was posted on social media. A lot of people are saying you shouldn't show your gun on social media. But when this politician shows his entire family, kids and all, with guns, are we only saying that they're not thugs because they're holding it properly?
I think it's because he threw
Lamont, you trying to beat Lamont? You beating up that 1 point, bro.
Yeah, he's not.
He had more points to prove.
He had the gang signs too, Lamont. Gang signs too.
On Lamont. Hey, don't forget, white people walked right beside Martin Luther King. Don't forget that 90%.
Oh my God.
That don't mean nothing, bro.
Hey, listen,
that don't mean nothing.
I'm not asking for black people's fucking respect here. I don't give a shit less. You're just another person to me. The reality of this is here, when you show that image, you could have showed a black family, not a white one.
If you would have showed
go on Google. Hold on, bro. I'm not done. Show me a picture of a black family holding guns like that.
If it was a black family, you would have looked at the picture completely different.
No, bro, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have at all.
Hey, Lamont, is his name Sally or Silly, man? This dude's ridiculous.
Yeah, here we go. I love it.
I think he's trying. Are you trying to say it's the I mean, in so many words, it was the optics of it when he was in the club.
Why don't you guys?
No, what I'm saying. Hold on, Sally. What I'm saying is this right here. From what I'm hearing, the backlash that Ja Morant is receiving, a lot of people are saying he shouldn't have posted it on social media. But yet when I go through social media, I see people of all races, ages, of financial backgrounds, politicians to poor people, who all have this posted. But the one thing that I see separating the two is I see one demographic, no matter how they post it. Like, because do y'all remember the black militant guy who's now locked up? But the black militant guy, and he said his goal was to protect the black community. And all of those guys marched with their guns to protect communities. And they still all got labeled as thugs. And they carried their... Hold on, Sally. Hold on.
But you're making it...
No, hold on. I don't care. I'm making it about whatever I want to make it about. You just wait till I'm done. I've seen black people with guns still get labeled as thugs. And they hold them properly. I've seen a guy run a whole test on YouTube. White guy holding a gun in public. Cops walk up to him. How you doing, sir? Man, what you got going on today? Black guy, you put him in the same spot. Cops walk up to him. He's holding it properly. They come in, guns blazing, 10 cops get on the ground. So what I'm saying is, are we only looking at Ja Morant differently because he's a black man with a gun? Or was there any way he could have had that gun where we would have perceived it differently?
Lamont, can I?
You 100% correct,
Man,
Lamont.
bro
Thank you,
bro
bro.
just said it 10 minutes ago, man.
It's part double standard. That is true, but how he's acting and the trickle effect that's piling on, that's what's making the situation worse and making us viewing that gun situation differently. So, like, just say if like this was his very first incident, I don't believe it would be that bad. But it's like a trick. It's like his situations are getting worse.
This is who he is. Y'all still like this is who he is. And listen, every media that's running this story is all Jew owned. So you know what? It's not like you're gonna have to accept the fact of what it really is, guys. They want this. They are putting this guy in this position. They're enabling him. They are instigating this behavior. And the reality of it is, Ja Morant has got a lot of people around him, just like Mike Tyson did, just like, Don King ruined Mike Tyson. There's people around him that are, in my opinion, that could stop this and present to him and say, hey, man, you're held to a different standard than other people. Okay. Yes, there's a double standard. Absolutely. 100%, Lamont. I agree with you. If you put a black man on the street and a white man on the street, the black guy is going to get more attention than the white guy. 100% agree with that. But the reality of it is white kids ain't shooting up Southside Chicago.
White kids are shooting up schools.
White
what are you
kids
talking
not
about?
Southside Chicago, bro. How many people died in Chicago and Baltimore this weekend? White kids ain't your problem. Black
What
kids
are
ain't your
you
problem.
like?
Black
I'm trying
crime
to
is
figure out where you getting at this. So you basically saying
I'll
because
say
Ja
what I
Morant
want,
is
dude.
black
I'll
and
say
he
what I
had
want. This is
drip.
America. I can say whatever I want.
I don't care about none of that. You just said 10 minutes ago if he didn't have dreads, it wouldn't be a problem. You just
Yeah, if
said
he was
that.
in a suit and tie and he looked good and he looked like a professional,
So
he
just
wouldn't
say
have
just
that. He
say
would
just
have
say you racist then, and it's
see,
because
no,
he's
see,
black.
that's the difference. That's an
Just
ignorant.
say that. Because
Let me,
that's what it sounds like.
may I
I'm
ask a
not racist.
question? May
Go
I
ahead.
ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead
May I
with
ask
your
a question now? I want to kick back on what you just stated. When you stated that's just who he is. Now I have a problem with that's just who he is, because if that's just who it is, he would have had issues in the past of doing the same kind of foolishness, because that's just who he is ingrained in him. He's gonna have a background. He's gonna have troubles. He's gonna have issues. That man's
only
record is
23.
squeaky clean. Well, man, hold on.
He's only 23. He's not like
Hold
Let him
on.
finish. Let her finish, Sally, and then we
Then
coming
you
right
turned
back
to,
to you.
then you said the people around him. Well, if that's just who he is, then the people around him is going to be like he is. So how can they influence him to do right if that's just who he is and the people around him doing the same fuck shit? It's not making sense to me.
Okay,
I don't think that's just who he is. I don't think that's just who he is. I think that's peer pressure. And he doing stupid shit. I'm not stupid, SH, but stupid stuff.
Listen, every person who smokes a cigarette probably were peer pressured into smoking the first one. At the end of the day, you become who you are based upon how you behave. So he is on his way of becoming the image that he's portrayed. He set himself back.
I have to argue with you on that one.
I'm sorry.
I have to. I'm
No,
sorry.
I think this is what he's saying though, because I haven't heard it before, and my mama taught me the same thing, and I tell my kids the same thing. You become who you hang around.
Yeah.
That's basically who you don't want LeGenda running around smoking weed. So guess what your child gonna do? He's gonna start smoking weed too. So the people he's hanging around, more than likely, either they became him. We don't know how he used to be acting when he was growing up, or he became them. You become who you hang around.
You are. That's the saying. You are who you attract. But that does not mean that's what you are. I had the same issue with my child hanging around bad people. That wasn't who she was. That's just who she got. That's who she was involved with at the time.
That's her. That's who she was.
But again, we don't know who. Just because of for what we see.
That's not true.
We don't know what he been doing.
Hold on, y'all. Let me ask Sally a question.
Yeah.
We don't know if
Hey,
Ja Morant been acting like this before he got to the league. We don't know this. It just like you said. People got hold on, bro. People got to realize, man. For one, when you get money, it magnetizes who you are. If you act like a jerk when you get money, you're gonna be a bigger jerk. If you just offer to yourself when you get money, you're gonna be offering to yourself even more. It magnifies who you is. Just like the people walking around, they smoking weed, selling dope. Oh, but when I hit it big, I'm gonna stop doing it. No, you're not. You're gonna continue to do what you do because that's all you know. You've been doing it. I'm gonna stop paying the lottery. No, you're not. You're just gonna do it even more because you got more money to do it.
Hey,
So I'm saying all these again. He's not a child. He's 23. He's a grown man. His dad being his life. You know, he been in his life. So I see if you say, well, he didn't have no dad, but at the end of the day, bro, common sense is common sense. And I don't want to hear that. Oh, he made a mistake. No, that's not a mistake. That's a choice. It was a choice to be on live and show a gun. You could have been on live without showing a gun. It was a choice to be on live and now hold on. It was a choice to be on live and throw up gang signs. You ain't have to do that. You could have been on live and not did none of that. How many times KD been on live? LeBron been on live. They ain't never do none of that because they know for one, whatever you do is gonna be on TMZ, World Star. Like I said, I agree with like my dude Shay. He said the same thing, bro. That's a choice what he did. It's not a mistake. He's 23.
Yeah,
that's a grown person.
Yep.
So all this baby him,
Correct.
he didn't know that. Yes, he did. He knew what he was doing when he was on live. When you on live, you don't gotta show none of that.
Right.
But you
can two things be right at the same time though? I'm not arguing with nothing you saying because I agree with you.
Speaking like a mom.
He made a choice, but it can't also be a mistake. And it's mistaken that you made the wrong choice. Can two things not be right?
You can't make
what up, Wardy? What up, Wardy?
What's up?
That comment.
What I'm saying is, yes, he can do all that, but for one, at the end, you gotta still deal with the consequences. What people say, whatever consequences the NBA did, you gotta deal with that.
Well, of course. That's the only way you're gonna learn is dealing from you. That's the only way you're gonna learn, and some people don't learn. You have to have the consequences from the decisions that you make. But I'm like, it was a mistake that you chose to make this stupid ass decision.
But I can understand that last line you said because that's not a mistake. That was a choice he did.
Keep on giving him a permission.
That's not a mistake. That when you say mistake to everybody that's listening to this, they gonna think again excuse for Ja. That's not it's a choice he made. It's not a mistake. That was a choice to hold that.
You want to know
was a choice to lay back on that picture and show that gun.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Before I go to anti, I think what she's saying is, okay, I think everybody understands that he made a mistake, but it's only so many times that we can regurgitate that over and over. You made a mistake. Where's your level of empathy? When are we gonna turn around and be like, okay, we appreciate what you're doing to rectify this. We see you learn from it. Like he's doing the things now to put that in the process. But all I'm seeing from the media is that pushing the negative. And when are we going to have a turning point on this? Because are we going to revert back to this conversation as soon as he gets back on the court and he gets into an altercation with a player? Because that's inevitable. When he gets into an altercation with that player, are we going to go back to saying, oh, he's still trying to be a thug? Are we going to push that narrative again? So when does this end? Because I don't see this ending. I think we've labeled him this way.
You've heard the same.
Hold on, y'all. I got to go to anti because anti just pulled up.
No, real quick, I'm gonna let you go. I just put a link back there, so I guess that was a choice too. I guess they said he came up with some more videos him on live. House of Highlights. They just put up another video of him on live. You know, on the golf court with his dad. I mean, all that drinking beer. I mean, that's a like.
I know, but what I'm saying is, Sneed, I think y'all missed the point. The problem is all these videos that everybody are pulling up now. These videos been out, and y'all didn't have a problem with them when they came out in the moment. Everybody's just hold on, Sneed. You piling on now. You can't go dig up a video that was put out 6, 7, 8 months ago and trying to say, "Oh, you being irresponsible," when in the moment you didn't care or you didn't even label it that way. Everybody right now,
that's cancel culture.
Everybody right now is just digging up as much as you can find from the past, and then they piling it onto them, saying, "Oh, you this." No, if I
that's
go
cancel culture,
hold on, Sally. I understand what it is.
What are you doing? They did this.
Hold on. Hey, yeah, I gotta get to anti.
Everybody.
But
go ahead, bro. Can I just say something real quick?
Hold on, Sally. It's on anti.
Come on, man. This is a great saying. It's a great saying for the community. It takes a lifetime to It takes a lifetime to build a reputation. It takes a day to ruin it. That's a true saying. If you've been a pillar in the community for 30 years and you do one thing wrong, whether it's robbing somebody, hurting somebody, stealing from somebody, all that good you did will not outshine the bad. When you're in the public's eye, you got to live a life that's squeaky clean or they're just going to eat you up because it makes people money. And that's just what it is.
What you got on the anti?
Hey, is he white, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's racist. That's racist.
Okay.
I consider it racist. Blah blah blah. I don't care. Are you black?
Okay.
Are you black?
Yes, sir. And
who cares?
I really don't like a white man speaking on my community
There you
that
go.
you
Well, I
ain't
don't like
living,
seeing
bro.
a black man every fucking time
Sally,
I
just
sit
let
on
him get
NBA.
his point across, whether you agree or disagree. Just let him talk.
Black people are so racist. That's why y'all can't get along.
But
Don't get mad about it. Go ahead.
He just said black people can't get along.
Nah, he said when he was talking about Chicago just now, he just said the black kids was the problem. I'm like, you
And
tripping,
he don't even
dog.
know
Like
the
you really,
backstory
he
to all
They are
that
the
tripping.
stuff.
problem. I'm black and I'm
yeah, something wrong with you, son. Because I don't really think you'll be talking like that. We was really around you. You on YouTube, and you got your opinion, but it's cool. But my thing with Ja Morant, I had hit you behind the scenes a couple of days ago. I've been doing my thing, but me personally, I don't care about all these videos popping up of him and all that. My thing is, your daddy need to get into your life, bro. Your daddy done got you to this place. He done put you in a certain position. Have I heard he's been in your life your whole time? You've been in college, you've been in high school. Now you in the NBA. I feel like your father has become fatherless, and now he's a fan. He's become too much of a fucking fan, bro. So like, at some point, you need to grab your son and have a conversation with him. And that was like I was telling somebody the other day. You ever heard A Verb versus Hitman Holla? His third verse versus him, and he was talking about how he basically broke down Hitman Holla life. Like, you trying to be a thug, but I know your real family. I know who you are behind the scene. You know what I'm saying? Like, so stop acting like somebody you not. Now I ain't saying I don't know if Ja Morant really is he about that life. If he a gangster or not, I ain't really gonna say that. But at some point, bro, your daddy need to take you by your hand, like, son, calm down. Have a conversation with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop trying to be his homeboy. It's like he's more in tune with trying to be a celebrity right now more than trying to be a father. Nah, be a father, bro. You see your kid heading down the wrong path. Correct that shit. He's 23 years old. Yeah, he'll listen to you still. You still a father at the end of the day. Correct that, bro. Now I'm with you, Lamont. They are piling on him. But at the same time, he keep putting himself in these positions, bro. Your mama calling you when she in trouble, you getting into it with some niggas at the mall and shit like that. Like, all that should never be happening, bro. At some point, you gotta look at it like, bro, I have an image to protect right now. I'm worth $200 million. I just signed with Nike. I just signed with Gatorade. At some point, you gotta like be smart about that, bro. But that's all I got on it. But like I said, bro, his father just got to get more into his life, dog. That's me personally. Like, it's his father. I don't care about nobody else around him. You can have all these niggas around you all you want. Your daddy been in your life the whole time that you've been doing this. He didn't stir you the right way the whole time. Don't stop doing that just because now all of a sudden you a fan of this man and you a fan of everything that's going on around you. It's like you trying to be a homeboy now instead of trying to be a father. Nah, you still be that father.
Big fan.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm not mistaken, they all live in the house together. Daddy's always mama, dad, and all of them live together. Ja Morant being his age and I guess his status, and I agree with you. I said that too. The dad, I didn't want to offend nobody. That's why I didn't speak it out about. It's like his daddy more of a stand than a daddy. How do you think that his daddy can reel him back in, or would it be better for mama to reel him back in? Because daddy is not on a dad.
I don't think mama love ain't got nothing to do with this. It got to be the father.
Hey, can I say something about that?
Why you say it got to be the father?
No, bro. You know, I'm gonna tell you who gonna have the most impact on him, y'all. At this stage in his life, I think it ain't neither one parent. I don't think it's neither one of the parents. I think it's his base around him, his friend base.
Right.
Because your homeboy, like your homeboys at this age, can have the biggest impact. If you got some real homeboys, they'll tell you when you're doing something stupid. They'll tell you when you messing with the wrong female. They won't enable you Like if you got real homeboys, they won't enable you to do stupid stuff. Like a real homeboy, if he was in the strip club, would have been like, "Give me your phone." Just like when Deion Sanders said when he had that surgery, he said when he got out of surgery, the first thing he did was he got on social media. He was drugged up, didn't know what he was saying. His homeboy snatched the phone out of his hand. Hold it, you can't have this phone for a whole week, man, till you heal up. Like, when you got real people, real friends around you, they ain't gonna enable you. Like,
But Lamont, when you become the bag, the money, dog, most of them dudes don't want to say nothing because they gonna be scared of losing their position with you.
Right. But it's got to be his father.
Exactly.
Or it's got to be someone he respects as his father. It doesn't have to be his father. It can't be his mother. And from what I'm seeing right now, his mother was the one that called him up to the mall.
Exactly.
When she had all
she the worst.
Hold on. That tells you right there where her mental is. You don't ever mess up the money. So
exactly.
It can't be her.
Well, how can it be the father? The father's a fan.
Hold on. And that's my point. It either has to be the father or someone he respects as a father. Someone who can come and talk to him and he will accept their offering. It doesn't have to be either a parent, but it has to be someone that he respects.
Right, because regardless, just say if it is his friend, at the same time, you could say, like Anti said, they may be scared to say something because they don't want to mess up the bag. But again, that goes back to what B said. If he respect that friend, he's going to listen to that friend regardless of messing up the bag or not. He's going to listen to that friend and say, man, hey, man, he's right. I mean, going back to like, again, I piggyback on that like because I listened to the whole interview. Like Shaq said, he said, man, me and my friends got to get into it all the time, man. They tell me when I'm wrong, and you know, we get into fights and altercations. He said, because at the end of the day, they tell me straight up, you messing up that bag. And the main thing is, bro, saying about mama, like, come on, man, you messing up your career. And that's so true, man. Like, it's got to be someone he really respect. And if it is, I hope it's his father. But if it's not, bro, it's got to be somebody he really respect that's going to let him know, hey, man, no, you wrong. Again, like I tell my partners and my kids, I ain't finna be, I don't want you to have friends that's going to be your yes man. And that to everybody out there listening, bro, if you got friends like that, that's your yes man, not gonna tell you when you're wrong. That's not no friend. If you want your friend to agree with you all the time, like, come on, man, that's stupid, bro. Yeah, bro, I'm about to go hit me a lick, but go ahead. What for? They go get a job. Like, but why you telling me I ain't your friend? Well, cool, go ahead and mess up your own life. Like no, bro, you got that. You got to, you know, tell him when you're wrong. And if you my friend, I can't tell you when you're wrong, you're not my friend.
I just think that's easier said than done when you're dealing with. I always tell y'all these NBA players, they don't live normal lives growing up. To be that good at the game of basketball, they don't live normal lives. They are separated from society for the most part. They spend most of their time in gyms working out. A lot of them don't come into the league without driver's licenses because they ain't even had time to. Like, a lot of them act out and enjoy this lifestyle because they spent their whole life in gyms working out. And now when they get this fame, they get this money and all this free time, they don't know how to act with it other than what they see on the internet. Show out with money, buy this, buy that. And this is why sometimes you see the young players do this stuff. So I don't know if I don't know how you fix this. I don't know if they're other than putting somebody around them saying, look, you gotta if this is what you're gonna do in your personal life, you gotta keep it off camera. We gotta find a way to shield it from the media so you can live your life and do what you want to do off camera and then come and play the game and be a different person on camera. That's the only thing I would ask them to change. Go ahead.
Do you think with the? I mean, I'm not gonna say that today. It might be. Do you think it's there? Do you think there is a professional athlete in any sport that could actually come and sit and talk to them about the do's and don'ts? I still say they need a PR team for these young kids that's coming in.
They do that already.
I believe a whole bunch of athletes are talking to them right now about it. I think the main thing the athletes are talking to them about. And then somebody got something playing in the background. Make sure you mute your backgrounds, y'all. I'm hearing a lot of background noise. But what I'm saying, I think a lot of athletes, I think none of them, no athlete's going to go to them and try to tell them what to do or what not to do. The main thing is going to say how to do it so it's not on the radar and in the media and in front of everybody. Like, I'm sure, like, when we talk about LeBron, we talk about how clean cut he is. I'm probably sure behind the scenes he does a lot of things that we don't necessarily agree with or consider as moral and ethical. But the perception that he gives off into the public is that he's perfect. Steph Curry gives off the perception in the public he's perfect. He does no wrong. And so that's the lifestyle he's going to have to live. He's going to have to put on a fake persona, just like Steph Curry figured out, just like LeBron James figured out. Kyrie still hasn't figured it out yet. But
why you say it's fake?
I'm about to say that too, Lamar. Why you saying fake?
Hold on. What I'm saying
that's real life Curry.
What I'm saying is,
Brian, that's real life Curry.
Hold on. Hold on. Y'all keep saying that. Just like we thought it was real life Tiger Woods when he looked like he had a happy and perfect home. And then when the information broke that he had about 7 girls behind the scenes, we see that he wasn't this perfect figure that we saw he was trying to portray himself to be in the media. And then from that point forward, he just said, I don't care. Y'all can see what you want to see. So what
Hey,
I'm
Lamar,
saying,
I was the same way.
I'm just saying, as an athlete, you're gonna have to put on a fake persona, because if you don't, because us as fans, y'all see what we doing to Ja. We expect him to be perfect and do things textbook the way we see fit. So the only way he can achieve this is by using a fake persona, pushing it to the media, pushing it to the fans. I'm perfect. I'm do this. I donate to the community. I do this with the kids. And then behind the scenes, he does what he do.
It don't have to have a fake persona. I disagree.
Lamar, I disagree with you, because they got niggas that's highly still, you know what I'm saying? They've been in the streets and you can tell, bro, but they still ain't doing ignorant shit. Like, i.e. Marshawn Lynch. You know what type of nigga Marshawn Lynch is, bro. And the media loves him now. So I can't agree with you on that, bro.
I love me some Marshawn Lynch.
I know what I'm saying. Like, I can't agree with you on that. You don't have to fake yourself to be a persona, bro. You can be the person that you are.
Hey.
You just gotta move different, fam.
And the one thing at the end of the day, when you getting these types of endorsement deals, when you getting this type of money that he's getting, if you want to keep all that up, you got to push a certain persona. And all this stuff called acting real, just gonna leave you broke. You know how much money Marshawn Lynch probably left on the table trying to be real? Now imagine if he would have put on.
I think he made more money being real.
No. What? Imagine if he would have put on a persona and he would have been able to capitalize on all the marketing deals and X, Y, and Z.
He did with the Skittles and all that. He capitalized off that, Lamar. That man became more famous when he didn't talk to the media and all that. Bro, his persona blew up even more after that.
I don't think y'all think being real is not. It's not being real is going maybe. How do we know? Because how do we know what we seeing from Ja Morant isn't him being real? And now that he's so-called being real, y'all saying it's fake being real. And so at the end of the day, no matter what he does, y'all gonna call him fake, whether he is him true self, and y'all call him.
I ain't call him fake. Yeah, I ain't call him that.
So he has two options. He can be himself, and y'all will call him a fake thug, or he can put on a face and be a media darling, and we could just call him a sellout.
No, but
they call him a fake thug.
Nah, see, I don't agree with that, Lamar.
Hold on. Hey, Lamar.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Lamar, they call him a fake thug because of his background, how he grew up in a 2-parent family household, and him going to school, having good grades and all that stuff. That's not like a typical thug attribute. Like, and then to what you said previously, like, I think it's gonna stick with him. I believe he's gonna be treated like Steven Jackson, because like they continue to label him as a thug throughout the rest of his career after that brawl. So if he do have a fight with another athlete, because I believe one of the dirty players or somebody gonna egg him into doing something stupid, and he gonna fall into it, and I believe it just gonna carry on with him, bro. I believe he just done too much.
Yeah.
To turn away.
Oh, hold on.
But he wasn't labeled a thug because of the stuff he was doing off the court. He was labeled a thug because y'all thought the Memphis Grizzlies was putting on a persona on the court that wasn't real.
No. What?
Not for me.
What Josh got to do, Lamar, is Josh got to be himself, But what he can't do,
he can't be himself.
He can be himself.
See,
you can't put everything on video.
Bro, we keep missing the elephant in the room. Ja put this out.
Right.
See, it's okay for him to do whatever he wants to do, but you don't get to put it out without consequence.
Thank you. You can't let it get out. Lamont, do you know how many athletes that probably? No, but hold up, Lamont. Do you know how many athletes that are gang members that are affiliated, bro? Like, and they just don't let that shit go to their head and they don't let it get out, bro.
I just said that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if this is his true persona, he has to show.
He got to move different.
No, I'm saying he has to. That means he has to, when he's in front of eyes and ears on the camera, when he puts himself on social media for the public and the media to see, he has to. He can't be the so-called real person that y'all expecting people to be. Y'all asking him to be real, and when you ask him to be real, and he shows you his real side, then all of a sudden he doing too much. Now he's not supposed to be doing all that.
This stuff that he doing ain't real. It's stupid.
Hold on.
That's a difference.
That's a difference. Hold on, being real. Hold on, being real at your workplace is stupid. This so-called being real. All this so-called being real stuff, ain't none of y'all gonna go to y'all job and be real. You be fired.
Hey, Lamont, I had the same conversation when I was in the military with one of my soldiers. He was like, why can't I be real? I'm like, bro, you can't be real 24/7. How you going to be real? You going to walk up in here saying the N-word every day?
Oh, thank you, man. Come on, man.
What's the difference between Ja and Kyrie? What's the difference between Ja and Kyrie?
And Kyrie ain't trying to be a gang member.
Kyrie said something that was racist. Just being real.
Wait a minute. Hold on. He just want to say what?
Kyrie showed a gun online.
Hold on. No.
That ain't what.
The difference between Ja and Kyrie is one got persecuted for nothing. One created his situation.
Right.
All Kyrie did was share or like a video. That's all Kyrie did. He didn't say anything.
All Ja Morant did was be real.
But and then all Kyrie did was be real.
Stop
Both
it,
of them
Lamont.
being
That's
real.
not what he did.
Come on, Lamont.
That's
man.
not
You
what he
know
was
they
doing.
talking about, man.
That is not being real.
Let me
Lamont
say this.
told y'all.
Hey, hold on. Let me say this. I want to go back to the Marshawn Lynch thing. See, the media never pushed Marshawn. It's the fans of Seattle that pushed Marshawn. The people that live here, they loved Marshawn. But Marshawn was never no media darling. It's those people down in Seattle is what got Marshawn those endorsements. Because they started throwing Skittles at him on their own. And Skittles just jumped on the bandwagon. If you go back and look at all of Marshawn's advertising, none of them approached Marshawn. It was all in retrospect.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Marshawn was never pushed like that.
I ain't say he was pushed. I just know he became more of a star after the fact that with the media and all. I ain't never say he was a media darling.
No, but see, Marshawn was afforded that because he never changed the entire time. That's what Marshawn was doing in Buffalo.
He was who he was.
He was doing that when he first got to Seattle. So Marshawn was allowed to live that way because he kept it consistent the entire time. With Ja, some people say he's consistent, some people say he's not. All I'm saying with Ja is there's not an athlete, there's not a person on this panel, there's not a person in the world that don't go through their own trials and tribulations. We all make bad decisions. The difference is that these kids today, they want to show you their bad decisions, and it's like they want to put it in your face, and you got to accept it.
Okay.
No,
but hold on. But hold on. Go back to my question. I said, what is the difference between Ja and Kyrie?
And I told
both.
you.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Both of them did wrong in somebody's eye. Listen to what I'm saying. Both of them did wrong in somebody's eye. Now, Kyrie did wrong. Might not have been done wrong in your eyes, but the Jews felt like he did wrong. Ja might not have done wrong in this one's eyes, but he did wrong in that one's eyes. But in the end, both of them standing on what they think is real, and all of this stuff is being pushed by the media.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Kyrie did nothing wrong.
Hold on, let me ask you a question.
But in whose eyes? Because the Jews feel he did.
Ma'am, stop for a second. Let me ask you a question. Who Who received the worst punishment?
This is just my opinion. My opinion.
That's why I asked.
Okay. I feel.
No,
I feel that Kyrie got it worse because he would not give in and just say, I apologize.
Kyrie.
I don't think all of this with Ja has come to full circle yet. Yeah, that's why I don't believe Ja is getting it that bad, because I believe they're gonna dig up some more stuff and I think it ain't hit the tipping point for Ja.
The fact of the matter is, and I started off this entire thing when I first made a statement, this is a business and it's about money. Even though Kyrie's act was really nothing, it had the potential to cost the NBA way more money. And you see, he got dealt with even more severely than this dude who posted a picture in a club waving a gun. Whether you like it or not, or how you feel about it, this is about money. And if it gets to the point where Ja starts to cost them money, they will cut him with the quickness.
Trade, not cut.
This is they will get him out the league.
Nah, they would get him out the league, bro.
Because
when was the last time that ever happened in NBA history?
But
he's too good for basketball. He's too good in basketball.
There's a lot of things that's never happened to do it.
Lamar, a lot done changed, bro. Like, come on now.
Bro, elaborate.
He has too much guaranteed money for them to just cut him.
He cannot do
that.
They
don't.
It's called a Players Association and the CBA.
Players Association has no power.
Yes, they do.
You sound crazy.
Look, no, you sound crazy because again, you don't understand the
contract.
Kick
Ja Morant out the league, y'all.
Let me finish, Lamar.
Why they can't? They
Lamar, you tripping if you really believe that, bro. I hate.
So
you think Ja is untouchable?
Okay.
The Players Association.
Hold on. You think? Hold on, Lamar.
What I'm saying
is, you think Ja is untouchable?
What I'm saying is, they can ask him to go home all they want, but they will pay every cent of that contract.
Why? Hold up. It could be voided if it's up to you doing dumb shit.
No,
it can't.
Yes, it can.
No,
that got to be in the contract.
I'm pretty sure it is. Detriment to the team. I'm pretty sure it's in the contract, bro.
Not void your contract because of that.
They already got the grounds to move him if they chose.
Bro.
They already have the grounds.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
Where y'all getting this information from?
So hold up, Lamar. You mean to tell me You mean to tell me in these contracts, if you are acting a certain type of way, bro, and it's detrimental to the team, I can't cut you from my team and not pay you? Are you serious right now?
You can cut him, but you will pay him.
No, I will not, because it's his fault.
But if it's not in that contract, they have to pay him. That's contract.
Ma'am, what I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure it's in his contract.
It is in his contract.
That's not how the CBA works, bro. That's not how it works.
Bro, all right, Lamar.
Hold on. If that's the case, do you know how many players would have just got kicked out the league and the owners wouldn't have paid a dime?
Lamont, who was that college football coach that got caught up with God damn it, I think it's his aide, and one school had to pay him, and then he turned around and went to the other school and they had to pay him. He made like about $10-11 million and didn't do a damn thing, and he brought shame to the school. Was it Jeff Fisher?
Look, I see it all the time in college basketball and in all sports. These contracts is not voided so easily. You can't just void no contract just because you think conduct detrimental. You might be able to get a little money off of them, but the player's going to get the majority of that money. And these teams are not going to just give up that much money. They will lose that battle.
So hold on. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask him a question right quick, B. Hold on.
We got to talk about real.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Kyrie just basically got dropped by Nike. You think Nike still paying him money?
That was contingent in the contract. The contract was
written. Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. Anti. No, it's not the same shit. Hold on. When he signed his contract with Nike, there's no Players Association or CBA involved that protects how that contract is even drafted. And it's worded in those Nike contracts that they can terminate the contract at any time for any reason. It's not an NBA contract is not worded like that.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hold on. Showboy, you're 100% right. They just did it to Ben Simmons.
They didn't void his contract.
Yeah, they
Ben
did.
Simmons still making $40
Stop
million.
it. Listen.
Making all his money.
Listen.
They didn't give him all that money for the games that he missed. Bees is right.
Yes, he did. He appealed and got all his money back.
That's my point. Stop. No.
He got all his money back.
You gonna let me talk, bro?
What are you talking about?
What Ben Simmons did is he was able to appeal because he was able to show he had a back injury. That's how he won his appeal. If he did not have that back injury, the Sixers voided his contract. Y'all
void his contract.
That's because they said he didn't want to play, not because he couldn't play.
It doesn't care what you say. I'm telling you what they did. He was able to get his money back because he showed that he had a back injury. Without that back injury, the Sixers would have
not true, man.
Yeah, because if you don't play, you don't get paid.
All right, bro. All right.
Hey, Bees, you kind of making that up, man.
All right, go. Won't you go?
Lamar, I'm telling you, Lamar, let Ja Morant do something else stupid with a gun or something on social media, dog. That nigga gonna be out the league, and he won't be getting paid a damn dime.
They gonna give him $200 million to kick him out.
They not giving him a bitch ass thing.
I promise you, it's gonna be upwards of 200.
Not a me tata.
Hey,
here's who's the president of the CBA?
Hey, Anti, here's what's crazy to me. There's 30 billionaire owners.
Hold on. Let me read you this right here.
It's not 30 billion.
Let me read this about NBA contracts right here.
Jesus
Hold on 1 second.
Lakers
I'm gonna read to y'all this about. So there is a clause, right? There is a I'm talking about the contingencies to meet the qualifications for this are extremely hard. But it says a team can terminate a player's contract. All right. Upon written notice to the player, if the player shall at any time fail, refuse, or neglect to conform his personal conduct to standards of good citizenship, moral character, defined here to mean not engaging in acts of moral turpitude, whether or not such acts would constitute a crime. And so basically it said the problem with this right here is the only time that a team tried to exercise this against a player was when Latrell Sprewell choked his coach. And hold on, somebody, you got to mute your background.
So you mean to tell me with Ja Morant not doing worse than choking your coach?
Hold on. Let me read it. It says, when the Warriors tried to enact this clause against Latrell Sprewell, they could not get it to work out legally. And he attacked and choked his coach.
Yep.
They wanted to void his entire contract, and they couldn't, even under those circumstances. So y'all telling me that without Ja Morant committing a crime or putting his hands on anybody, they can void his contract?
That what you just read said that he didn't have to commit a crime, Lamont. Now you read something, and now
did you hear what I just said? I said to meet all of the elements of this is extremely hard.
No. I heard what you read.
Gilbert Arenas still got paid.
Bro, what happened?
It's hard to do.
See, here is the point. You're arguing two different things.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're talking about money, or you talking about him being able to play? Because I guarantee you, Gilbert Arenas would like to continue his career. I bet you
Gilbert Arenas was fine with the money.
Other kid that got kicked out? What was his name?
Gilbert Arenas was fine not playing because he had his money. This is what he said.
What was the other kid that didn't get to play? Critton? Didn't they boot him too?
That boy became a gangster.
Ain't he in
boy
jail
became
now?
a drug lord. Yeah, that boy became a drug lord.
Problem is, part of being in jail is you can't play. And so again, in extreme circumstances like that, where you're locked up for murder and you can't actually get on the court.
They kicked the dude out. Didn't he murder somebody? He didn't murder somebody while he was in the league.
All right. Did he not get paid?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. You brought it up.
I don't know. Dude that had the gun, right?
I don't know. I'm saying if Gilbert Arenas got essentially blackballed, which he even still played after that incident, right? He just got injured. Injuries is what pushed him out the league.
Okay.
Another example is Aaron Hernandez. He even still got his money from the Patriots.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
They had to pay money back. What are you talking about?
He got like
they voided that nigga a whole contract, Lamar. You ain't gonna tell me what I know about Aaron Hernandez. They voided that nigga a whole contract, cuz. They bought the shit out that contract, boy.
And they
He didn't get
wanted
nothing.
and they wanted that guarantee money back.
And y'all about to say they wanted him to pay money back, yup.
So you saying he didn't get any of that back? What got paid
He
to his
didn't get
wife?
nothing, bro. If I'm not mistaken, I think his wife or something tried to go to court.
Why did the
Tried to
Patriots
take
just give her $12 million?
I was just about to say that. I think the wife tried to go to court for something. I think they agreed to something, but as far as they bought it that contract, bro.
Why did the Patriots give her $12 million?
I don't know why they gave him money.
Because his contract.
No, sir. His contract was worth $90 million.
No, they gave
the
him
guarantee money.
They gave him back. They gave him back $12 million, which was his guaranteed signing bonus.
Well, he completed that first season, right?
But I don't know if he was fully paid his full signing bonus. When they voided his contract, they were trying to keep the guaranteed money too. They couldn't touch that.
But hold up. Even though that contract got what though, Lamont? Voided.
Yeah, but they paid out the guaranteed money.
Though.
They gave her the $12 million.
Money.
They tried to take it, but they had to get that back. When they took it to court, they gave her that $12 million.
Okay, but still, the premises of it, the contract got voided. So let John keep going down this road,
He had
bro.
a 5-year, $40 million contract extension that included $15 million in guaranteed money and a signing bonus of $12 million. They tried to take his money. They ended up having to pay his wife $12 million.
So if Ja do go to jail, they is gonna void his contract.
Man, bro.
But they gonna have to give him the guaranteed money.
Bro, first of all, why are we talking about? See, this is what I'm saying. These conversations get us going down a road of impossibilities that will never happen in ever.
Why do you hold up, so Lamont? You telling me if he keep going down this road, bro, you don't see the NBA kicking him out of the league?
First of all, why do we always presume that he's first of all?
Bro, we talking about, we just saying if. It's an if, Lamont.
I know, but what I'm saying is we talk about going down the road like this man was on a criminal crime spree shooting people or something. The man just go to the strip club posting IG videos. Y'all talk about going down the road. He doing the same shit most of y'all do in y'all free time. Y'all just
we got no damn bro, Lamont, we not doing this, bro.
Y'all just
we are not Ja Morant, dog.
He doing the same thing that all y'all do. Y'all just ain't got no notoriety and nobody care.
Exactly.
That's a lot, Lamont.
You right. Exactly. You right. He can't do what I do.
Hey, that's a good one, MacDuff. I guess they didn't void Mike Vick contract either, did they?
Voided the shit out of his contract.
Y'all can't compare football.
But y'all talking about situations. You're talking about a situation where the guy is in jail. Ja Morant didn't even get charged with a crime.
Bro, here's the issue. It's not about Ja Morant being charged with a crime, Lamont.
Yeah.
The point is that where there's smoke, there's fire. And there's too much scuttlebutt about this dude, to be honest with you. There's too much scuttlebutt about this dude long term if I'm an owner in the NBA. Now, you can be a fan and you can feel any way you want to feel. And that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. We can say what we want to say. But the bottom line is that he represents an organization. Whether you like it or I like it or who likes it, he does. And so whatever the standard they put on him, whether I like it or you like it, that's what he's going to have to do. Or he can take his ball or he can go home.
He's doing it right now. We acting like he's not being accountable right now, this very moment.
He's not. He's being forced to be accountable.
Oh, no, he's not being forced. He agreed.
Oh, yeah, he is.
If he was,
he didn't have no choice.
The reason why we know he signed off on this is because the Players Association didn't get involved and the team wasn't forced to suspend him.
First of all, the Players
He agreed to take time away. Okay. This is not a suspension.
Let me ask you this.
He didn't have no choice, Lamont.
Let me ask you a question, Lamont.
Like, stop, bro.
Y'all just assume this stuff, bro.
Does the NBA fall under
y'all be coming to some crazy conclusions.
Does the NBA fall under antitrust exemption? Yes or no?
I don't know, man. What?
What
Just
get
to,
I don't know. I'm asking you a question.
I don't know. I don't know what do you mean? What are you talking about?
Antitrust
exemptions? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm saying.
I don't even know what that is.
Okay, that's we'll move on, bro.
You want me to act like I know what it is or something?
No, you said you didn't know, so we won't even go there.
All right.
Lamar, so hold up. You really think that if the Memphis Grizzlies didn't send him home, quote unquote, if he didn't take that sabbatical, you didn't think they were going to suspend him, bro? It's still
No, what I'm saying
they
is,
hold up, and they trying to sweep it under the rug, bro. They still talking about investigating how the gun got to Denver. They still ain't even told us about that yet. Whether he took the gun on the plane or not.
Okay. I'm sure that Adam Silver is investigating that. And it's Adam Silver's job to investigate that. The police said we can't investigate that. There was no crime to that degree reported. Hold on, I'm just trying to explain. We know Adam Silver and the team is investigating that angle. They're going to want to know why was he in Colorado with a gun, who gave him the gun, how he got it, who if somebody in Colorado gave him the gun. Like, they're going to want to know all the details before they proceed in this. And I'm sure Adam Silver and his team, they're going to get a conclusion on that. And if they conclude,
exactly, so they was going to shut Ja down regardless, Lamar.
If the NBA concludes that he violated a rule with regards to the gun, he's going to face a significant suspension for violating that rule. But as it stands right now, that hasn't been released. And my question is, what happens if the NBA comes out and says, okay, we find that he didn't violate the rules, right? After their investigation, then how do we proceed? When we also see that, and we see that he's not going to get suspended because he's going to come back and play eventually.
No, I don't think he come back and play this season.
I said eventually. It don't have to be this season.
Yeah, you're right. He eventually, yeah, he gonna come back, but I think he done for the season.
I don't think he's done that long.
Yeah, if you need to go ahead and show him that y'all ain't bullshitting with him. If you ask me,
but why do we got to hand down?
I think Memphis should go ahead and suspend it for the
but why are we handing out these extremely stiff punishments to Ja Morant, who ain't never been in trouble in the NBA before? Why they got to be so heavy-handed with him? To teach him a lesson? Why can't?
Because you holding the gun on Instagram, bro. Because you holding the gun on Instagram. And you've been getting it multiple. Not this is not your first incident. You done had multiple instances, bro.
We don't even know if most of those incidents are even true as reported.
Oh, Lamar, here you go with that bull, bro.
Y'all hearing these stories? Ain't
nobody making no stories up on this dude, dog.
People make stories up all the time.
I was gonna say,
Lamar, ain't nobody making no stories up on this dude, man.
So hold on, you telling me the media is truthful? You believe everything the media says? They truthful. So that means
I'm not saying, but so Lamar, all these hold up, Lamar. Lamar, all these stories that we hear about this dude, they lying on him.
The majority of the stories are lies.
His mama didn't call him up to the mall.
So the mama didn't call him up to the mall. He went up there with 7 niggas with a gun.
Hold on.
With a gun.
Hold on. True. In this age where people are so thirsty to sell stuff to TMZ, if he went up to the mall with a gun, that video would have been sold to TMZ already, and it would have been already all over the internet.
So you saying that story is a lie?
So are you telling me that Ja Morant went to the only mall in the United States without video surveillance?
So you saying that's a lie? When we know, Lamar, when we know niggas in Memphis that already confirmed that story, right?
Who confirmed it?
Herm.
Who? Herm? Man, get the fuck out of here. Herm. Man, come on, man.
So Herman T. Screech and the boys not from Memphis.
Hey, Sneed is in. Hey, here's my question, Lamar. What would you like to see happen with this, bro?
Nothing.
Lamar just want that nigga to go back on the court and start playing basketball again.
It's not about that. No.
Okay, what's wrong with him going back on the court and playing basketball?
What I'm saying is, why don't we just let these processes just run their course? Obviously, the team is handling it. Ja Morant's handling it. I don't know if this is true, but it was reported that he checked into an alcoholic rehab facility to address some of his alcoholic problems. Maybe that was a concern. I don't know. These are the things that are getting reported. I can't even say that as if it was 100% fact. All I know
I feel like that's a PR move.
All I know is he's away from the team right now. They're trying. I think the team right now, Nike, they are all just waiting to see how this pans out in the media. And the only thing that I'm seeing is that the media, every day, it seems like they digging, finding more and more to just pile onto this, and it just don't look like it's going to go away very soon. And that's the only thing that's going to keep Ja Morant off the court. It's just the media is just piling onto it.
Ma'am, how would you like this to end? Okay.
He in rehab now. He's sitting out. Make him sit out. I have him He's sitting out. How many games he done sit out already? 3. Make him sit out maybe 6, 7 games. He doesn't get paid. He has to write a public statement of apology, go through his rehab, get up here and do what he needs to do. And with stipulations, if you get in any more trouble, if you get caught up in anything else, you will deal with the consequences. We're not judging jury of the damn man. The man got out here, yeah, he flashed a gun online. He is not Jesus Christ. He is not Martin Luther King. He made a stupid ass decision, mistake, whatever he did. But
No, ma'am,
damn,
he keep making stupid decisions.
We're trying to
It's
compare
is that what
somebody to
you?
Jesus.
Wait a minute, hold on. You keep everybody keeps saying they keep making. Is it he keep making stupid decisions, or is people constantly digging? Because like Lamont said, this stuff that they digging up, didn't nobody had nothing to say when he did it 2, 3,
But
4,
ma'am,
5
you
months
can't
ago.
dig up
That's
something
what
that ain't
the media
there.
does.
You
They're not
can't
going
dig
to
up something that
portray
ain't
him.
there, man.
No, hold on.
When is the media going to portray him? When does the media portray anybody in a good light?
What we saying is, what we saying is, when this incident in the mall happened, where was all the backlash then when it happened?
Lamont, we understand, bro. They probably suppressed it.
No. Okay, what I'm saying is, why didn't you care when it happened? Herm
They probably suppressed it, though. Like we didn't. I'm not in Memphis.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. And I'm gonna tell you like I used to tell my daughter teachers. If she didn't get on your nerves 2, 3 weeks ago, don't come telling me what she done did today, because you
Ma'am,
mad
your
at something
daughter
she
is
done
not
did
an
to you
NBA
today.
player. What is you talking about?
They pulling up stuff in the damn mall that happened 2, 3, 4, 5,
Your
6
daughter
weeks
ain't no
ago.
NBA player, man. Like, stop it.
Hold on, Anti. When did the mall situation happen?
I don't know. I don't know what none of this shit happened, bro.
Exactly.
Hey, but
And
look,
one thing about Memphis,
it happened
they would have said it.
Yeah, but there's two different.
Extremely accurate. Oh, that's an accurate story.
Hey, let me ask you this question, Lamont.
Hold on, Lamont. The kid, did it happen to the kid he punched?
No, I said in the mall incident.
No, and that's what I'm telling you. He went up there and punched that kid in the face and brandished the gun on him. That kid has kept the same story the whole time.
Hold on. He said he brandished the gun in the mall?
Yes.
To the kid.
That was at his
But wait a minute, hold on. May I ask a question? Hold on. May I ask a question? I live right here beside Memphis. Now, if they can post all the other stuff that happens at these malls in Memphis, hold on, I stay right beside Memphis. They post everything that happens in these malls. Why they didn't post this? Why they didn't put this on the news?
Because it didn't happen.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you.
I'm just asking a question.
But you gotta think. You gotta think. If you ain't did nothing wrong, in the beginning, when you do stuff wrong, a lot of stuff is gonna come out. That ain't nothing.
Thank you.
Like
that's not my question. That's not the question. It's been so much stuff that's been going on at these malls over here. It has been a ton of stuff. Seems like every week is something going on with the kids acting a fool at that mall. Every time something going on at these malls over here, they post it on the news. Why didn't post this?
Hey, well, no, there was a security guard that also said he threatened him.
Again,
hold on.
We not the news. We don't know why they posted.
It doesn't matter if there's video. You have multiple people, not one singular person. You have multiple people. You have the security guard in the mall claiming he threatened him. So all these people just want to take Ja Morant down. That's what you're telling me.
Well, I just asked a question. Every time something go on at these malls over here, and it's every time. There's no selective outrage when it's stuff that go on at these malls, because these folks been acting a fool over here at these malls. They just gonna miraculously leave this one out. Now, if this isn't a case of selective outrage, I'm sorry, sweetheart. They gonna post everything that happened at the malls, but they gonna leave this one out.
Yeah, that's what.
Come on now.
But man, you
Lamont, that's ain't no damn dog. Like, stop it, bro.
He's the face. He's the face of an NBA team. He can't do what everybody else do. Like, y'all gotta stop this, bro.
Hey, bro, no, we gotta keep this alive, because black people, we allowed to keep it real, nigga.
Hold on, but
bro, stop. Hey, chill out, B.
Y'all the ones. Hold on.
No accountability.
Hold on, Bees. But y'all the ones. This is
400 years of slavery.
Hold on, Bees.
We finally let our chains off.
Hold on, Bees. This is what we're saying. When I said Ja Morant needs to put on a separate face or character or persona to make the fans or the people that say he needs to be Jesus Christ or that he has little kids looking up to him, when I say he needs to put on a separate persona for them and whatever he does off the court, he can continue going to strip clubs. He can continue brandishing guns. He can continue doing all that. Just keep it private. I'm not asking him to change up his whole way of life. I'm saying, but when I'm saying when you on camera, give the media what they want. This perfect character that don't do no wrong. If that's what y'all want. Now, what I'm saying is us as our community, what are we going to call that? Are we going to call that him just getting to his bag, or are we going to call that a sellout? Now, because I've seen a ton of players put on that face, and the next thing you know, we calling them sellouts.
You can call me what you want. You can't call me broke.
Hey, Lamont,
y'all gonna have to choose. Do y'all want real, or do you want fake?
Lamont, I was one of those people that you're talking about.
Hold on 1 second. This is what I call that, Lamont. I call that getting paid. Because see, the key thing we keep missing is that squeaky clean image. That's what the Grizzlies are trying to sell. That's what these teams are selling to people. They sell you hope. No, it is true.
Their motto is grit and grind. They got a hard-nosed team. They love that perception of being a tough, hard-nosed team.
So you telling me
on the court, nigga, on the court. On the court.
I know.
Not off that motherfucker.
Hold on, Anti. And that's where y'all started calling him a thug.
Look, bro.
Hold on.
It's not no y'all.
Hold
Maybe
on.
the media.
Hold on.
Why are you bouncing around?
Hold on, bees. Hold on. Y'all gotta hold on 1 second.
On for long.
What I'm saying is this terminology. We started calling the Memphis Grizzlies thugs because of their perception on the court. Now, because they've taken on this persona on the court of being this tough, hard-nosed team, y'all label them thugs. And then you can
Lamont, hold on.
Let me finish. And now that on the court, y'all have labeled them thugs based on what they do on the court. Now you conflate that persona with the things you see him do off the court, and then you say, "Oh, he's trying to be a thug everywhere." And all he did was just sit in a strip club, probably brandish a gun that was for self-protection, and he was just doing what anybody else would do in the strip club, and he showed it on IG, which is probably not the most moral or ethical thing, right? Probably not the best decision in the world based on some of the odd allegations out there about him that are mostly lies because the stories are so inconsistent. It don't make no sense. What are y'all running with? What do y'all want from these players? Do y'all want real or do y'all want fake? Do y'all want 25 Steph Currys?
Lamont, it don't matter what we want. It's what the organization want, bro. We don't, like me personally.
What does the organization want?
That man is a millionaire, bro, for the rest of his life, dog. Like, I can care less.
They want to make as much money as they can.
It's what the organization wants, bro.
What does the organization
want? He works for somebody.
What does the organization want?
The organization.
I'm pretty sure they don't want.
They want
to make money. This is my part. Hold up, Lamont. No matter what you say, hold up. Hold up, Lamont. No matter what you say, bro. That the NBA had a problem with a gun with a gun problem with Gilbert Arenas and Javaris Christian, right? I'm pretty sure, bro, they do not want that problem again. Okay, now all of a sudden
they investigating it.
But hold on. But hold up. If I'm not mistaken, Bees, you can correct me. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, everything that they've been saying about Ja Morant, every incident has a fucking gun involved. Why?
Hold on. What has had a gun? First of all, when this story came out with the 17-year-old months ago, the 17-year-old mentioned nothing about a gun.
The pickup game, right?
Yes, he didn't say.
They said he went inside and put a gun in his basketball shorts. He came outside with a gun.
Come on, Anti. He just added that a couple weeks ago.
Who just added that? The media?
17-year-old.
Bro. So
this story about
no matter what you say, bro, it's like it's not, bro. He every time it comes up, he get into something. It's a gun involved. My thing is this, bro. Why do you keep having a gun involved?
Hey, y'all, this so-called story about the gun, this so-called story has been changed. The 17-year-old has watched how the media is covering Ja Morant, how they're labeling him, the narrative behind him. And as the narrative's gotten worse and worse about Ja Morant, his story's changed. He's now added to his story that Ja Morant went into the house and came back with a gun. That's just added. He was not saying this months ago when he first reported the story that he got into a fight. He basically just said he got into a fight with Ja Morant. And then the media said Ja Morant got into a fight with a minor, not some big-ass 17-year-old, because that's what he is. He's a humongous 17-year-old that don't look like a little kid. Something's wrong with your mic, Anti.
Lamont, may I say something right quick? For the ones that seem to think that I am enticing and entertaining ratchet activity. Like I said, I've been working in the education system for almost 18 years. That's one element I do not deal with when it comes to student athletes. I'm a very mean individual. It's your perception, it's your legacy that you leave. Now, am I saying to give Ja Morant a tap on the hand? No, because the stupid decision that you made to be Instagram famous is going to follow you the rest of your life, because individuals, white, black, and others, don't know how to forgive and forget and let shit die. Like someone sit here and said earlier, he go out there and bump somebody on the court. Oh yeah, that's a thug, that's a thug. They're not going to let it die. But I do believe individuals, yes, he's 23, he's grown, but hell, you have some 50-year-old individuals that make stupid ass decisions. Are we going to sit here and hang this over this man's head? He made a stupid Instagram decision. Everybody has made stupid ass decisions, but somebody has given us, and I say us because we've all made stupid ass decisions, a second chance. Now, this happens to be a big one, and the media is blowing it up. When does the media not blow up shit? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying get a man a slap on the wrist and a pat on the back. No, you made your bed and you lay in it. But does this child have a history of acting a damn fool, or is everybody digging up shit and piling on this one incident? Yes, that little young man, they had a pickup game over there. You got your ass whooped. You couldn't deal with it, man. Sir, I'm sorry.
Why you keep saying one incident? It's multiple incidents. It's not just one.
If it was one incident, they wouldn't have nothing to pile up or look back for and try to get.
Exactly. Okay. It's not just one incident.
Excuse me. This one incident of this gun.
Go ahead.
Got everybody. This one incident of this gun got everybody digging up old shit. That's why I keep saying this.
It's not just one incident of the gun.
What brought up all these
every incident that we are talking about?
What incident brought up all these other videos?
What other? So you saying he had a gun in the mall?
No. About a gun has been.
What gun? What other incidents involve guns?
What are you talking about?
When his friends were partying at the Indiana.
Hold on, the Colorado incident, right?
That's
exactly the laser thing at the Indiana Pacers, right?
The thing with the Pacers that's already been proven to be false. Move on. The NBA investigated that. They said the allegations were false. So that's scratched. Give me another one.
So the Pacers players was lying on him.
No, the NBA investigated and said it was false. It was a Pacers security guard that said.
Okay. Now you saying, Lamar, it sounds like to me that everything.
Don't get mad at me.
Okay, now the situation with the boy with the basketball. Now that's false now too, right?
Oh, so the situation with the boy.
Okay, now the situation with the basketball with the pickup game, that's a lie now too, right? Because he added to it.
No, what I'm saying is when he first told the story, there was no mention of a gun. That's a big deal. Why would you not mention it? Why is the mention of the gun? Why does it happen 6 months from now when you're deciding to proceed with a lawsuit? It sounds like you're just trying to make your case sound a little bit juicier.
Oh yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
Sound like you got out there and you was playing a game, a pickup game, and you got whooped and you got in your feelings.
Why would I get in my feelings? That's Ja Morant.
I didn't say you per se, baby. The pronoun you is not referring to you, sweetheart. I'm talking about the young man that played the pickup game with Ja.
But I'm saying even with him, that's Ja Morant. He's supposed to whoop my ass.
No, he's a
professional basketball
player. I'm not talking about you, baby. I'm talking about the young man.
I'm not saying me. I'm saying even with that young man, why would I get pressed because Ja Morant is whooping my ass in basketball?
Oh, Ja Morant punched him. That's what he's saying. That's what she's talking about.
No, it sounds like more than Ja Morant's punched him.
So why would
what I'm saying is, baby, you know how pickup games can get heated, sweetheart.
Okay, you're
Pickup
right. And
games
some
give
people
me.
can brandish guns doing pickup games.
All right. You just got your mind made up that man. We're gonna do like you. Just go and kick the motherfucker out of the NBA, and we can all be done
I
and
never
happy.
said kick him out of the NBA,
Well,
man.
because I mean,
I never said kick him out of the NBA, but he
you
need to be held
know,
accountable for his actions.
again, and is he not?
Oh, and don't say we don't know yet.
That man been out. Is he getting paid for these games that he's sitting out of?
I don't know. Is
He
he?
did not.
Okay, is his
What?
endorsements not by? Is he not threatening to lose endorsements? I mean, just because punishment hadn't came down,
Nah, Nike said
punishment
they standing
is
by
right
him.
there.
Nike said they standing by him.
Power is
Okay,
just
well,
too
everything
incontrovertible.
still has to be investigated. What do you want action now, or are y'all gonna let these folks do what they gonna do?
No, this is my thing, man. Okay, let's say he does all this. Dude get swept under the rug, and they take a light on him. It sounds like to me this is something that keeps happening.
Oh my God.
It's reoccurring.
How does it keep happening when they're digging up stuff from the past?
Exactly. That's my point right there. When I say this one incident, and they just steady digging stuff up. The one incident of him brandishing that gun online, and now they done went and dug up everything else that man done did. And like Lamont say, they wasn't mad 6 months ago. They wasn't mad 3 months ago. Don't come bringing it to the table now when you wasn't mad 6 and 3 months ago.
Nah, we didn't know about it 6 and 3 months ago.
How was it when they hell, I remember the pickup game, but I'm from right here beside it. I
I'm about to say
remember
you
the
right there
thing with the
beside it.
Pacers. All of that stuff, all of that, I remember all of it. And it's like, really?
Hey, Lamont.
Yo, what up?
Hey, Lamont.
Let me say something.
Hold on,
real
let me
quick.
get to Big Chest real quick. Go ahead, Big Chest.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? No, the crazy thing, my thing is, because these situations, the incident with the 17-year-old boy and the incident at the mall, they happened within a few days of each other last summer. And then the new reporting of another incident involving Ja's sister and some other girl at a school in Germantown. That I feel like he shouldn't be getting maligned as bad as he is right now. I feel like the media is literally doing a castigation job. Like they're literally just demonizing him as somebody that he isn't. But the lady or whoever said this incident, the Instagram live, it just exacerbated the situation as a whole. Me personally, I just feel like Josh should just slow his roll, because he's only like to me, he's like what 3-4 months older than I am. So, I can relate to, being young and making dumb and ignorant decisions and, having to pay the consequences. I just don't feel like he should be, demonized and castigated for it. I just feel like, he needs to sit his behind down and okay, understand that, okay, I've got myself in situations whether, the information is factual or not, or some of it's flawed, but I've been in situations involving my name and my likeness, and I don't want to lose, potentially, multiple endorsement deals and, the upcoming contract that kicks in next year. So I just really think he just needs to take a step back, slow his roll and, just get back on track to being, the great player that he is.
Hey, look, here's my problem. All these incidents. So whether it's on a basketball court, where I'm assuming it wasn't just him and the other guy, I'm assuming there were other people around. This incident with the mall. So the one thing that's very odd to me is that it's very hard for a NBA player, Ja Morant stature, to walk somewhere without people pulling out these phones. And especially if it's a contentious art situation where people can get a whole bunch of clicks and views on social media if they record it with their phone. None of these incidents, not one incident happens to have happened on a cell phone. And the only incident that we have seen is the one incident where Ja Morant picked up his own phone and recorded himself in the strip club. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even known he was there. So it's just funny to me how all of these incidents happening without not one person picking up a phone recording it. Especially if it involved a female. Like y'all said, it involved a female. And we know they love picking up them phones, putting it on social media and recording the whole, especially if it involves an NBA player. So that's why I say it's hard for me to just take all these stories as believable or factual when I ain't seen not one video. I just keep hearing stories getting leaked out there, but ain't nobody got no proof to substantiate any of these claims. And everybody's story seems to be changing, finessed, and I'm hearing terminology that's generally used in lawsuits. Right? Come I'm not believing it. I think it's all gassed up. People just trying to jump on some type of money train to try to snatch a few dollars away from them. And I'm not going.
But hold up, Lamar. Have anybody came out and said they trying to sue Ja Morant?
Yes, the
Who
17-year-old is.
who the 17-year-old?
Yeah.
And that's the only one, right?
Well, he came out and announced that while adding on that the gun was pulled on him.
Okay, but that's the only one that's trying to get money out of him.
No, but what I'm saying is, in these other incidents, it don't have to be about money. The fact remains is that I have a hard time believing that at a shopping mall, not one person picked up their phone and started recording when Ja Morant came around during an argument amongst a whole bunch of people. It could be two randoms fighting in the mall. People gonna pick up their phone and record it, and it's just two random people that don't nobody know.
Ja need to chill with guns. Period, bro. Like you know how the people that you work for, the entity that you work for, bro. You should know like they do not play about guns. Like, bro, if it's a saying, bro. If I gotta have a gun to go somewhere, dog, I don't need to go to that place that I need to go. If you feel like you need to have a firearm, you don't need to be in that place, bro. Like, stop with the guns, dog. I don't care how you act off the court. Just stop with the guns, bro.
I'm sure he's learned that lesson now after losing so much right now. People act like he hasn't lost a lot already right now. He's missed games, so that means he's missing game checks. He's probably losing out money on certain types of endorsements or anything that his name was. So his money is getting hurt. His reputation's got hurt. We act like he ain't got penalized. How much more of a penalty does he need to have?
That's all I was saying, Lamont. I'm not saying
I say go ahead and shut him down for the rest of the season.
I've watched white football players use the N-word, get a very light suspension. They back playing football. I ain't hear this outcry to take away every endorsement, kick them out the league, void their contracts. I ain't even hear that much of a fuss. But
bro, I'm still waiting on them to get Brett Favre. Brett Favre done faded up into the cloud somewhere.
Lamont, Plexico Burris shot himself in the leg, bro. It got kicked out of the league, basically.
But the thing is, Plexico Burris got faced criminal charges for what he did. And
your boy he's facing it.
And he had to go to jail.
No. They are not going to charge him.
They're not charging him. They said the Colorado police came out and said there was no evidence that a crime was committed.
Yeah.
I can only take that as them saying they looked into it, everything checked out, and we moving on. Yeah. What else am I supposed to? What am I supposed to say? Oh well, I still think he committed a crime. He just didn't get caught. What am I supposed to say that?
Yeah, you can't compare those two. New York, you can't have guns at all.
Yeah, Colorado's different. Plus, if you get back to Tennessee is an open carry state. I live in Nashville, so and I go to school up here in Clarksville. So like I see like motherfuckers, they be having they nines, they Desert Eagles out, so freaking it's a gun state. My thing is, okay,
who the fuck walking around with a Desert Eagle?
I done seen some people, just come to Nashville, Tennessee, you'll see some.
Dude, I'm in Texas, the most open carry state in the world.
Oh yeah, I forget. Well, it's in the South, period. but what I was saying,
big gun.
Yeah, it is. No, but what I was saying, I think there's a lot of people, and I've noticed it too. Especially because it's on Fox Sports and everything. I noticed like some of these people, they are really looking to get a check, either get clout off of the situation, and I feel like that's wrong because I was like, what more do you want the man to do? Like he's already serving a suspension from the team. Coca-Cola and Powerade just suspended their ad with him. Like they didn't took it down. Like you can't find that no more. And then like Nike standing by him, but like his other endorsement deals with restaurants, McDonald's, they're they were supposed to have a deal, but that's in limbo right now. So he's serving his punish. He's getting punished. I don't know what the league's gonna do. I don't know if they're done with their investigation or where they are in that stuff, but like if he gets off, and hopefully he learns from his lesson. If he gets suspended, then he'll learn from that. I think that people who are just going at him just because it's the cool thing to do, they don't have a life. They really don't. they're living vicariously through this man's, situation. And I feel like, to the people that do that, I'm like, just, check yourself, get some help, honestly, because that's sick. Because and like you said, Lamont, I've seen certain football players, college and NFL, I've seen them get, do worse things and actually do criminal things and get away and get less, attention.
A la Peyton Manning.
But
A la
we
Ben
know it's a double.
Roethlisberger.
But we know it's a double standard. We know. Hold on. We know it's a double standard when it comes to that. That's why, to me, it's just more disappointing because we know it's a double standard. It's not new. It's not like it's just coming out the blue. Everyone knows that it's a double standard. So to me, it's just more disappointing. The fact that he's losing endorsements. I'm saying me personally. I'm saying.
Can I say something real quick?
Because the double standard. Look, I'm going to give you an example that the double standard's influenced by us. The double standard is created by how much we perceive it. So when you look at Ray Rice received what, like a 3-6 some short suspension for the most part when he got caught up in that incident. Then the media backlash came. Then the women came. And an outcry from certain sects, and then the media took hold of it and blew it up. Then the NFL completely changed their mind and said, "All right, this suspension is not harsh enough. We need to be harsher because of the media. We impact their decisions. We determine how harsh it is. We actually determine the double standard. We be creating the double standard and then get mad when it's a double standard." If he does get slammed, and for somehow his contract is voided, we can't come back later and be like, "Oh, they always taking it light on the white players, but when the black players get in trouble, they get we participate."
No, I disagree with that, Lamont, because domestic violence happened. Because what they was comparing it to, like domestic violence happened like throughout all different types of like different types of careers, and like so like just say a CEO or somebody, they have this domestic dispute with their wife or whatever, they won't lose their job. So like that's where the kind of like the disparity and like the double standard were coming from. But when we saw that video, I was like, he gotta go, bro. He like cold, like knocked her out, bro. Like that was with me. Cause I feel like it was just like if it's just like a regular domestic thing or whatever between you and your significant other, I don't believe you should lose your job. But when he knocked that lady out and had to drag out the elevator, like that changed. Like
that lady that's his wife.
Yeah, they made
what I'm saying is, why is our standard? Why don't we only look to the NFL to extract these harsh punishments? I didn't hear nobody in our sect saying, "Oh, that man needs to go to jail." And then nobody applied pressure to the prosecutor saying, "Oh, he needs to be charged." Everybody ran and cried to the NFL, "Oh, he needs to be suspended." We don't even really care. It's all about the sport. It's all about what we see. It's all about what we don't see.
You can't put that blanket on everybody.
In that situation,
no, that situation just happened in college football. Old boy slapped his wife, and that was on film, and that old boy didn't lose his job.
I think
Dana White. I didn't hear a lot of backlash for Dana White.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
He just hit his wife bad.
Yo,
that's why I said
it don't matter. He put his hands on his wife like Ray Rice did his wife. So what's the difference?
No, he did. No, he didn't. Stop that right now. That man knocked his wife out, and that man just tapped his wife back.
He hit her. Ray hit his wife a little bit harder than that white man, but a lick is a lick.
Man, a lick is a lick.
A lick is a lick. It don't matter. Keep your hands to yourself.
No.
Cut it out. I can hit you upside the head with a gun.
Let me go to E.
But I still use the gun.
Hold on, I gotta go to E and Kid podcast. Go ahead, man.
Yo, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, what's good, man?
Yeah, I think we kind of bouncing around with this issue, but this issue is not a double standard issue. It's not a race issue. It's a behavioral issue. It's an issue that I see a lot, a trend I see a lot with black folks. When you have a black player, kid, whatever, acting out of turn, a lot of times black people try to excuse the fuckery. All right,
that's a race issue you're making it then.
No, okay, fine, but it's not like an intraracial. It's not like a white people do it too issue. This is an issue with black folks. Like Ja Morant he's doing these things. He has a pattern, a behavioral pattern of hanging with the wrong people, getting into altercation that he doesn't need to be in, and it's a downward spiral. It's a trend, and so everybody, Shannon Sharpe included, is like, bro, you're going down a dark path. You got to slow down a little bit. And everybody's saying, "Oh, you just hating. You just want to see him be punished." No, like the league has rules. There are rules. They're your employer. If you're behaving badly, this has nobody to do with anybody but you. You're doing this, and he should be punished for what he's doing. I don't see Luka Doncic in a strip club brandishing a weapon. I don't see Jokic. I don't see Steph Curry. But Ja Morant is trying to be something that he's not.
Oh, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So when that video came out, of Jokic walking down the street drunk, where was the outcry? Where was the outcry about him getting suspended? When Jokic was on video, walking down a public street, drunk as hell, public intoxication, breaking the law. Where was the outcry for him to be suspended?
Wait, it's against the law to be drunk?
It's called public intoxication.
Yeah, public intoxication. That's a law.
How many people are drunk in public all the time? How many times do people in general?
But is that an NBA
it's a crime. Rule? It's a crime.
How the fuck is that a crime?
No, but you're being disingenuous.
Public intoxication is a crime.
I get it, but you're being disingenuous.
And what about the little kids that look? Hold on. What about the little kids that look up to him? Bro. What example was he said for the little kids that look up to him being drunk walking down the street?
You're moving the goal.
That's not moving his goalpost.
I know, because players all the time get drunk and high all the time. Black and white. No, am I lying?
No,
listen.
Hold on, bro.
You're doing the same thing.
Hold on, you're missing my point. You're missing my point. Hold on. Listen to my point. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, what Ja did was on camera, and we can call it stupid behavior, and he's paying a penalty for it. Now, on the flip side, Jokic on camera, publicly. I'm not just talking tipsy. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm not talking. Let me finish because there's more to it. I'm not talking just tipsy. He was falling down like stupid drunk, like blackout drunk. So when we talk about, he's one of the best players in the league. He's one of the faces of the league, 2-time MVP. Right. We know that there's kids, whether they're here in the U.S. or in other countries, that look up to him. He's a role model. Where was the public outcry that this man should face? Should lose all his sponsorship deals if he has any, should be suspended. He didn't face any retribution from the NBA. And the reason why he didn't, I'm gonna tell you right now, the reason why he didn't face any backlash, is because there was no media outcry for any punishments to be divvied out.
But so the media outcry for intoxication in general.
So hold on, listen to what I'm saying, but that's a double standard.
And all them, they were drunk. When players win championships, they get drunk at parade.
Bro, we're talking about bro. Now you're just making excuses for Jokic.
I'm not. No, y'all are making excuses. I'm not making excuses.
So when we talk about, when we talk about role models, I've been hearing a lot today that Ja Morant's a role model. Is Jokic not a role model?
I never said that.
I brought that up, and I get exactly what you're saying.
It don't matter. Hold on, y'all. It don't matter if Jokic recorded himself or if somebody else recorded him. At the end of the day, there's public footage of him walking down the street, blackout drunk. And so,
he's not Ja Morant.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Y'all gotta hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go, E-Kid, next. What I'm saying is, how are we trying to say this is two different things when we talk about two people who were both on camera caught doing something wrong? The only difference between the two incidents is in one incident, we have a media narrative that's pursuing them, pushing everything negative about them. And then with another player, we have a media that chose not to go after the player, that chose not to push any narratives about him. And there was no repercussions whatsoever. They both were caught on camera doing something wrong, morally, ethically. In Jokic's case, it could have been criminally wrong, and they both have little kids that look up to him. Where was all this outcry when Jokic got caught on camera?
That's the media right there.
That's media.
That's media. And you right about that, Lamont. I ain't got no comeback for that. Like, that's the media.
No, it's not the media. And I'll tell you why. One, the connotation of being drunken in public is not the same as waving a gun around. It's not. We all know this. Two, the incident with Jokic, while it's a bad look, it's a one-off. But with Ja Morant, this is a pattern of bad behavior.
Hey, how do you know Jokic didn't get in the car and drive home?
With gangsters, throwing up gang signs, getting into fights with people on
how do you know Jokic didn't get in the car and drive home?
Waving a gun around. This stuff.
How do you know? Because remember, a lot of people are implying. A lot of people, hold on. A lot of people are implying that Ja Morant brought the gun from one state to another, which was illegal. How come we can't imply that Jokic was walking to a parking garage and drove himself home drunk? We know drunk driving is one of the biggest killers of people in the United States.
All right. That's a fair point.
That's why I agree with you. That's why I agree with you.
We have less to go on with the Jokic situation because he could have Ubered home.
It's on video. How do you know? But hold on. But how do we know? How do we know
enough about this?
How do we know that a friend didn't come bring Ja that gun? How do we know somebody didn't just give Ja the gun? How do we know somebody didn't just give Ja the gun?
He was on the road. He was
okay. How do you know he didn't have the gun? How do you know he didn't have a friend in Colorado who said, "Yeah, you can hold this gun down while you're here"?
You're doing the shit that niggas do.
Because here's the problem: all the time. The police investigate
excuses for. I'm not making an excuse for Jokic. I'm saying,
hold on. You all over the place and you dodging what's really going on here. Because I never made one excuse for Ja. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna lash out and ask the NBA to hand down the max ether to Ja Morant, then I want to see you tell the NBA to lash out and hand down the max ether to every NBA player that's caught on video doing something wrong, and don't have special passes. Because the thing is, your personal worldview, you don't look at public intoxication as being that serious. But maybe somebody else who's had
one does.
Hold on.
No one.
That's not true.
Can I say something? Hold on. No, hold on. He keeps lashing. What I'm saying is he keeps saying no one does, but maybe this person over here has had a family member killed by a drunk driver, and they completely opposed to it. See, he ain't thinking about it like that. See, it's wrong for me to look at Ja Morant in a strip club and just say, oh, that ain't really that bad. But he can look at Jokic being drunk down the street, don't know where he's going, don't know if he got in a car, was he driving drunk, don't care about any of that. Didn't do no digging into his background. Is he an alcoholic? Does he drink all the time? Has he gotten in trouble for drinking before in his past? Y'all don't care about none of the background with these other players. But with Ja Morant, y'all want to go digging, asking questions with little to no evidence. Y'all claiming the man was at the mall arguing and fighting with girls, pulling out guns at the malls, pulling guns out on 17-year-olds with no evidence to support it whatsoever.
Can I say something?
Man. It's sad, man. No, I'm gonna let Ian Kid go.
No, man. I'm saying you guys are being disingenuous. You know that the majority of people don't view that as.
Well, where do you get that information?
You waving a gun.
I do. Hold on,
bro.
How many on the people? Okay, let's just go off this panel. How many people on the panel think being drunk in public is not a big deal?
But I'm not talking about drunk driving. I'm talking about being drunk in public.
It's a big deal to me being
having a gun in public's not a big deal in Arizona.
It's both
of them are a big deal. Both of them
are a big deal. Like on some real shit. Like,
but Jokic wasn't arrested for what he did.
And Ja Morant wasn't arrested.
Ja Morant wasn't arrested.
No,
you throwing narratives in there, bro.
He was not arrested for what he did.
Killing your argument,
we don't
bro.
know if he was drunk driving. Two, it's a one-off. Ja Morant has a history of bad behavior.
How you know Jokic don't got a history?
Y'all are trying to excuse that. Jokic doesn't have a pattern of this behavior.
How you know?
On camera, at least.
How you know?
Y'all just want to make excuses for Ja Morant. Look, that's what y'all want to do.
Ja Morant has one video out there. You said he has a pattern on video. What other videos you got that we don't got?
As far as I know, because I've never seen the Jokic video because I don't follow players like that. But if Jokic had a pattern of doing this, we would know it. If he just had a pattern of always being drunk, fighting and getting in brawls, we know it. Ja Morant has been having a documented history over the last year of fuckery.
You just don't care about it.
That's what y'all don't want to real quick.
Why you add stuff up in there, bro? We ain't got to be fighting or nothing. If he out drunk, sloppy drunk, that's a horrible look.
That's horrible, bro.
That's a bad look.
You don't know where he came from. You don't
my
know what
argument
he
is
did.
it's a one-off versus Ja Morant.
How you know it's a one-off?
Both of them are one-off for what we know. Both of them
because I haven't heard much about Jokic.
No, you haven't heard the media talk about it. You haven't heard the media.
I think.
Okay, you got Jokic stories.
So no, okay, hold
Ja
on.
Morant went on Instagram and did that.
No,
That's
okay,
his fault.
no.
Nobody put a
Okay,
gun in his head and tell him away with a gun.
okay. So if you talk about the two issues, okay, Jokic was somebody filmed Jokic. Ja did the shit himself, but at the same time, at the same
That don't
time,
change it.
the other incidents, let's just say they haven't been confirmed true. They're all alleged. They're all, and plus, if you look at the facts, are really misleading because people have been telling different stories. It's just because of the Instagram live video, it just exacerbated all the allegations. So people now assuming that it is true. The whatever happened with the 17-year-old kid in the mall, and then what happened with his sister at the school in Germantown, Tennessee. Like it's just been the situation's just been overblown, and people aren't looking at, or people aren't doing their research. They're just in their feelings, and they're just going off. Well, he put out a gun on IG Live, and he was acting a fool on IG Live. I guess he must be this thug ass nigga. You know.
But isn't that like against the league's rules to be carrying a gun?
I'm pretty sure it's against the rules to be walking around publicly intoxicated.
Okay, if we
we're not talking about Jokic right now. I get it. White people do it too. But
it's not about
this gun situation. Is that not illegal against the league rules?
Hold on, let me rebuttal. Hold on. First of all, it's not about Jokic being white. You said the NBA will respect your second right, your Second Amendment right. They just say you cannot have a gun on in the NBA in the facilities or on a team playing.
Right.
We don't know if the thing is, people are assuming that people are making assumptions. There is no fact. The NBA is doing their investigation. People are just saying, well, maybe he had it on the team playing. We don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying nobody.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Hold on. Let me say this real quick. We know for a fact that Jokic was out there drunk, walking around like a damn idiot. We see it. It's footage. That's a criminal act. What Ja Morant did, they said it was nothing criminal about it. Hold up. They said it was nothing criminal about it. So one we know was criminal. The other one, they said it was nothing criminal about it. So how are y'all on Morant like that and not Jokic? Just make it make sense.
It's a bad look for the league. Come on, it's a bad look. You know it's a bad look. It's a bad
look. Both are a bad look. I'm sorry.
No. What I said was hold up. No, what I said was one of them is a criminal act. The other one, the police said it. He did nothing criminal.
I get that, but optics matter.
You see how quick you said but. You see how quick you said but.
Wait. I didn't get to finish what I was going to say.
Bro, that's crazy. One of them is criminal. One of them is criminal.
Let me finish. I didn't finish yet. Wow, what Jokic did is also a bad look. I acknowledge that.
No, it's criminal.
It's a one-off. He doesn't have a history of doing
Bro,
this.
It's criminal.
We are hearing rumors, and we at least have the Instagram footage of him acting badly.
You don't get it.
Why is it so hard?
One of them
because y'all want to hold Ja Morant to a higher standard of foolishness because he's black.
No, I don't want to hold him to a higher standard. Stop doing stupid stuff.
Bro, what Jokic did was criminal, bro. It's a law against what Jokic did.
He did it one time.
It's a law. I don't care. That's not the point. It's a law against it. What he did. What Ja Morant did, it ain't no law against that.
They did the same thing.
Did Jokic get arrested that day? No.
We don't should have.
Wow.
He should have got arrested.
That's crazy, man. Y'all out of control, bro.
But Ian Kidd, why do you think? Why do you think the media didn't call for Jokic to get suspended?
Now Negroes understand law, and now drug intoxication is an issue. Stop.
Public intoxication has always been a crime.
That's forever.
No,
what are you talking about?
How often do people get arrested? You only get arrested
every day.
Fighting or something.
It depends on how you look. It depends on how you look.
How many times have you been arrested for being drunk in public?
Are you serious right now?
I ain't never stupid enough to do it.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
The easiest way to go to jail,
really,
bro.
Wow. That's really.
I see people from the club.
If you've been on a college campus, you know every weekend you probably have about 15 of your friends.
We just had
getting out of jail on Monday because they done got caught for public intoxication.
For fighting. My friends went to jail for fighting, not being drunk. We were always drunk.
They probably was
they
drunk.
got in trouble because they were fighting.
They probably was drunk. They probably was drunk. They probably had been drinking.
I went to college, bro.
And that just
so
means
your friend,
that means
but
they
you
got
all
already
drunk on
fight.
Halloween on the strip. Nobody
that
got
just means
arrested.
they got
except the people
assault
who were
charges
fighting.
and public intoxication charges.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look, y'all
No,
do this thing. Y'all just want to
That
make
means it's double as bad as Ja.
Hold
I'm
on.
not gonna do it. That nigga needs to be suspended for the rest of the year.
I mean, y'all was some wild motherfuckers. Y'all was some wild drunks, man.
Nah,
For real.
Y'all was out there fighting and everything.
Just go.
Black people are the least moral people on earth. Now all of a sudden they moral. Now they
If he want to know how many people that get arrested for public intoxication tomorrow is Monday, pull up your jailhouse roster and see
That's
how many
all you
people that
gotta
got
do.
arrested.
That's
for
true.
public
That's all you
intoxication.
gotta
I'm
do.
not doing that.
But like, and the thing,
I'm not doing that.
Okay,
You know
no,
y'all
so
being
I,
disingenuous.
but we
Oh,
comparing
yes.
like, okay, he didn't get he like Ja ain't commit no crime. The thing is, I feel like you can do stupid shit and it don't have to be a crime. But at the same time, you know, we really
That don't mean you're not gonna be punished for it.
But bro, we
I know.
ain't talking about your feelings, bro.
No, I know. Hold
It's not
on.
my feelings. This is the league obviously
Facts.
deemed what he
No,
did. It's
like
a bad look.
the league
So
don't
they
look
suspended him.
don't look at it. But the thing is, the league is being hypocritical. I don't even. When did the Jokic situation? When did the Jokic video?
They're not.
When did that can't come out? Was it like a
They
couple
are
years?
being hypocritical because I didn't know that.
That was after he signed his contract. After he signed his contract,
Players
he went
get
out.
players get
He went
high
out and got
drunk,
sloppy
go to the
drunk.
club all the time.
Wait, wasn't he?
On
Wait, hold
camera,
up.
sloppy drunk. We've seen it.
Was he in the United States or was he
We've
in
seen
Serbia?
dudes be lit.
He was over here, bro.
Okay, all right, because I need to. Well, I haven't seen the video.
But go pull it
we've
up and
seen
look at
guys
it.
be on lives, bro. We've seen dudes be lit, bro. Come on, why y'all pretending like this is not a thing?
No,
We've
this is
seen dudes
this
be
is
lit.
why. This is why. Let me tell you why.
social media,
Let me tell
players
you
be
why.
lit.
Hold on, no. Let me tell you why. Because one of the things is that's a criminal
Cause he black.
offense. What Ja Morant did, it's nothing criminal about it.
That nobody gets arrested for. Nobody gets arrested for that. They don't.
If you pro
They get
John
arrested
Anthony
typically
Jokic,
if
just say that.
they're disturbing
Ja
the peace
Morant
or
didn't
they're
do
fighting.
nothing
They're causing
criminal.
a scene.
Only way
Even
you
Jokic.
get arrested for
Nobody gets
only way you
arrested
get
for just
arrested
drinking.
for what Ja did if you in New York.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
it.
because New York law is a bunch of bullshit.
But y'all also ignoring how did he get the gun? If he had the gun on the bus or in the facilities, he's
Bro,
breaking
it don't
NBA
matter.
policies.
It don't
That's the
matter.
thing
If
we
he
don't
did,
know.
and
It's
is that
speculation.
gun legal? Is that gun legally registered?
Yo,
You don't know this.
Hey,
Yes,
can I
we
get it?
do.
Hold on, let me let SB get in on this. Go ahead, SB.
Okay, so look, all right. I heard a lot of y'all talking. I feel like y'all dancing around circle. First of all, a lot of y'all wrong and y'all going too far left. First of all, Lamont, you first, because I know you be slick with it. You think you slick by throwing that Joker situation and that was bad. And I'm gonna explain that point. Please don't cut me off. I know y'all real emotional about this topic. Two, what Anti said that was too far left field. What Ja did was stupid and immature, and it was bad timing with all the situations that's going on with him, all the cases. He should not be suspended for the rest of the season. Maybe probably like this week, he should be back by next week. Whoever said what Ja Morant did wasn't illegal, it was illegal because you cannot have no gun in the club, period. A lot of people went to jail for that. And the difference between Jokic and Ja's situation, which Jokic did bad, and it wasn't in America, he was in Serbia, so that's during the offseason. And Ja Morant also has been on videos multiple times showing that he's been drunk and publicly intoxicated too, so that's not necessarily fair to say.
Right.
Hold on.
Let me finish, bro.
So you saying you know more about the
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro.
Let the man finish.
Colorado
Can I finish my point?
The Colorado
bro. You've
cop
been
said
talking
he
the
didn't
whole
do
time.
nothing
Can I
wrong.
finish, bro?
Let him rock.
Can I finish, bro? You've been talking this whole time. Chill. Now, what the problem with Ja and what made Ja's situation better than Joker? Somebody else recorded Joker. Ja did the dumb idea to record itself. It was just stupid. Everybody is overreacting. That's the main problem with the Ja situation. Because James Harden stayed in a strip club every day. Ja Morant was in a strip club having a good time. That's not illegal. But to record yourself doing that on your own is grand stupid. Now, say if like one of his homies would have recorded him with the gun, they caught him off guard. Then I think it should have been no suspicion, no leeway. No, yes, because look, this was
you all the way
wrong.
Listen, all the way wrong.
You done lost your whole damn mind.
Listen,
bro.
Ja Morant, you made a false statement.
Ja Morant, listen, y'all not
made a
listen. Y'all
false
not
statement, bro.
He did. He did. I
You
heard
made
it
a
too.
false statement, bro.
Let him have it.
Hold on, y'all. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Y'all so emotional, ready to talk. Y'all don't understand the difference in magnitude of you recording live on yourself doing this instead of somebody catching you off guard. Now, both situations are bad, but you try to tell me you recording yourself with this or your homie catch you and you might just have it on you in the club like you said for protection or something. Which one would be looked at as worse?
SB, can I ask you one question?
I'm asking my question.
No,
first,
I'm
then
about to.
answer it.
I'm gonna answer it with this. So
The first one.
hold on. Let
Okay,
me. So I'm thinking, which should be worse? So if I just robbed the bank and then I grab my phone and I got the gun I used and the money and I put my phone up and take a selfie and they use that selfie to convict me, as opposed to if I don't do that and use the bank surveillance to catch me with the gun, running out with the money, and they catch my face, they both just equally as bad. You got caught. They both catch you. It don't matter who posted or who exposed it.
No. But what's not robbing a bank? Two different scenarios.
Just an example.
Wait,
Listen.
Y'all didn't. Hold on, wait. Y'all didn't hear the.
It's about the video.
Y'all not listening.
Don't matter who caught you on video. You got
y'all not listening to what the point I'm trying to explain. The problem was the first thing was just stupid. It was just done. Why would you record yourself doing something that you don't supposed to do, especially after a loss during the mid-season? Because then they're gonna raise questions basketball-wise, like, wait, just Ja taking everything seriously.
Y'all taking the bank robbing part 2, literally.
Yeah, but also, but the only thing I say about
the
Joker
camera.
is wrong. But we also got to understand he was not in America. He was in Serbia. They laws could be different, but also we know it's areas where, like, if you go to Vegas on the strip, you could drink on the same strip because there was a lot of people outside parties. We don't know that. But was it still wrong? Yes. But I like I said, I don't think people should be crucifying Ja as bad as like suspending the whole season. You want to be a thug? No, it was just stupid, and just leave it at that. He young, got a lot of money, don't know how to act. That's it. That's
but
all.
wait a minute. But here's
I'm gonna tell you what. Hold
on. Let me let Lou go. Lou just pulled up. Go ahead, Lou.
What's up, Lamar? What's up, everybody? Here's the funny thing. Colorado's an open carry state for one. So y'all keep trying to act like it's another thing too. Why did there was no charges pressed?
Right.
Because a lot of people were saying it wasn't even a gun. A lot of people said it was like a lighter. So why I'm just like, I don't understand why this.
Bro, it was a gun.
It was a lighter.
So okay, so you the police.
It was a lighter. It was just
Glendale, you the Glendale investigation team. Who said that, dumb?
Hold on, it was a lighter.
It was a lighter, Lamar. It was a lighter.
That's a bad look.
What are y'all laughing about?
That's a bad look, bro.
You know the gun lighters. You know the gun lighters.
I'm gonna send a link of what it looked. Look, you
bro, it was a lot of people said it looked too small to be a gun anyway.
It was just stupid.
It was a little tiny gun. I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. Look how small the gun was. That wasn't. And my thing is, bro,
y'all act like 380s ain't small. Y'all need to cut it out, bro. Stop,
to the 380s ain't small, dude. So why did the Glendale police say they found no evidence of being a gun, and no charges being filed?
Yeah, it was just stupid. That's all we
No, answer that question. Answer that question.
Like if the league is doing this investigation,
I don't know the answer to that question, but I know for a fact that that's a private place, so it doesn't matter. That's why I was saying he made the first statement he made about the club and him having a gun in that particular club. It's a private place, so you can have a gun. That was the first thing. So it don't matter.
No, bro, you so totally off, bro. Everybody was talking
about
how is he? Bro, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, now you asked me a question. Okay, so how you off? I'm gonna tell you how. The 50-game suspension was only because they said that if Ja brought it on the plane to Denver, that was the only reason why the 50-game suspension was even on the table. Because if he would have brought the gun on the plane, that's NBA business. He would have been transporting a firearm. That's the only reason why the 50-game suspension was even in question. Colorado is an open carry state. You can have a gun in Colorado. What are y'all talking about?
Not in the club though, Louis.
You can have a gun in the club.
You can have it in the club.
Do y'all know what open carry means?
Hold on. SB, I just looked at the law. Hold on, y'all. I just looked at the law in Colorado.
In that one, you can.
The law in Colorado, no. The law in Colorado says that you can have a gun in public or private places. The law protects them there. And they said there's no law against them showcasing it on IG either. So the only thing they said would have made him illegal for him to have an actual gun is if he was intoxicated. And they said if they wanted to go down the route of even investing if he was intoxicated, they would have had to look at his credit card receipts. But then they even said his credit card receipts, even if he would have bought a drink, wouldn't have proved that he drank the drinks, especially since the club owner said he didn't drink anything that night. So, I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, it's just 38.
But, I mean, regardless of all of that, it's a bad look. He did it to himself, and the league doesn't want that image being projected.
He did what to himself?
What did he? I mean, okay, but so you saying he should be suspended 50? So you say he should be suspended 50. So what's your
I'm being facetious.
What did he do?
I think that's a little extreme.
Diminish his image.
But if he
what did he do?
if he continues doing this,
Doing what?
Doing
Doing what?
I think he's for the rest of the year. What? Wait, what? Too many people. Lou, what you ask me? Too many people talking.
No, I didn't know that was you. I didn't know that was
again?
you. I didn't know that was you. I ain't. Oh,
Yeah,
I said what's up. I didn't know
yeah,
that was you.
me.
But
yeah,
yeah,
like no, I don't
yeah,
think he should be suspended for the rest of the year. But he should face some kind of he should face some kind of punishment because it's a bad.
Bro, he already is. He's being suspended. Pirate dropped him. What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to get 50 lashes on his back? What do y'all want? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
I think
what y'all want to happen?
Wow, not the 50 lashes.
Y'all want to tell him your name Toby. Your name Toby, boy.
They like somebody.
Is your mic is
Lou, I say he should come back next week. I think like you learned.
Action, your mic is messed up.
It's me?
No, action just.
Oh yeah, no, Lou. I said like by next week. I think like I did like a couple games he missed, like 5 little games. I think that was enough because at the end of the day, like ain't no charges foul. Only thing it was just stupid and he did it at the wrong time. That's all. He young and dumb, but this should just be a lesson.
Also, it's the image he's trying to project. He's trying to project this gangsterism. You know, he's trying like he's a thug. He's hanging with friends.
Is it gangster or is it rapper? Because that's the difference.
It's just stupid.
I mean, rapper trying to be gangster.
He a young nigga. He a young rich nigga with money.
They record everything.
I'm not trying. Look, he
dumb.
Like, nobody.
Is it better now?
Lamar, you know, I know we all do stupid shit at 23.
Yeah,
and look,
I went to jail
and you know what,
when
Citizen Lou actually brought up the best point, and I think that's the scariest point. That's the point that a lot of people don't want to address. Is he trying to portray a gangster or a rapper? And the thing is, I said a while ago, that's what we've been promoting. I said we support that community. We support the rappers that act like gang members because 99% of the rappers who act like gang members ain't really gang members. They just acting.
Or like
but we support them. And so when he's acting that way, we support it. Now all of a sudden we against it. It's just very odd, man. I think he made
we do.
yourself.
We don't support it. We don't support it in that venue though. Like there, like some people support. Like what I mean by like
a strip
like
club?
that career field. What I'm saying like the NBA is like a different image that like we look for.
You said it wrong, bro. We don't want you to fumble your bag. That's it. We don't want you to mess your money up. That's
basically.
We don't care.
That's what
Jockey
look like
the most gangster. Look, Jockey look like the most gangsterist gangster. He can smoke and drink all off season, just long as it don't mess up your bag. I don't care what you do. It ain't my. John's his own person. It ain't about no rapper gangster image. You're not even that too. He just young. If y'all understand this young generation, because we done all see multiple videos of these young kids nowadays have to record everything. They be on there. I know people from Chicago who kill us and be on live with they ops talking about we done caught 3 of your men. Oh, we caught 4 of your men. It's just this generation. They got to record everything they do. That's it, bro. He just young.
Yeah, he the young superstar Gen Z athlete. He the first Gen Z athlete Nike guy. I mean, it just is what it is. Nike already said they're not gonna drop him. His shoe comes out in December. So I mean, because that's where the real money at Nike. I mean, Powerade, that is what it is. But Nike is the real.
He get Under Armour or something. He can get something else.
No, don't say he the first. Don't say he the first because Zion don't act like that.
Zion not signed to Jordan. Zion signed to Jordan. Zion signed to Jordan.
They're in the same bed. They're in the same bed.
Zion signed to Jordan. Josh signed to Nike. That's what I said.
And the reason why the Josh situation hit harder because Josh a possibility that the guy could be the face of the league. Every time they had this young athletic guard because it's more relatable to the general public. And Josh looked like the average young black dude with dreads. He's more relatable. And his play style is more relatable that people like to see because half these people that casual fans don't watch the game, they watch highlights. And Ja probably one of the best highlight players that we got. He got some of the best highlight reels. And think about it, he came right at the point in time to replace one of their highest selling shoe guys. Everybody loved Kyrie Irving's shoes, so he was the replacement. And he could be the face of the league. Think about this. Everybody thinking Ja not even taking the game serious because everybody know Ja be partying. Every time we see his dad, he got a cup in his hand. They the number 2 seed, and we question if Ja really taking the game as serious as he could. That's crazy to think about. The job.
73 of the last 10 against the West, by the way.
You said no. I mean, they was a number 2 seed when Ja was healthy.
No, they still. I'm just saying 73 against the West last 10 games, but Anyway, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. But the Grizzlies nice though. Think about it. He partied in Denver after a loss. He'd supposed to be the face of the league. I told you that on your channel. I said, bro, it'd be scary if I see Ja stop partying and take it serious like the whole year and do his thing. He'd probably be 10 times better than what he is. He just got to get his man right. He young, drinking. That's why I say, like, it ain't even necessarily fair when Lamar brought the Jokic thing up. I done seen Ja with a fifth of that tequila on him every time.
So what happened with the Jokic thing? He was on some.
No, what I'm Serbian thug
shit. He was in Serbia walking down the street.
He was on his Serbian thug shit.
No, this is what I was trying to explain was this, because we're talking about stuff that with Jokic, I can't say what he was doing. I can't really slam him for that. The media is not slamming him for that. Like, we know he was just out having a good time. He's probably with his friends, but at the end of the day, he was on camera. He was publicly intoxicated. Now, if we're talking about Ja, I heard a lot of people in here saying, oh, he got kids that look up to him and he shouldn't be on camera this publicly, and it's the public perception. Well, it's public perception. Well, then also, where's the public perception or responsibility for Jokic? Right? I mean, we don't see any of those. Like, Jokic received absolutely no backlash for that. People were saying, oh, look at Jokic having a good time, right? But nobody cared if Jokic got in the car. Nobody cared what happened after that. Nobody went and dug up, does he have a history of drinking? Nobody went and did all this. But with Ja, he has this one incident. And then people get to digging. Now they talking about situations. Most of them sound made up. There ain't no video footage to support it. We talking about being in the social media area. It's just like they piling on to pile on. And it's just getting bad.
But if you have
what I said to Lamont was
right?
The only problem, Lou, what I said to Lamont, the only problem was that Ja recorded himself on his IG. That's one thing I think he messed up, because, like, say if like we didn't see the gun situation, right? But the picture just came out of him in the strip club. I wouldn't have had a problem with it. I'm like, bro, he a dude. I was having a good time in the strip club. What you think will happen? You go get a lap dance. But it's just the gun situation. Yeah.
It's not even that. It's that.
I wonder why Republicans ain't helping Ja out, because, you know, Second Amendment and all that shit. I wonder why they not riding with Ja.
Can I ask a question? That young man in the white t-shirt just got up here and repeated every word I said, and I caught all kind of backlash. I'm promoting ratchicity, and I'm giving him. That man just said the same thing I've been saying, and y'all gave me hell. But is it a woman and man thing?
You're a woman.
Because he just said the same thing I've been saying.
I disagree with everything.
He's young. They just only he's young, bro. He's just young, bro. I don't think like I think
no. Me and SB came in with facts on these niggas. That's why they had nothing for this truth on there.
But I just said I've been saying the same thing y'all said. He made a dumb decision, a mistake, but it was a dumb decision. Yes, he should be held accountable for his actions. But damn, don't crucify the damn child. He is still, regardless, he's 23. That man mentality is not there yet. And then they saying the daddy's mentality is not there.
Yeah, that's
I agree with that. That's why we got on. That's why we got on you more, because you keep calling him a child.
You go home free.
That's why we got on you more, because you keep calling him child. That's why we keep.
You know what? That's just like that's me. That's just me in my. I like I said, I've worked in the education system for almost 18 years. I refer to everybody as child and baby, even grown people. I'm 50. I'm 50 years old. I refer to everybody as a child. I have to catch myself at times for doing that. But when I say that baby or that young man or that child, I'm just referring to them as being younger than me. No, that's why I keep calling them child.
Because I can tell where the point you come from is like
that's a cop out, bro. Because if you kill somebody at 23, they're gonna send you to jail for life. Bro.
No, that's fair. That's just the law.
But why y'all? Yeah, I know, but why y'all?
They're not going to say you 23. Therefore, you get off. No,
but why y'all keep doing that in this situation? Nobody was in danger.
Nobody wasn't in danger.
You know what I'm trying to say, Lou.
But the point,
he's young.
No, yeah, we get that, but like you got to understand, like, bro, we all know how we all act at 23. Imagine if anybody in here knowing how.
Don't say no. All act like that.
No, wait, we got $200 million.
You didn't make an immature mistake at 23, dude.
Yeah, it happened to me. I went to jail.
I mean, we all. That's what happened. Everybody made mistakes. I mean, but the thing is, he didn't.
I ain't never been to jail.
Okay, I haven't either. You done made some mistakes.
Is Ja Morant the only 23-year-old nigga with money?
and I paid for it.
Is Ja Morant? Wait. You
Is
said
Ja
what?
Morant the only 23-year-old nigga in the league with money, bro? I don't see Zion. I don't see Zion doing this shit. And Zion in New Orleans, Louisiana,
Because
dog.
Zion fat ass eating all goddamn day. That's
It
why.
don't matter. He's young. He's young with money.
No,
Stop making that shit an excuse,
But you
bro.
still have to look at the factors.
That ain't no fucking excuse, bro. Stop saying
You
that
still
shit.
have to look at the factors.
23 with money. That shit, that ain't no fucking excuse, bro.
Check this out. What about that nigga that beat his wife ass? That nigga the same.
I ain't got nothing to do with that, son. We ain't talking about him.
No, I'm saying that's another young. What you mean? It's another. They ain't on that.
What Melo doing?
Hold on, wait. Let me ask Anti this question.
Melo fucking.
Anti, what did you like to do?
He riding through street lights and shit in his Ferrari.
Hold on, wait. Anti, what did you like to do for fun?
He smoking weed on camera.
Hold on, wait. Anti, what did you like to do for fun when you was around like 20, 21, 22, 23?
Bro, I'm not Ja Morant, dog.
Listen.
No, I'm not Ja Morant.
Listen.
I wasn't in the NBA at 23.
No, listen. What did you like to do for fun? No matter what your business was. What did you like to do
Nothing.
for fun?
Stay in the house.
Stay in the house. Okay.
Ja Morant can't do what he can do, man.
Listen, that's fine.
Bro,
I was a party motherfucker. I got party, got lit. So now imagine me doing that on a broke college person level, because y'all would have still probably been in college and graduated, but now I got 200 more million. So I'm getting, I used to probably get like Amsterdam.
No, bro, no. Like, y'all making this is a nigga's excuse. Hold up. Name me. No. I can see if this was a trend in the NBA, bro. Name me another 23-year-old that's acting like Ja.
Let me finish my point.
What do you mean? Going to strip clubs? I can name you a bunch of niggas. Going to strip clubs?
When they get done, I want to answer your question. When they get done, I want to answer your question.
So during that time in college, I was going to get a little Amsterdam. We could drink whatever we could get. Now I got 200 million. So now we getting 1942. I got all the homies at the crib. I got a big old crib now. So I'm going to go hoop. My boys are at the crib. Now I got all us chains and money. So it's going to attack that more. Everybody mentality not the same. Now he should be smart enough, you're right, to not fumble his bag. And that's the only problem everybody should have. Don't mess up your money. You can do whatever you want to do off camera, because ain't nothing got to do with me. Because you're in the NBA, you cannot do exactly what you want to do, or at least don't do it on camera. Long as they don't know. We done see a lot of players in any league do a lot of worse stuff, but they ain't have it on camera.
And Citizen, I think you got to misconstrue, bro. It ain't the fact. Like, we know for a fact most of these athletes, bro, they are down with other gangs and all that. We understand that, bro. Allegedly. A lot of these niggas is gangbangers. They just not putting it on Front Street, bro.
No, and
niggas ain't on Instagram showing guns and shit on, bro.
What you talking about?
Listen.
KG, open vice lord. What are you talking about? Kevin Garnett is openly a vice lord.
Okay, I'm pretty sure a lot of these niggas are gang members. I'm saying though. Okay, but did you see Kevin Garnett some guns and all that in the NBA, bro?
Hey, didn't Montrezl Harrell get caught with a brick? Didn't they catch that nigga with
a he got caught with some weed and he owned a fucking dispensary, nigga.
Nah, that wasn't dispensary. That was
he got caught with like what 30 pounds of weed and then he owns a dispensary.
You can't be moving 30 pounds of weed in no car.
Because you got money like that, just get a transport.
Even if you got a dispensary, why he ain't got? They don't add up, man.
Why he gotta have a transport?
Bro, weed don't, bro. He's brandishing firearms. That's my only thing with Ja. Hey, stop brandishing guns, bro.
I agree with you. It was dumb. I agree with you. It was just
but it wasn't a gun.
So now all of a sudden, I just tried to pull up this article, bro. I don't see nothing about no fucking lighter. Where y'all get this shit from?
What they said it was.
Look at the video and tell me what gun was that in. What type of gun that was?
Yeah, what kind? Yeah, because
y'all ain't like guns don't come small.
Look at the video and tell me. I know
what'd you say? What'd you say? You said Chicago. What'd you say? Chicago. What'd you say?
Nah, I'm just saying y'all act like they ain't got small guns, bro.
But then my point is, you flexing that small gun.
Hey, Lou, shut up.
What you flexing?
Hey, Lou, stupid.
I thought you said something about Chicago good.
No.
No, but this is what I was saying. But see, this is what I was saying. See, somebody who was with him on Twitter, they said something about it wasn't a real gun, right? And then I'm just using that information with the Glendale police
side by side picture of the gun. They look the same.
Yeah, somebody put on Amazon the photo. It looked like the exact same gun. And the Glendale police or whatever police station, they did a whole investigation. They couldn't prove whether it was a firearm. And the only reason why the 50-game suspension was on the table is because they, like the NBA business, if he would have brought it on the plane, and he didn't. So no 50, because a 50-game suspension mean he wouldn't be able to come back until
the beginning of what? The middle of next year?
Yeah, if they would have made
this
the
season
finals,
almost over with.
That's why I said
if the
I think he
Grizzlies
should
make
come
the
back
finals,
next
he
week.
would. If the Grizzlies made the finals, I mean, he would have to wait till
What's
game
wrong with
6.
y'all, Mal?
What are you talking, bro?
About the
Bro,
middle. You said the middle of next year. What's wrong
Yeah,
with
like
that?
he'll come back a quarter of the season to be gone, bro. Like
Yeah,
they got like what 20 games left now, right?
Yeah, it's like 18 games left, and
It's
then
like 18, 20 games left now, so he'll come back a quarter of next season.
Okay, can I ask a question?
You gotta count
Didn't
the games
somebody
that he missed already.
may I ask a question? Didn't somebody say that man has a history of partying and drinking and all the rest of that stuff?
See, I didn't know that. I never
So
seen him
hold on,
drink.
I'm asking this question because behaviors are learned, and I mean, did nobody see? That's why I said I think the daddy needs to go in counseling because this stuff has been building up, partying and drinking. Nobody bothered to sit that man down. I mean, regardless of how much money, regardless of age, you can still make stupid ass decisions from 3 to 53.
Excuse me. What's your name? What's your name again?
HBCU mom.
HBCU mom. Tell me one time you seen Ja Morant on camera without a cup in his hand. I never seen it without a cup in it.
Look, that's why I couldn't do nothing but laugh. That's why I'm saying.
I never
people.
seen
I don't believe. I mean, and y'all saying that his mother couldn't talk to him. Maybe his sister, because I mean,
no,
I still believe this. I'm not making this as an excuse because yes, he does still need to go through the repercussions of his actions, but I still believe a lot of this is fucking peer pressure. And like Lamont said, most basketball players spend 90% of their life in the gym, all this money, all this fame, all this freedom, and he lost his goddamn mind, and he just is like a snowball effect until he finally got out there and did the stupid thing that most people do, young people trying to be Instagram famous. Because that is the stupidest shit you could have done, was post yourself doing some stupid stuff, knowing that you in the situation you in. But if your mind ain't there right now, you ain't studying the situation that you in as being a big time NBA player. You out kicking it with your boys and looking at ass and all the rest of that stuff.
And I know you can relate to this because you're a teacher. Don't Ja Morant act like a kid who just got freedom.
Ja Morant, to me, I'm telling
he just
you,
got his freedom. He's like
made a good point.
Yes.
Michael Jordan was partying and gambling with mobsters. Well, y'all, like he was smoking and drinking every night.
It just wasn't hold up.
But wasn't that a different era of time?
But hey, Lou, you right, but it wasn't no social media back in the
Wasn't that
day,
a
bro.
different era of time? Yes, that's a different
It
era.
wasn't no camera phones back then, bro.
And then Michael Jordan ain't gonna record himself with the mob boss, like, yeah, I'm out here.
Man, listen, that nigga got one of the mob niggas got knocked off. They found a check with that nigga name on it with 40,000. Anyway, I'm just saying,
Jordan had to sit in court and testify.
Yeah, that's
right, exactly. And let me speak on this because I keep hearing, and I'm not using this as an excuse for that man because I don't know what kind of affiliation he has with anything. Let me tell you something. These kids throw up gang signs all goddamn day long and don't know what the hell they doing. I stay getting on them damn kids, hanging out the window and stuff, throwing up gang signs. I'm not sitting here saying that it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. A lot of these kids do that shit just want, I don't know what it is, clout or whatever, knowing damn well they're not part of no damn gang.
They say he was money bag.
Ain't John Crip? I see him throwing up Crip signs, bro. Ain't he a Crip?
I don't know. I'm just saying what I have witnessed over the
years. He was throwing up Crip signs in the Instagram video.
Okay, well,
hey, what money bag yo is? He was money bag yo people. I heard.
I think money bag. I think all them niggas Crips.
Yeah, that's who he with. They say he was money bag yo people.
Okay, look at the environment that he's living in. At the end of the day, look at Memphis. Look at the environment that he's living in. Look at the environment he's socializing with every day.
That's not a good thing because Mike Conley was there for you. He wouldn't know shit.
That's Mike Conley. Mike Conley mentality might be a little bit stronger than Ja Morant.
But you got to
his
think
upbringing was different, man.
His mentality might be
hold up. You don't even see. But hold up. The nigga that he running behind Moneybag Yo, you don't see that nigga on Instagram brandishing guns, bro.
Yeah, Moneybag Yo be working out and making smoothies and shit on Instagram.
Yeah, like that nigga ain't on Instagram. Like, bro, real G's moving solid, bro.
That's that mentality though.
Ja not a real G.
There you go.
Ja not a real G.
And when you ain't something real, you gonna make some of the stupidest decisions and stupid mistakes until you walk that life. That man is not part of that life.
So hold on, Lou. What you trying to say? He's Tekashi 6ix9ine?
No,
hold up, Lou. Are you trying to say Ja Morant is Tekashi 6ix9ine?
No, because he not. putting hits out on niggas.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying? He's not putting hits
he's
out on
gonna.
niggas.
Nah, no, I'm talking about as far as Tekashi wasn't from the street. He wasn't about no street life, but he came into a situation, and he know he wasn't about that, and he let that life take over his life, and he put in some situations.
Yep. I ain't saying he ain't no punk though, but he
why do y'all?
ain't
Hold on. What is?
He ain't no punk. I ain't saying Ja Morant a punk, but he
Ja Morant is acting more like a rapper than he is a gang member. Man.
That's what I was saying.
Tekashi 6ix9ine. That's
he a rapper.
That's not true. That's not true, Lamar.
But hold up, I think rappers. But hold up, most rappers act like gangsters. Lamar, what are you talking about?
No, they don't. You just said that's not how
Yes,
gangsters
they do.
Every rapper act like a gangster.
You literally just said.
You did just say it, Anton.
You literally just said they move in silence. They don't do things like that. So you just.
But hold up, I said most gangsters move in silence, dog.
No,
not all gangsters move in silence, bro.
I thought you said all gangsters, but anyway,
yeah, most of them move in silence. Like, hold on. We gotta understand. It's levels to that shit. You got the gangsters, then you got the bosses, nigga. The bosses don't want to be seen on Instagram. They not out there trying to be seen because they don't want their name affiliated with nothing like that. It's these lower level niggas, dog, that they don't give a fuck about nothing, and you know what? The closest thing to being a gangster in the hood is being a drug dealer. I mean, a rapper in the hood has been a drug dealer.
To be real, Anton, like keep it 100 grand. This ain't the first time Jordan did. He done went live drink. Like, let's keep it real. This ain't the first time. It's the gun, like the perceived gun.
Stay lit, bro.
I said that, bro. I said he need to stop brandishing guns. I don't know. I don't know what he and all that. I ain't got no problem with him going out partying and all that. You're a grown ass man, dog. Stop brandishing firearms.
Watch this, Citizen Lou. Check this out. None of this matters. He can come back. He can act like as soon as he get into it on the court and get in somebody's face, the whole social media world, including all the people on YouTube, gonna be running around saying Ja back to acting like just because of basketball stuff. Ja ain't gonna be able to get away from this.
I never heard nobody call Ja Morant a thug on the court, bro.
Bro, they've been saying it for like the last 6 months.
Who?
They've been calling the Memphis Grizzlies all thugs. They trying to act tough.
Bro, they called the bad boy Pistons, but that didn't affect their life off the court, bro. Come on now, Lamar.
Citizen Lou, what is perception? What has the media been trying to get everybody to believe about the Grizzlies ever since
they all talk shit? They
do talk shit.
Yeah, they do talk.
Y'all been labeling them as thugs.
Who don't talk shit? So
but I'm saying y'all talk that nigga Dylan Brooks. That nigga talk the most shit.
Who talk more shit, Dylan Brooks or Draymond Green?
Draymond Green.
Who talk more shit, the Warriors or the Grizzlies?
I think y'all.
This year, y'all.
I think y'all. For Ja Morant to come out and say that they ain't got no problems in the West, nigga, what?
Y'all called him a thug.
Nigga, what?
I respectfully disagree. The Warriors definitely talk way more shit.
Bro, ain't nobody on the Warriors came out and never said they have no problem in the West, dog.
No, everybody said
y'all arrogant as shit.
No, Draymond said it. No, you missed it. Hey, Lamont, didn't Draymond say?
So they got no problems in the West.
Draymond did say something.
Draymond ain't never said no shit like that, dog.
No shit like that, bro. That was out of control, bro.
Hey, Ja Morant said they ain't got no problems in the West. Nigga, what?
No problems.
Yeah, no,
that ain't what he said. Y'all be.
Come on, now, Lou. You know that's what he said. Come on, Lou.
Yes, he did.
Bro, he said we good.
Right after that, he tried to beat up Shannon.
He said we good. He said I'm Boston. He said Boston was the people they looking at. You know, because
he said we ain't got no problems in the West. Did he not say that?
No
problem. He trying to flex in front of Malika Andrews.
Come on, bro.
He seen that little fine little joint in front of him. Them niggas he was capping.
Lou, you know what it was. He was a young dude, had the baddie reporter in front of him. He got the capping. I'm good in the way. You know
all them niggas niggas fall.
Hold up. So hold up.
So what was it? Hold up. So what? Malika, bro.
I gotta go one.
So why did he do?
So in front of Malika, they get the capping, bro. They get the gas. That's all it was. He capped in front of that baddie.
I don't know why. She average shit.
So what was the reason for him? So what was the reason for him stunting on Shannon Sharpe that night?
Because Shannon Sharpe was talking smack. They talk shit.
Because what are you talking about? Like
that's nothing. That situation was nothing.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to that, bro. That wasn't nothing that night. That wasn't shit.
If you hooped enough, that's every day, bro.
Like Shannon, that wasn't even about Ja. That started with Dylan Brooks.
Yep. You always got somebody who sideline talking. If you hooped enough with a lot of people around, that shit happen all the time, bro. That was a
maybe you know what? Maybe I'm being too hard on him, bro. Like I said, I don't care about your partying, bro. I don't care about you going out. Do what you got to do, but stop brandishing firearms, bro. Like you can go on Instagram Live and do all that. Live your life, bro. You right. You a millionaire. You young. You right. Have fun.
What
Keep
y'all not
firearms
getting
from around you, bro.
what y'all not getting. What y'all not getting, he's not gonna be able to do with the stuff that he was doing in the past. For one, all that flashing on them different liquor bottles, he went into rehab for liquor. So how all of a sudden he gonna get back on Instagram drinking liquor? It gonna look stupid.
No, he can't. He don't need
I think that's a PR move, bro. I don't think that man no alcoholic.
No,
I think they use that as a PR stunt, bro.
It doesn't matter. Gonna look stupid. It's gonna look stupid for him to do it.
Look at
You
it.
compare.
Look, y'all. This is when
on Twitter that don't count.
this is when they labeled Ja Morant a thug. They labeled him a thug last year. This ain't even recent. This was June 23rd, 2022. People been saying he was a thug back then, and people been claiming he was a thug for what he does on the court. Because nobody even cared or even knew what he did off the court. This is before all the allegations. It was all based on basketball.
Let me ask you a question. Real quick, let me ask you a question.
Bro, why was it? I didn't write this early.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I'm gonna tell you this. So which is it? Is he a thug or is he a corny nigga trying to be a thug? Which is it?
See, it started.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Lou.
Where it happened from? Because John.
You see what I'm saying? Everybody say he a corny nigga trying to be a thug.
Citizen Lou, let me hear your question again. I didn't hear you.
No, I got you. I would just say because a lot of people say he a corny nigga trying to be a thug. You see what I'm saying? So is he a thug or is he a nigga trying to like a corny nigga trying to be from a 2-parent home?
Trying to be a thug because they.
Hey, I got a question for you, SB and Lou. Like,
no. I'm gonna tell you my point about Ja said the two after because Ja was talking crazy too online. He told a dude online on Twitter, "You want to see how these hollow feel?" Why?
Because he was talking about his girl or something like that. He was talking about
like that's the stuff that get that.
No, that ain't the right response. I agree.
Well, ask a woman that question. Like that. Ask a mama that question.
But hold up, Lou. Let me ask you a question, bro. Was he acting like this when he was balling in high school? Was he acting like this?
Yeah, they pulled up some videos of him with like
bro.
In the music. He was.
Oh, so he always been like this in high school and in college.
Yes. He been talking.
It's been his persona, bro.
His persona. That's what it is. It's a persona.
I never heard of this nigga until he got to the NBA. So I guess.
I saw the video.
He was like at Murray State. He was like he had the same personality at Murray State. You could see it when he played.
Yeah, he just.
So he was brandishing firearms at Murray State and all that.
He wasn't brandishing no firearms.
No,
bro, that's on one video. Stop
that's on one video, anti. Yeah, I
don't care about how many videos, nigga. He was brandishing a firearm.
You said keep doing it like he done did it for his whole time.
Okay. I don't. Bro, look. Okay, so did they not say at the strip club that he was at that the female said they feared for their life because he had a gun in his pants?
I did not hear
like
that.
At the script, the new shit that just came out about him being at the strip club.
Hey, you know what?
Lamont said that they changed their story.
Anti. If I was a bartender, there, and I knew an impending lawsuit was coming, hey, I was in fear for my life too.
So everybody lying about. Come on, Lamont. Come on, bro.
Hold on. I thought they said that he was a nice dude. He tipped and he was a marvelous.
Yeah, they did.
And some females said they was in fear of their life because he had a firearm.
No, the owner. When the police, because the police asked the owner, they just wanted to get clear. They wanted to get an account of was he intoxicated. And when they went to the owner said he didn't have no drinks. He didn't drink. He just took the girls. And he was like, it's impressive to see an athlete come in and be as gentlemanly as he was. Because he said most of the athletes that come in there be picking up coins, throwing quarters at the women, all types of crazy stuff. Like, so he said it was just refreshing to have Ja there because he wasn't drinking. He was polite. He tipped well, and he got up out of there. No incidents were reported to the police.
Like you said, publicity stunt. Publicity stunt.
The problem is this, Anti. When you have money and everybody know money coming in, they gonna always make it sound worse so they can get more money because they hoping that you have so much money and you so busy with your schedule, you just gonna pay them off. So, like example, the 17-year-old situation. I guarantee that situation probably wasn't as bad as it was, but he, of course, to get that bag he had over his head, he probably like Ja talk smack while he hoop. he was already killing him because he Ja Morant, and then he probably pushed him and shoved and slapped him or something like that. But it wasn't as bad as he making it. But since he know that he has money, of course you got money. I know you worth $200 million. And you arguing and you touch me, bro. I'm making a big deal of it. You gonna pay that bad? Let's settle this. Let me get that bad.
But hold up. Lamont said the dude went back and changed his story, talking about he went inside and got a
got a
firearm.
lawsuit, bro. It's about money. Same thing.
Okay, and hold on. What about him going to the mall with a gun? When he confronted the people with his mama called the people up there?
Hold on.
I got you.
How you confront somebody at the mall and ain't nobody pull out a cell phone?
It don't even matter because situations does happen so fast that you might not get recorded. Let's say that. First of all, Ja mother was wrong. You got to understand that your son is worth the money. He's the bag. Don't put your son in type of trouble. Because all us up here, we got mamas. We not gonna play about our mama. Our mama call us, ain't no talking. So
Yeah, you right, but I ain't gotta go get no gun, bro. You had 7 niggas with you on top of a gun. Why?
But listen,
why you keep saying he had a gun? It ain't no proof of that.
No, even
hey, Lamar, shut up, bro. Because you ain't no proof he didn't have no gun, nigga.
It ain't no proof that this even happened.
It don't look. Y'all missing the point about the gun. It's in Memphis. It's an open carry state. I'm worth $200 million. I'm gonna keep a gun on me. I'm gonna have somebody around me keep a gun to protect myself. I worth money, so the gun situation don't matter. The only time I
disagree with you, SB. That's exactly what matters.
No, listen.
Get security, nigga.
No. If they would have said Ja pulled the gun out on somebody in the mall, then it would have been a problem. So he just said he had a gun. So what? He a $200 million man. He gotta have a gun.
No, he don't.
Yes, he do.
You think? Hold up. LeBron James is a fucking billionaire. You think LeBron James walking around with guns?
How you know he don't carry one?
Security do. Yes,
how you know he don't carry one? No.
You'll be.
But LeBron ain't carrying no damn gun, bro.
How you know?
Exactly, security.
But LeBron old, bro. Ja young.
Oh, here y'all go with that book. You telling me Ja Morant can't afford security guards, bro?
He young. He gonna feel like I'm with Moneybag Yo and them boys. My young homies around me. They gonna take.
Oh Lord.
What Melo doing? What Melo doing?
Why you keep talking about Melo, bro?
I'm saying he keeps saying.
I gotta shut it down.
You gotta shut it down. All right, Lamont. All right, that's like all right.
Hold on, one of y'all go live. SB, you going live?
I can. Y'all want me to go live?
The Laker game finna come on.
Oh, the Lakers.
Nobody care about some trash Lakers.
Hey,
I got the trash Bulls.
Lakers trash.
Yeah, you got that pride.
The Lakers what?
Bulls.
Oh man, you done lost your. You must ain't been watching. You must ain't been watching the
y'all first of all, y'all been having the easy.
You'll find out. You'll find out when the playoffs start.
They just beat Golden State.
That's one team.
You'll find out.
Who did Lakers play?
Golden State. Hey, Golden State was struggling with a Bucks without Giannis last night. They won. They won OT, but they were struggling.
Tell me who else.
That lets you know how good that damn Bucks team really is. Then.
Hold on, wait. Tell me who else they beat besides.
Yeah, Drew Holiday low key sold the bag.
Didn't they beat? Hold on. Didn't they beat Toronto the other night too? They said Toronto.
Yeah, they beat them. Yeah, we like 5. We like 8-2 the last 10 games, bro.
A team that ain't in the playoffs. Okay, cool.
Hey, y'all, look, I'm about to check these.
I'm gonna let you, Lamont.
The Lakers back.
All right, Lamont. All right, everybody. I'll take it easy.
Lakers back, baby. The Lakers is back.
Hey, I saw the dude in the chat, Jamel Casino. He been in the chat, man. He been in the comments talking about this little $200 bet we got. He bet that the Lakers wouldn't make the playoffs, and ever since the Lakers went on this
lost his money,
bro. The Lakers done went on this streak. I mean, he didn't got ghost. I said, don't disappear come playoff time. Because look, this what he do. He stay in the comments, right? He'll stay in the comments. He'd be like, man, Lakers ain't making the playoffs. Be ready to pay that 200. I'm like, man, how come you don't come on the panel no more? He's like, man, I be having stuff to do. I'd be like, man, don't disappear. I said the playoffs it's a lot of games to be played. I said, and now the Lakers is creeping up, man. His comments to start to disappear, man. I don't know if he started deleting them. He don't want to leave a paper trail or nothing. I don't know what he got going on.
Yeah, hey, man, if they win tonight, I think they go from 9 to 8. I think
but the thing is, every time they get a win, they can significantly jump spots because all the teams in front of them is taking loss. The Clippers, they didn't got a few in a row, but
yeah, the Clippers have won like 2 in a row. They chilling right now. So,
but there's some teams slipping. There's some teams ahead of them that's doing some slipping. The Suns could potentially drop. Did the Suns win that one last night? I can't remember.
Nah, I think they lost. I think they lost to the Nets. Hold on, who the Nets just? No, the Nets just beat Denver.
I'm gonna be doing an NCAA tournament stream tomorrow for the bracket challenge.
Okay.
Yeah, I know GCU. We made it this year, man. We won the WAC conference yesterday, and we play Gonzaga in the first round, man. That's gonna be a
All
good
right,
one.
I'm gonna let you get out of here, Mike.
All right, man.
What they play the Knicks. They play the Knicks like in 10 minutes. It's gonna be a good game,
I'm gonna
bro.
check that out. That might be a decent game.
It's gonna be on ESPN.
All right, I'm definitely gonna check it out.
Yeah, and the Nets just beat Denver. That was weird to me.
The Nets
in Denver. The Nets just beat Denver in Denver.
It's parity this year, man. Anybody can beat anybody on the wrong. Like if you slip up on the wrong night, ain't no league safe. Like we saw the Dallas go up 27 to the Lakers. Next thing you know, the Lakers. I mean, it's a lot. It's this league is crazy now, man. Ain't no league safe.
But the thing that messed me up with real quick, what messed me up with the last Laker game, AD had only 8 points. The Lakers had 21 turnovers, and in the third quarter, they was like 1 for damn 11, and they still won.
That's called defense. Like you nullify turnovers with good defense. You nullify missed shots with good defense. So that just means they were making a ton of mistakes, but they were going back on the other end, fixing it. They weren't allowing the other team to just run off them 10-0 runs and them 15-2 runs that was killing them early in the year.
And thank you too, Mike, because I was really worried. I had a lot of questions about this Ja Morant stuff, and this stream you just did tonight, bro. It kind of opened up my brain on a lot of stuff, bro. So that was a good stream, bro. I just want to say thanks. I'm about to let you do your thing, bro.
All right,
it really was, man.
Nah,
and that Jokic thing that you threw in there was crazy.
but that just talk about the double standard. Like we can clearly see
that was a bomb.
Yeah, we see other people doing stuff on video, and it's just like, I don't care. But when it's Ja Morant,
right, just blow it off.
All of a sudden, he got to be all high and mighty, and he got to be all Christ-like in everything he does. It's just like, come on, man, y'all got to stop.
But man, I think it's because if Ja Morant, if his team wasn't like the second or the third seed, and they was like the 13th seed, nobody would care.
Yeah, but like, imagine this: Luka last year did something completely harmless, right? Literally right before game. The people caught him on camera. He was at a bar drinking. Like I'm talking about wolfing down some big boy beers. Boy, if Ja Morant before a game, bro. Bro, if Ja Morant would have did that, they would have killed. Like any black NBA player, yeah, they would have killed.
It would have been over.
They'd been like,
they would have held him accountable because you under the influence, right? It's all kind of stuff they could have hit him with.
Luka do it. Oh, that he just they laughing it off. Oh, he just being Luka, man. You know. I'm like, oh,
right. No, because at the end of the day, that still can give you an edge. Because when you drinking, that alcohol does something different to the body. So it's no way you can just look at somebody drinking before a game and just say it's cool. It's not. No,
they did it.
I know because I know when J.R. Smith did it, it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
All right, man, I'm out, man.
Yeah, let me shut this down, man. I think the time is ticking on this. All right, man. FYF, man. Another good podcast episode. Appreciate y'all pulling up on this one right here, man. Ja Morant. We're just gonna leave this man alone, man. Let him live his life. And if Ja Morant, if you listen to this, if Ja Morant ever hear this, Ja Morant, this is what you need to do. Give them what they want. They want to see the fake Ja Morant. They want to see the goody two-shoe Ja Morant that doesn't cuss, that doesn't play with any type of edge, right? They want to see the goody two-shoe Ja Morant that says the right things in the media, that's not competitive, as opposed to saying we're not worried about anybody in the West. You need to talk about how tough the West is and how you think your team might struggle. You need to do all that. And then just be a goody two-shoe. Put on your face, right? You know, do like LeBron James did with the Malcolm X book. Act like you're reading the Malcolm X book. Do all that stuff. That's what they want Ja Morant to be. They want him to be the fake politician, man. And salute Adam John 89, man. Appreciate you pulling up to this one, man. John Wick, I see y'all. Ron Ultra, Percy Bedford, man. A lot of new subscribers on this one. A lot of new names in the chat. A lot of new people on the panel, man. So appreciate y'all pulling up, man. We're going to be back live tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be our NCAA tournament stream. We got to make this a good one, man. We got to have a good turnout on this one. I'm probably going to be having one of my club players who actually got pulled up to the D1 team. I'm going to probably have him on the show tomorrow, right? Because he was able to be there at the WAC tournament, right? Moving up from the club level, going to the GCU D1 team. All right. Obviously, he wasn't able to be able to play on the court, but just being with the team while they was able to win the WAC tournament, punch their ticket and go, man. That's an experience, man. Not a lot of people get, you know. We're going to be, hopefully we can have him on tomorrow. We can talk about that tomorrow, man. But it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, man. Appreciate you guys being here. We're going to be back with more sports and news. And till then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.